The story starts in a large, grand ballroom filled with well-dressed noble guests. Sudden tension ripples through the crowd as a voice cuts through the air, loudly calling out for Elizabeth. Crown Prince Fried of the Kingdom of Haldoria stands before the gathering, holding a young woman named Sylvie close to his side. Pointing an accusing finger, Fried aggressively demands to know if Elizabeth's jealousy knows no bounds and asks how she dared to push Sylvie down the stairs, declaring that all of her wicked deeds have now been fully exposed. He firmly states that he can no longer keep forgiving her just because she happens to be his fiancée. Fried delivers a final, crushing blow, shouting Elizabeth's full name and loudly declaring that he hereby severs their engagement. Looking toward the prince with a calm expression, she asks for his pardon and politely but firmly states that she has done no such thing. Looking out across the crowded ballroom, Elizabeth tries to de-escalate the situation by reminding everyone that this is a formal party to celebrate the founding of their kingdom, suggesting they should leave the jokes for another time. However, before she can even finish her sentence, someone suddenly reaches out and roughly grabs her, catching her completely by surprise. A man named Robert forcefully grabs Elizabeth by the arm. Elizabeth looks down in dismay, quietly uttering Robert's name as she is stopped. Fried angrily commands Elizabeth not to play dumb, claiming that Sylvie told him everything. Hearing the name of Lady Sylvia Lockett, Elizabeth quietly reflects on the situation as the pieces begin to fall into place. She reflects on the background of Lady Sylvia, noting that a baron recently took her in. She remembers how the gentlemen of high society have fallen for Sylvia's outspoken nature compared to the other noble ladies, finding her candid behavior to be a breath of fresh air within their strict social constraints, and that Prince Fried fell for her charm as well. Elizabeth recalls an old conversation in a stone hallway, remembering how she viewed the prince taking a second wife as none of her business. However, she had firmly advised Sylvia not to mingle with other men if she intended to maintain a relationship with His Highness. Back in the ballroom, Fried continues his public tirade, claiming that Sylvie is simply too nice and keeps covering for Elizabeth. He aggressively declares that he will not let Elizabeth bully her anymore, while Sylvia looks on from by his side. An escalating uproar echoes through the grand ballroom as the order is given to the guards to take this woman to jail. The commanding voice brands Elizabeth a criminal who tried to kill Sylvie. Forced onto the floor, Elizabeth looks up with shock and disbelief as a guard grips her arm. A guard hesitates, voicing his reluctance to carry out the order against a noblewoman. However, Elizabeth calmly responds that it is all right, recognizing that one cannot disobey a royal command. The guard, accompanied by Robert, looks on with a grim face while offering his sincere apologies to the lady. Meanwhile, back in the center of the room, Fried stands triumphantly with his arm outstretched to call for everyone's attention, keeping Sylvie closely by his side. Under the watchful eye of an armored guard, Elizabeth is escorted out of the grand venue and through a set of double doors. As she is led away into exile, Fried's voice rings out across the ballroom one final time, loudly announcing that his engagement with Elizabeth Leiston is officially void. She looks on with a quiet, solemn expression as she reflects on how the prince used His Majesty's absence to act completely as he pleased, echoing his final declaration that Sylvia Lockett will become his new fiancée. A lingering thought remains about what the prince intends to do next. Outside her cell, a guard's voice speaks through the stone archway, offering his humble apologies to the lady. The guard expresses deep remorse from the other side, lamenting that he has brought her to such a miserable place. Inside the stone walls, Elizabeth remains remarkably composed and reassures the guard that there is no need to fret. She calmly asks if the king and her father have been informed about the situation yet, expressing full confidence that they will fix everything upon returning from their diplomatic meeting. Sitting quietly on a wooden bench inside her dark cell, she convinces herself that they will surely rush back home the absolute moment they hear the news. A full month passes by in the dark cell, marked only by a single lit candle resting beside a thick stack of paperwork. Seated at a wooden desk piled high with heavy books and documents, Elizabeth reviews a sheet of paper with a quill in hand. She notes to herself that the documents contain highly classified information, deeply annoyed that even though the prince threw her in jail, it did not stop him from forcing her to do all of his work. Thoroughly fed up with his complete irresponsibility, she suddenly stops as a realization hits her, hearing an approach from outside and noting that someone has finally arrived. Our girl reaches her arm through the iron bars of the cell door, waving her hand to grab the attention of the armored guard standing down the hall. She politely asks the guard to excuse her and requests that he come closer. Walking over to the cell door, the guard looks toward her attentively, asking what he can do for her. Stepping up to the iron bars, Elizabeth fixes her gaze directly on the guard and uses the word hypnosis. Her voice carries a strange command, causing the guard's eyes to completely glaze over as a swirling pattern spins across his face, instantly placing him under her total control. With the guard completely entranced, Elizabeth commands him to sit over there and forget everything he is about to see. Walking away with a heavy, unstable wobble, the guard mindlessly complies as he voices his agreement. Once the coast is clear, Elizabeth looks toward the shadows of the stone corridor and calls for Mireille to finally come out. Suddenly, a pair of hidden feet appear from the edge of the hallway. Her waiting maid, Mireille, steps out from the darkness of the dungeon hallway, clasping her hands and offering a sincere apology to her lady for the long wait. Elizabeth emphasizes that they have very little time, immediately asking why absolutely no one has done anything to help her. She presses further, asking if her father and the king have at least heard about what happened. Mireille lowers her head with a deeply worried expression, letting out a hesitant sigh as she tries to find the right words. Looking entirely deflated, Mireille delivers the devastating truth, explaining that they only said Elizabeth will figure something out and clean up Fried's mess. She sadly adds that she is afraid they will not be returning anytime soon, leaving Elizabeth standing frozen in total disbelief. Frustration boils over inside the dark cell as Elizabeth grits her teeth. She realizes that her father and the king simply expect her to handle everything on her own yet again. The bad news only continues to pile up. Mireille stands downcast in the stone hallway, reluctantly informing her lady that malicious rumors are actively spreading outside, threatening to completely tarnish Elizabeth's honor. Hearing this, Elizabeth looks over in surprise, asking what rumors she could possibly be talking about. People throughout the kingdom are whispering that Elizabeth tried to murder Lady Sylvia out of pure jealousy, and that she is deliberately getting involved in politics just to seize the prince's power. Elizabeth directly asks Mireille if she managed to learn the true source behind these nasty rumors. Mireille confirms the dark truth, explaining that after investigating, she discovered His Highness used his own people to spread the lies, nearly calling the prince a waste of space before catching herself. A smirking image of Fried looms over the scene as Mireille firmly states that these are undoubtedly nothing but groundless accusations. The maid expresses deep concern, fearing that many people will ultimately believe these rumors to be true. Elizabeth bows her head slightly, closing her eyes as she absorbs the gravity of the situation. Mireille continues her report with a troubled expression, her voice full of hesitation as she turns her attention to Elizabeth's business. She cautiously moves to deliver the next piece of worrying news regarding the lady's firm. She reveals the full extent of the prince's actions. The maid explains that the prince ordered an investigation into the company after officially deeming Elizabeth a traitor to the nation. Furthermore, he is already placing merchants and nobles directly under his control into key positions at the firm, prompting a shocked reaction from Elizabeth. Elizabeth quietly reflects on this, stating that she originally set up the firm strictly for charity work and to provide aid to the poor, leaving her unable to see what His Highness could possibly hope to gain from taking it over. Looking down thoughtfully, Mireille points out that Elizabeth's firm is one of the most well-connected businesses in the entire kingdom, meaning the prince must have a deeper motive. Clenching her hands tightly against her apron out of frustration, Mireille acknowledges that it is not her place to ask, but she directly questions why her lady continues to devote herself so completely to this country. Elizabeth repeats the question back to herself because she is caught completely off guard by Mireille's sudden question. Elizabeth states calmly that she is a noble lady, and that protecting the nation and caring for its citizens are simply her duties. The words cause Mireille to look down with an emotional expression. She speaks softly, saying she respects her lady deeply and reminds her that Elizabeth saved her when her own house fell to ruin. Mireille reflects that without the lady's kindness, she would have ended up as a slave or a beggar, yet Elizabeth chose to make her a trusted confidant instead, prompting Elizabeth to look back at her attentively from inside the cell. The built-up emotion suddenly bursts forth as Mireille screams out that she despises this country. Elizabeth watches in utter shock as her maid passionately explains that the people of this nation treat the lady like a convenient tool they can simply discard whenever they want. Mireille's anger turns toward the rulers, her face contorted with frustration as she declares how much she hates that the masses believe the absolute worst about Elizabeth when all the lady does is help them. She fiercely adds that she deeply despises Duke Leyston and the king for completely ignoring Elizabeth in her most dire moment. Elizabeth stands completely stunned by the intense display of loyalty. Mireille delivers one final emotional statement, asserting that above all else, she loathes the prince for failing to see the lady's true worth. Staring directly into her maid's fiercely dedicated eyes, a profound realization washes over Elizabeth as she quietly observes how much Mireille truly cares. Our girl reflects on her past, remembering how she devoted her life to the nation and Prince Fried as his future wife ever since she came into this world. Standing amidst the silhouetted memories of noble crowds and the prince embracing another woman, she recalls how she tirelessly studied martial arts, magic, and etiquette, never allowing herself to make friends, only to be left questioning why she did it all. Deep in the darkness of her own thoughts, a sudden clarity washes over Elizabeth as she realizes the truth. She asks herself what the point of it all was, finally ready to let go of her past devotion. An explosive force shatters the silence of the dungeon as Elizabeth forcefully slams her fist directly into the solid stone wall of her cell. As dust settles and the thick stone wall begins to crumble away into a giant hole, Mireille watches in open-mouthed astonishment as her lady softly thanks her for her honesty. A confident smile spreads across Elizabeth's face as she looks directly at her maid, declaring that Mireille has finally opened her eyes. With absolute resolve in her gaze, she delivers a bold new plan, inviting her trusted confidant to escape this damned country together. Mireille clasps her hands together, a look of profound relief lighting up her face as she addresses her mistress. Elizabeth extends her hand, channeling her magical abilities as a bright energy glows from her palm. She sets a definitive timeline, stating that they will make their departure in 5 days. Our girl gestures toward a perfectly formed replica of herself appearing in the cell, explaining her plan to leave an ice doll in her stead to maintain the deception. Mireille nods in understanding, her expression turning confident as Elizabeth adds that they will use her own magic spell, illusion, to completely conceal them and ensure their escape. Our girl coordinates the final details through the iron bars, ordering Mireille to arrange a meeting with a specific person before the designated day arrives. Mireille bows her head politely, assuring her lady that she will fulfill the request immediately. The maid directly asks how the firm should be handled under these new circumstances. Elizabeth places a thoughtful hand to her chin, calmly deciding to let the prince go ahead and replace their people for now. Elizabeth outlines her strategy, instructing Mireille to tell their workers to leave the country entirely and wait for further instructions. She confidently adds that once she is firmly established abroad, she will contact them directly so they can all move forward together. She continues detailing her escape plan, requesting that a few of their people remain behind in the capital because they will need them to gather intelligence. She then asks Mireille if she has anything to add to the strategy. Mireille pauses, responding with all due respect before pointing out a glaring oversight. The maid explicitly suggests that her lady do something about the massive hole blown into the cell wall. Elizabeth slowly turns her head, looking back at the shattered masonry. Our girl quickly agrees, realizing she will be in deep trouble if anyone happens to see the broken wall. From the corridor, Mireille reassures her, noting that fixing it will be a complete breeze with the lady's divine artifact, while Elizabeth looks on with focus. Mireille smiles warmly from the hallway, offering a heartfelt blessing for her lady's upcoming journey. Elizabeth looks back at her trusted confidant, quietly offering her sincere thanks. The conversation draws to a close as Mireille prepares to depart, announcing that she will now return with her report. Elizabeth watches her leave from inside the iron cell bars, declaring that everything is absolutely perfect for their plan. Turning back toward the shattered masonry, Elizabeth prepares to act, raising her hand to invoke her powers. She reflects on the fundamental nature of the world, noting that all living beings possess internal mana. The ability to consciously control it using reason and theory is what everyone calls magic. Elizabeth's thoughts drift toward a vintage illustration of a magician's workshop filled with old books, an active cauldron, and alchemical tools. She recalls that a magician's intense training ultimately culminates in a grand achievement, which is the creation of a divine artifact. A divine artifact allows someone to materialize their inner mana into a physical tool. She notes that these creations differ greatly between people, with some taking the shape of swords or spears, as shown by the silhouetted forms of armored warriors. Channeling her own distinct energy, she calls upon her unique tool, ready to reveal what her divine artifact can do. Our girl manifests her unique abilities, which have taken the form of powerful books known as the Seven Grimoires. Holding one of the beautifully detailed covers in her hand, she calls upon the specific power of the grimoire of Beelzebub. Elizabeth reflects on the true nature of her book, noting that the grimoire of Beelzebub specifically lets her record magic spells. She considers the standard rules of magic, noting that theoretically, a person cannot use a spell unless they have a natural affinity for its specific attribute. However, she bypasses this rule completely by recording other people's spells directly into her own grimoire. She points her hand outward to channel her magical powers. She notes to herself that even though she naturally only has an affinity for water spells, using her divine artifact allows her to break standard limitations. Focusing her intent on the broken wall, Elizabeth calls out the word stone wall to trigger her magic. As a glowing magic circle rises from the pages of her open book, a sudden impact sounds through the cell, allowing her to easily cast earth spells and completely restore the broken masonry. She remarks that this recording trait also applies to hypnosis, the dark attribute spell she used to control the prison guard. Standing nearby, she snaps her fingers to break the enchantment. The armored guard suddenly lets out a gasp as the spell lifts, waking up to find himself sitting on the dungeon floor without any memory of what happened. The prison guard looks around in complete confusion, completely unaware that his mind was just under another person's command. He scratches his head and wonders out loud what he was doing just a moment ago. Elizabeth watches the guard's confusion through the bars of her cell. A clever, knowing smile spreads across her face as she quietly notes to herself that it looks like she is going to be very busy ahead. 5 days pass by in the capital, shifting the scene to a quiet room late at night. A young man rubs his tense neck after hours of writing, letting out a tired sigh of relief as he announces that he has finally finished writing his official report. Seated at a wooden desk covered in scattered paperwork, Viscount Lucas Lebrick, the ambassador of the Empire, relaxes back in his chair. He stretches his tired arms and sighs happily that he can finally go home. Reflecting on the chaos he witnessed, Lucas thinks back to how he originally came to celebrate the founding of the Kingdom of Haldoria, unable to believe the shocking events that took place. Lucas stares up at the ceiling with a grim expression. He speaks his thoughts aloud, declaring that the prince's public behavior was disgraceful, to say the absolute least. He continues his train of thought, while looking toward the memory of Prince Fried and Sylvie. He mutters quietly that the citizens of Haldoria will surely suffer under such a foolish future king. Lucas shifts his gaze as he contrasts the prince's foolishness with Elizabeth's remarkable reaction to the accusation. He reflects on how, unlike the hot-headed prince, Lady Elizabeth kept her composure perfectly, just as he had expected from her reputation. In his mind's eye, Lucas pictures the true scale of Elizabeth's hidden power, imagining her standing formidably with her magical book open in front of a battalion of heavily armored soldiers. He notes to himself that she has been the strategic mind behind most of the kingdom's recent advances, recalling that at the tender age of 10, she fiercely led troops into battle and inflicted considerable damage on the empire in the previous war. He remarks that as an imperial subject, he could not be more pleased that Haldoria willingly discarded their ultimate trump card. Suddenly, an anxious voice interrupts his scheming, loudly calling out his title. An attendant pushes open the door to the office, nervously delivering the message that Lucas has an unexpected visitor. Surprised by the timing, Lucas looks up from his desk and questions who could possibly be visiting this late at night. The hesitant attendant looks over toward the entranceway, struggling to explain as a mysterious armored figure stands waiting just outside the threshold. Shock takes hold of the office as the late-night visitor steps through the doorway. Lucas recoils in sheer disbelief, his voice shaking as he calls out the name of King Bullet of Haldoria. Lucas desperately tries to understand the situation, backing away from his desk while questioning how this is possible. He asks the king why he is there, pointing out that he was supposed to have left the country entirely to attend a crucial diplomatic meeting. Up close, a confident grin spreads across the king's bearded face as he prepares to explain. The king offers an apology for tricking the ambassador in this manner. Lucas can only stare forward in complete confusion. The king turns his gaze slightly to the side and calls out to Mire, who promptly voices her agreement. With a sharp clap of her hands, Mireille activates her magical abilities, causing a brilliant burst of white light to suddenly explode in the middle of the room. Lucas shields his eyes from the blinding flash, completely caught off guard as a soft, familiar voice speaks out through the glowing energy, stating that it is a pleasure to meet him. As the bright illusion completely shatters like shards of broken glass, Elizabeth stands revealed in the doorway, curtsying politely as she introduces herself as Elizabeth from House Leyston. Looking directly at the ambassador, Elizabeth asks Lucas to forgive her for concealing her true identity just to come and see him. Lucas gaps in utter astonishment upon recognizing Lady Elizabeth standing right inside his private quarters. Sweating nervously, the ambassador questions if she is not supposed to be locked away in jail. A subtle smile plays on Elizabeth's lips as she slyly replies that his understanding of her situation will make their conversation go much faster. With complete confidence and warmth, she announces that she would highly appreciate being granted political asylum within the empire. Lucas stammers in hesitation, trying to find a reason to object while noting that he understands her fury with Prince Fried. He attempts to reassure her by adding that the king and her father, the prime minister, will eventually return to handle the mess, so there is absolutely no need for that. But Elizabeth cuts him off seamlessly, addressing him by name. Our girl turns the conversation onto the current state of public opinion, directly asking Lucas if he is fully aware of the dreadful rumors spreading wildly about her. Looking away with an uncomfortable expression, Lucas softly sighs and admits that he is indeed aware of them. Elizabeth lets out a cynical, bright laugh as she details her grievances against the kingdom. She explains that the crown prince was not the only one who trampled over her, as even the regular citizens treated her just as terribly. Looking toward the ambassador, she points out that asking her to simply forget everything and still dedicate herself to this country is asking far too much. She places her hand over her chest, calmly explaining the depth of her political influence. She notes that she was deeply involved in the country's politics and partook in everything from administration to military affairs. Because of this massive role, she recognizes that her sudden disappearance will inevitably cause widespread unrest, and she is certain that many people will suffer because of it. Looking forward with clear conviction, she states plainly that the fate of the nation is simply no longer her problem. Elizabeth points out the complete unfairness of her situation while Mireille stands supportively behind her. She explains that she devoted all of her time and energy to the kingdom and its citizens, yet she received absolutely nothing but contempt in return for her dedication. Lucas directly asks Elizabeth what she intends to do next if he chooses to agree to her request. Looking toward him with a steady profile, Elizabeth's voice carries a chilling certainty as a close-up of her face shows her replying that her plan is really quite simple. Our girl places a hand over her heart. She boldly declares her ultimate goal, stating with absolute resolve that she will take revenge on the kingdom of Haldoria and crush it completely with her own two hands. Inside the private quarters, Lucas' voice shakes as he loudly asks Elizabeth if she truly wants to take revenge. Looking back at the ambassador, Elizabeth directly confirms that her goal is indeed to destroy the country. She placidly points out that while she is fairly strong, she cannot challenge an entire kingdom head-on. Lucas sweats nervously and struggles to comprehend the declaration, asking if that is really what she is implying. Looking out toward her, Lucas asks if she wants military backing from the Empire. Elizabeth details her strategic intent, explaining that since the Empire and her kingdom have always been at odds, she plans to utilize the Empire's strength to achieve her goal. Extending an open hand forward, she acknowledges the political reality by stating she knows he would not help her for free. Elizabeth's gaze turns fiercely intense and focused as she firmly clenches her hand into a tight fist. With complete resolve, she states that she will crush the kingdom and directly offer him the spoils of war. Lucas reflects on the terms of the arrangement, listening intently as Elizabeth adds that the alliance is a fair matter of give and take where they will both benefit from the collaboration. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he processes the magnitude of the deal before closing his eyes and letting out a sigh, formally stating that he accepts the terms. He calmly announces that he will allow her to join their side. Lucas clarifies his immediate terms with a serious look, gesturing forward as he explains the conditions. He states that he cannot immediately send her to the imperial capital. Instead, he mandates that she must remain in his territory on the border until he finishes monitoring her, adding strictly that she will not be free to wander as she pleases. Looking down thoughtfully, Elizabeth receives the conditions. She states smoothly that the arrangement is fine by her, silently reflecting to herself that this temporary setup is more than enough for now. As the final details are settled late at night outside the building, Lucas voices his anticipation for a fruitful collaboration. Meanwhile, Elizabeth fixes her mind on the long path ahead, silently noting that she just needs to earn the ambassador's trust one step at a time. The scene then transitions to the massive stone walls of the northern gate at the royal capital of the Kingdom of Haldoria, where armed guards stand watch at the open entrance. A horse-drawn carriage rattles loudly along a tree-lined road as it approaches the heavy stone gateway. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoes from the side, ordering the carriage to halt immediately. The carriage driver confidently calls out to the guard, stating that he is with the Utyr Empire's ambassador and identifying the vehicle as Lord Lucas's carriage. Recognizing the high-status transport, the guard apologizes for stopping them and bids them to proceed. Inside the carriage, Lucas looks sideways with a bead of sweat on his face, lightly chiding Elizabeth not to jest when she comments that ambassadors surely receive special treatment and notes she would have never made it out of the capital so easily by herself. Lucas looks across the interior of the moving carriage and points out that Elizabeth managed to find her way out of the capital just fine on her own. Sitting comfortably on the opposite bench, Elizabeth offers a pleasant smile. Elizabeth turns her attention to the ambassador and praises his quick decision-making. She confidently states that even he would have struggled to sneak her out if he had hesitated any longer. Lucas looks over at her sideways with a tense, sweating profile, quietly absorbing her words. Lucas questions if it's because of her divine artifact. Elizabeth lets out a light chuckle and acknowledges that even the Empire is well aware of her unique power, as she raises her hand which begins to emit a brilliant, magical glow. Elizabeth proudly presents one of her powerful books, explaining that her grimoire of wisdom records any information she has seen or heard at least once. She admits that while she cannot use it as a weapon in the military sense, its pages hold countless state secrets, adding that her sudden absence will cause widespread unrest in the castle. Lucas watches her in silent amazement, staring at the glowing tome with a serious expression. Lucas shifts uncomfortably and asks Elizabeth if she should really be sharing all of this secret information with him. Elizabeth maintains a calm, composed profile as she firmly replies that since she is seeking refuge in the Empire, she fully intends to provide as much assistance as she possibly can. She silently questions why she would ever mind speaking about a grimoire that does not even exist. Elizabeth reflects internally on the massive web of deception she has spun surrounding her magical powers. She notes that the book she displayed is actually the Grimoire of Lucifer, which is one of the 7 grimoires and possesses entirely different capabilities beside the ones she just described. She thinks to herself that she fed the exact same lie to her father and the king, while Mireille stands nearby looking out the window, completely unaware that her lady has only ever revealed 4 of her true grimoires to her. In a chilling tone, she advises that he should absolutely not recommend handing her over to the imperial authorities. Lucas looks forward, letting out a confused exclamation as he struggles to comprehend her warning. Our girl quickly changes her demeanor back to a polite tone, offering her sincere thanks to Lord Lucas. She states that she deeply appreciates him letting her stay in his border territory and promises to fully repay her debt to him. Lucas looks back at her with a tensed face and a bead of sweat, trying to steady his nerves as she declares that she is absolutely sure of herself. Elizabeth continues her quiet warning, stating that she can offer more than the Emperor would if he ever decided to hand her over to the authorities. A few days pass by as the scene shifts to the Lebrick Viscounty, where town buildings line the streets. From the window of a traveling carriage, Elizabeth peers out with interest, observing a diverse crowd that includes animal-faced demi-humans and elves walking through the public paths. Elizabeth notes to the ambassador that she has noticed people of many different races living together in this place. Seated across from her inside the carriage, Lucas gestures warmly and explains that the Utyr Empire is highly diverse. Lucas explains from inside the carriage that many nations are under their rule, and they firmly believe in respecting every culture. As the horse-drawn carriage travels down the stone-paved street past the local citizens, he adds that his viscounty is located on the fringes of the empire, noting that there is also a nearby dungeon that is quite popular with adventurers. Looking out the window, Elizabeth sees young townspeople waving cheerfully and calling out to welcome their lord home. Amused by the warm reception, Elizabeth lets out a soft giggle, prompting a completely surprised and confused expression from Lucas. Elizabeth notes that he is quite popular among his people. Looking out toward the town buildings, Lucas explains that he may not look the part, but he treats his people earnestly. The scene then transitions to the interior of the Grand Lebrick residence. Lucas addresses Elizabeth over a freshly prepared tray of tea, asking if he may inquire about her future plans. Our girl lifts her teacup with a calm expression, stating that she has something else to address before delving into those details. Sitting across from him in the living area, Elizabeth directly tells Lord Lucas that she has 2 requests to make. Lucas listens closely from his position on the opposite couch, bidding her to go right ahead. Elizabeth states her first request, explaining that she would like his official approval to conduct business in this city. Looking down thoughtfully, she notes that after all, she will definitely need money if she is to accomplish anything moving forward. Lucas readily grants his permission, noting that he will allow it since he knows she used to manage a major firm. He adds that a promising business will surely strengthen the local economy. Hearing his compliance, Elizabeth politely offers her sincere thanks to the Lord. Our girl presents her second request with a pleasant smile, politely asking if he would kindly lend her 100 gold coins. Lucas stares back with a highly serious, analyzing expression, resting his chin on his fingers as he notes that she is asking for a truly significant sum. Elizabeth acknowledges his reaction, stating calmly that she can entirely understand his hesitation. She prompts him to take a look at a document she is holding out, prompting Luca to ask if that is a magic contract. Lucas gasps in absolute shock from across the room. Elizabeth gestures toward the signed document, outlining the high stakes of their agreement. She explains that the contract explicitly states she must pay back double the money within a single year, adding that if she fails to do so, she shall legally become his slave. Looking toward the page, she notes that he will either receive his money back or gain an incredibly valuable slave. Lucas panics completely at the dangerous proposition, sweating and shouting out to ask if she has completely lost her mind. Elizabeth remains totally unbothered by his outburst, simply questioning what the problem could possibly be. Gesturing confidently toward the space between them, she firmly declares that 1 year is all the time she will ever need to completely cover the table in gold. A clear sound echoes through the street as a hand opens the cloth pouch, revealing a small cluster of shiny round gold coins resting at the very top. Our girl smiles brightly as she holds a heavy cloth sack in both hands. With an optimistic tone, she announces that they have officially secured their starting capital. Standing in the middle of a stone-paved street, Elizabeth remarks that setting up a firm is highly expensive, warning that they must be careful with how they spend their funds. Looking up at her lady, Mireille listens attentively and firmly agrees with the assessment. Mireille points out the next logistical hurdles, explaining that they will need a building because an address is strictly required to register the new firm. Elizabeth listens thoughtfully, turning her profile to acknowledge the point for their budget. Elizabeth adopts a focused expression as she pinches a single coin between her fingers. Looking ahead, she states that they should simply make do with 1 gold coin. The scene transitions to the exterior of a heavily dilapidated, old house overgrown with thick vines and covered by boarded-up windows. Elizabeth and Mireille stand together on the dirt road outside. Mireille voices her concerns, pointing out that the entire house is completely in ruins. Elizabeth attempts to stay optimistic, reasoning with a nervous smile that nobody truly knows yet and suggesting it might look much better once they step inside. She then reaches her hand out toward the front door. The moment the door opens, a heavy thud echoes through the air as thick clouds of dust erupt from inside the dark building. Mireille panics immediately, frantically stating that this is absolutely no place for her lady, but Elizabeth firmly insists that they simply have no choice in the matter. Looking down at the broken building from the stone-paved street, Elizabeth calmly rationalizes their situation. She explains to her maid that they must make heavy compromises if they want to acquire a building and land for the price of just 1 gold coin. Our girl looks around the messy interior, noting that it is still far too dirty and deciding they should start by cleaning the place up. Mireille waves her hands in a panicked frenzy, begging her mistress to allow her to handle the chores instead. Turning her profile away with a calm look, Elizabeth quietly cuts her off by calling out Mireille's name. Elizabeth explicitly instructs Mireille to stop calling her my lady, explaining that because they are fugitives, they must avoid drawing any unnecessary attention until they have successfully restored their power. Mireille looks back in complete shock and confusion, frantically questioning what she should call her mistress instead. Elizabeth places a thoughtful hand against her chin, calmly deciding that she will go by the name Ellie Lays from now on. Sweating nervously, Mireille asks if the name Miss Ellie is fine, to which Elizabeth pleasantly agrees before directly asking if they shall finally begin cleaning up the property. So, from now on we are going to call her Ellie. Looking out toward the heavily boarded windows of the rundown building, Ellie silently marks the dilapidated house as their official new headquarters and the first true step toward achieving her absolute revenge. 3 days pass by as a hand carefully mounts a new wooden sign onto the exterior of the building. Stepping back as the installation is successfully completed, a voice proudly declares that the job is finally done. Mireille hangs the sign securely in place, which proudly reads Trader Commercial Firm in clear lettering. Turning back with a pleasant smile, she looks toward her mistress and asks how it looks to her. Looking up at the building's exterior from the street, Ellie smiles pleasantly and remarks to herself that Trader Commercial Firm has a very nice ring to it. Standing on the stone-paved street, Ellie ponders their business direction after Mireille asks if they will focus on selling cosmetics like before. Our girl clarifies that they will do so someday, but notes that they currently lack the necessary facilities or personnel for such an operation. Mireille stands by the latter and inquires what they will sell instead. Ellie confidently holds up a solid rectangular bar, presenting it with a bright smile as she declares that this item will serve as their very first product. The maid inspects the item closely and notes that it is quite nice, though she points out the market limitation that one can only sell so much soap. Ellie remains completely unfazed, stating calmly that her observation is perfectly fine because this initial venture is merely a stepping stone for their broader plans. The scene shifts to the interior of a quiet chapel within the Church of Ibris, where rows of empty wooden benches lead toward the altar. Ellie approaches a resident priest standing near a stone statue and offers a polite greeting. Placing a hand over her heart with a warm smile, she introduces herself as Ellie, explaining that she is starting a local business and came to pray for its success before politely asking if he minds if she sits down for a moment. The priest welcomes Ellie warmly, telling her to feel free. Suddenly, a child's voice calling out for their father cuts through the quiet chapel, causing Ellie to turn her head in surprise. A cheerful child runs forward with a bright smile, flashing a peace sign while happily announcing that they earned a lot today. Another smiling young boy follows closely behind him, loudly confirming the success. The priest praises the children for doing well, but gently requests that they tell him all about it later since he is currently busy with a visitor. The boys agree enthusiastically as a nun steps forward to guide them away from the altar area. Ellie listens quietly as the priest explains the situation behind the church's finances. He notes that they run an orphanage right next to the church, explaining that while their liege, Lord Lucas, officially sponsors them, the funding hardly covers all of the operational fees. The priest watches the children leave with the nun, explaining that after the orphans somehow found out about the money troubles, they decided to help by pulling weeds around the barracks and performing all kinds of odd jobs. He sighs that he is deeply ashamed to rely on children for support, but Ellie listens with a soft smile and kindly tells him not to be. Ellie smiles warmly at the priest, reassuring him that she is absolutely certain the children know exactly how much he cares for them. Our girl states that the priest's genuine care was clear at first glance. The priest looks up at her with a touched expression, softly replying that those are such kind words. Ellie places her hand gracefully over her chest and asks the priest to please allow her to offer a small contribution to the church. The priest smiles brightly and begins to express his sincere gratitude, but he suddenly freezes in complete shock as a heavy clink echoes through the room. He stares down at his own trembling hands in sheer disbelief, sweating as he realizes he is holding multiple gold coins. Panicking at the sight of the fortune, he exclaims that he cannot possibly accept such a large amount, but Ellie stands firm with her back turned, gently insisting that he keep it. She turns around with a bright, charming smile to ease the priest's worries. She asks what a merchant would ever be without customers, explaining that she sees future customers in these very children, and confidently adds that supporting them is simply a form of long-term investment to her. The priest watches Ellie leave with a deeply grateful expression, offering a soft murmur of thanks to her. Ellie walks gracefully down the empty stone-paved street of the town. As she passes by the timber-framed buildings, a familiar voice suddenly calls out her chosen name from behind. Mireille walks briskly forward along the path, reporting that she has successfully completed the task that was requested of her. Standing near the building, Ellie turns and directly asks how it went, to which Mireille confidently confirms that everything proceeded completely without a hitch. Mireille details her promotional efforts, explaining that she actively approached maids working for noble houses and provided them with the soap bars. She notes that she specifically told them the items were entirely free samples to generate interest. Walking together along the stone street, Ellie delivers her next instructions, stating that the soap will go on sale tomorrow exactly as planned and mandating that they must tightly control their stock instead of selling to just anyone. She adds that they should mark up their product to be slightly more expensive than the competition, prompting a worried look from Mireille as she hesitatingly asks if her lady is absolutely sure about the strategy. Looking toward her maid, she explains that quality soap like this could easily sell at a higher price. She calls out to Mireille, firmly reminding her that this entire venture is simply a stepping stone for their broader plans. Ellie outlines their strategy further, noting that they are actively aiming for brand recognition and building ties with highly influential people. She emphasizes that she wants people to see a bar of soap and immediately think of Trader, declaring with complete resolve that their true payback officially starts tomorrow. Turning around with a vibrant, cheerful smile, she encourages Mireille to come on, excitedly shouting that they are going to make an absolute killing. Inside the building holding the sign for the Trader commercial firm, Mireille presents the latest financial documents to Ellie, announcing that she has brought the earnings for the month. Looking down attentively, Ellie rustles through the paperwork as she prepares to review the firm's progress. Our girl breaks into a confident, knowing smile as she reflects on their commercial journey, noting internally that exactly 3 months have passed since their very first bars of soap hit the market shelves. Ellie notes that skincare products are bound to captivate noble ladies no matter where they go. She remembers how their clever strategy of distributing free samples to local maids succeeded completely in sparking the curiosity and interest of their high society masters, allowing their overall sales to steadily grow. Ellie inquires from her seat about how their latest face lotion, body milk, and shampoo lines are faring. Standing with her back turned to check their inventory shelves, Mireille reports that absolutely everything has sold out completely and they are already fully booked on customer pre-orders, adding that anyone who catches wind of their products immediately bombards the firm with requests. Ellie looks up from her desk and instructs Mireille to carefully survey all potential customers and only accept a chosen handful of them. Ellie reaches forward with another document to show her. Our girl instructs Mireille to share the usual amount of their earnings between the orphanage and their other regular charities. Mireille readily complies, noting that the resident priest will undoubtedly be as grateful for the support as ever. Looking over her records, Ellie voices her profound satisfaction regarding their strategic alliance, noting that she is genuinely glad they formed good relations with the Church of Ibris. Observing that her mistress has been working hard, Ellie pauses and thoughtfully suggests taking a little break. The maid offers to bring a light meal over to ease the burden of the day's tasks. Ellie declines the offer of a light snack, stating that there is no need since she is absolutely starved. Smiling cheerfully, she instead suggests going out for a proper meal together. Seated at a lively local tavern with plates of sausages and side dishes laid out before them, Ellie observes that Trader has successfully built an impressive reputation and become quite famous. She declares that it is finally time for them to take things up a notch. Mireille firmly agrees with the plan to elevate their business, reminding her mistress that they must act as quickly as possible. She emphasizes that the clock is steadily ticking down on the strict financial contract Ellie signed with Lord Lucas. Hearing the reminder, Ellie shifts the conversation toward their commercial opposition, directly asking how their main competitor is currently doing. Mireille reports on the rival company, explaining that the Gazaru commercial firm has not done anything suspicious or conspicuous just yet. Hearing the update, Ellie sits thoughtfully at the table and tells Mireille to keep a very close eye on them. Our girl thoughtfully places a finger near her lips, reasoning that it must irritate the rival firm to watch them simply walk in and steal their wealthiest customers. She reflects that the competition will undoubtedly try to get even, adding that she heavily doubts they are above using dirty tricks to undermine them. Turning fully toward her maid, she commands Mireille to make absolutely sure of a critical precaution. Ellie demands that they ensure the competition never gets their hands on the secret soap recipe. She explicitly stresses to Mireille that this high-quality product is their ultimate lifeline. Mireille reassures her mistress, stating that she is fully aware of the stakes and confirming that the recipe is securely locked away inside the firm's vault so there is no need to worry. Ellie replies that this is very good to hear, entirely unaware that a nearby person with wavy hair is quietly listening to their entire conversation in total silence. Inside the grand office of the Gazaru commercial firm, a furious uproar shatters the silence as an object is violently smashed against the floor. Gazaru Jackman, the chair of the firm, shakes his clenched fist in absolute rage while loudly cursing the insufferable brats who are disrupting his business. Slamming his hand down onto his desk, Gazaru aggressively vents his frustration, shouting that Trader keeps taking their valuable customers. Watching the intense outburst with a worried look, his standing assistant raises a hand and frantically begs his superior to please calm down. The assistant tries to rationalize the situation, noting that while their own toiletry line is currently underperforming, the firm itself is still going quite strong. He adds that Trader is merely a small company struggling to fulfill its orders and expand, but Gazaru Jackman immediately cuts him off by harshly branding him a total fool. Turning his head away in sheer anger, he barks out that the rival firm is deliberately hand-picking their customers strictly to spite them. The unexpected revelation leaves his assistant standing behind him in complete shock. Gazaru continues his furious explanation, gritting his teeth as he notes that Trader is actively rejecting unruly customers. Gazaru grits his teeth as he reviews their commercial decline, noting with great annoyance that some of their buyers have openly started complaining about the quality of their own soap. He reflects that these customers used to love their product, but now they are aggressively demanding that the firm stock Trader's superior goods instead. He points out that Trader's carefully selected customers are incredibly influential within high society. He warns that if they choose to target Trader directly, the rival firm will easily wield that elite customer base against them. Suddenly, a sharp knocking sound rings out from the office door, cutting through their discussion. The office door opens slightly to reveal a wavy-haired man named Grants, who nervously steps inside and asks to be excused. Gazaru immediately snaps at the interruption, aggressively demanding to know what he wants and questioning if he has simply come to bother him for money again. He barks that Grants has a lot of nerve showing up considering he never contributes anything, while his assistant looks on as Grants frantically tries to explain that he is misunderstood. Standing with his arms tightly crossed, Gazaru looks super irritated as Grant stammers over his words, completely unable to finish his sentence. Losing the last of his patience, Gazaru lets out a ferocious roar and commands him to spit it out, completely terrifying Grants in the process. Grants frantically panics under the immense pressure, desperately shouting out that he has valuable information regarding the Trader commercial firm. Hearing the sudden revelation, Gazaru instantly shifts his demeanor, narrowing his eyes with a cold gaze, to question if that is truly the case. Losing his patience with the standing assistant, Gazaru bluntly orders him to get out of his sight. The assistant quickly complies and promises to leave at once. Left standing in the room, Grants lowers his head with a look of deep worry and hesitantly confesses that he overheard the girls talking. Grants explains that they explicitly said their secret soap recipe is locked away inside their firm's safe. Gazaru absorbs the strategic revelation, narrowing his eyes with a highly serious look to demand if Grants is absolutely sure about this information. He directly asks exactly where Grants managed to hear such a thing. Grants looks back and clarifies that he personally saw the girls from Trader at a downtown restaurant. Grants details the encounter, explaining how both Ellie and Mireille sat right behind his table completely by chance. He notes that while they were whispering their plans, he knows exactly what he heard. Gazaru places a thoughtful hand to his chin, quietly murmuring that he sees what is going on. He calculates the massive potential of the situation, reflecting internally that he could easily sell the exact same high-quality soap himself if he simply managed to seize their secret recipe. A dark, plotting grin begins to spread across his face as a malicious thought takes firm hold of his mind. Gazaru continues plotting in secret, noting to himself that the Trader brand name is starting to carry serious weight in the local market. He schemes that selling his own manufactured version under their established identity would guarantee far greater financial profits, realizing he can easily pretend that he merely bought a batch of their soap to resell it. He calculates his next financial move, realizing that once the name is yours, he could easily mark up the retail price by several times what Trader currently charges. Suddenly, he turns his focus back to the room and loudly calls out Grants's name, causing the wavy-haired man to let out a startled flinch and frantically respond. With a firm, authoritative tone, Gazaru commands Grants to forget absolutely everything he just heard regarding the rival firm. As he delivers the instruction, he tosses a jingling pouch of coins across the room, leaving Grant staring down at the money in complete dismay while questioning the sudden order to stay quiet. Gazaru narrows his eyes into a fierce, intimidating glare, aggressively demanding to know if he has not made himself perfectly clear. Terrified by the intense pressure, Grants quickly shouts out his compliance before the heavy office door is violently slammed shut behind him. Alone at last, a sinister chuckle escapes Gazaru's lips as his malicious plan falls perfectly into place. Standing alone in the center of his lavish office, he throws his arms out wide and lets out a roar of laughter. Gazaru Jackman a malicious, calculating smirk as he vows to make those insufferable brats wait and see, confidently declaring to himself that he will show them exactly how grown-ups do business. 2 full months pass by in the territory. Adjusting the elegant cravat around her neck, Ellie looks forward into a mirror with a confident expression, quietly murmuring to herself that everything is absolutely perfect. As Ellie enters the main room, Mireille greets her warmly with a cheerful good morning, adding that she is nearly finished preparing their breakfast. Ellie accepts the pleasant update, offering a polite word of thanks. Suddenly, a soft bird call draws Mireille's attention toward the nearby open window. Mireille gently receives a small messenger bird at the window, noting immediately that she has obtained this month's official report directly from the capital. Looking over with focused interest, Ellie directly asks what piece of news the report contains. Mireille delivers the detailed text from the capital, explaining that Lady Sylvia Lockett has officially become His Highness Prince Fried's new fiancée. She nearly utters a harsh insult about the woman before catching her words, while a vibrant image of the smiling prince holding Sylvia close amidst a backdrop of lilies highlights the distant situation. She lets out a sudden gasp of shock as she scans the contents of the newly arrived report. Ellie watches her from across the room and calls out her name, sensing the sudden tension. Clenching the document tightly in her hands, Mireille looks toward her mistress with a deeply troubled expression, struggling to find the words to deliver the rest of the news. She directly reveals the devastating truth from the capital, explaining that Ellie has officially been declared an enemy of the kingdom and is actively wanted for high treason. Narrowing her eyes with a cold, analytical gaze, Ellie quietly observes that this development sounds exactly like the doing of her father, Duke Leyston. Ellie calmly processes the betrayal, noting that her father is throwing her to the wolves by affirming Prince Fried's false claims strictly so he can protect his own position and the royal family's prestige. Hearing this ruthless strategy, Mireille panics completely in the background, shouting out in absolute disbelief that a father could be willing to completely discard his own daughter. Looking away with a serious profile, Ellie reflects deeply on her father's true nature, recognizing that Duke Leyston has only ever been concerned about the state of the kingdom and the royal family. She realizes that her sudden disappearance from the prison cell merely pushed him to defend the prince's honor entirely at her own expense. Mireille reacts with deep disgust, denouncing Duke Leyston as a total monster for abandoning his family. Ellie calmly responds that she is incredibly angry as well, but for the time being, she focuses on the task at hand. Taking the written report into her own hands, she moves decisively to deal with the document. Ellie raises her hand and uses her magic to set the treason document ablaze, calmly stating that she is far too busy to let this setback bother her. As the paperwork crumbles into a bright fire, Ellie declares that her grand revenge is already well underway. She reflects coldly that the flames of her fury will completely devour her enemies in due time. Ellie turns away from the fire, noting with chilling finality that she will not stop until nothing but ashes remain of the kingdom. Watching her mistress deliver the severe warning with absolute resolve, Mireille looks on with a deeply worried expression, softly whispering Ellie's name. The intense atmosphere is suddenly shattered as a loud, aggressive banging echoes from the entrance. Ellie looks up from the main table in surprise, questioning who could possibly be visiting them this early in the morning. Mireille quickly volunteers to answer the door and steps forward to open it. However, the moment she looks out, her face turns pale with shock, frantically yelling out a command to wait as a sudden wave of panic takes hold. Ignoring Mireille's desperate warning, a group of armed guards forcefully burst straight through the entrance with heavy thuds. They stride aggressively into the room, surrounding Ellie and Mireille within their own headquarters. Mireille reacts furiously to the sudden intrusion, shouting out to ask what they think they are doing. A stern-faced official wearing glasses commands her not to move. The glasses-wearing official steps forward to face her target directly, looking straight at Ellie and coldly addressing her as Ellie Lays, chair of the trader commercial firm. With absolute authority, she firmly announces that Ellie is officially under arrest, prompting a fierce, unwavering glare from the young noble lady. Faced with the sudden declaration of arrest, Ellie calmly addresses the intruders, stating that such an action is completely impossible since she does not even know who they are. The glasses-wearing official adjusts her position, asking for forgiveness and noting that she should have introduced herself first. She formally announces that her name is Arte Hilgerty, and she serves as an investigator for the Merchants Guild's legal department. Arte delivers the serious accusation, stating that they heavily suspect the trader commercial firm of manufacturing and selling toxic soap. Hearing the specific charge, Ellie narrows her eyes in disbelief, quietly repeating the words toxic soap back to herself. Arte explains the reasoning behind the investigation, noting that many buyers have officially reported suffering from severe skin burns and painful inflammation shortly after using traders' products. Adjusting her glasses with a gloved hand, Arte delivers her final command, declaring that Ellie and her partner, Mireille Katerina, must immediately accompany them to the guild headquarters for formal questioning. Closing her eyes with a calm expression, Ellie concedes to the investigation, stating that although her firm has done absolutely nothing wrong, they will fully cooperate. The scene shifts to the Merchants Guild HQ. Reviewing the provided documentation, Arte notes that traders' soap-making process does not appear to be toxic or dangerous. Ellie stands nearby, listening to the investigator's assessment with a calm, confident smile. Sitting across the table, Ellie calmly defends her business, pointing out that none of their customers have ever complained about adverse reactions. She firmly adds that she does not recall ever selling anything to the victims in question. Arte looks down at her paperwork with a serious expression, officially declaring that everything checks out and trader is in the clear. However, she wonders aloud where the dangerous soap actually came from, prompting Ellie to politely interrupt and ask if she may make a suggestion. With a cheerful smile and a raised finger, Ellie asks if she could personally examine the toxic soap in question. She explains to the surprised guard standing nearby that she is the original creator of Trader's recipe, making her uniquely qualified to inspect it. Ellie suggests she might indeed figure something out upon seeing it. Arte considers the suggestion, muttering that it stands to reason. Turning slightly, the investigator commands her accompanying guards to bring the soap forward. An armed guard steps up and extends his arm across the table, announcing that here it is. Ellie looks toward the offering. The object is revealed to be a rectangular bar of soap resting inside a piece of paper, stamped with a distinctive crest. Extending her hands to take it, Ellie requests to let her see it as she prepares for a close inspection. Our girl holds the product up to the light, critically observing that the execution is unrefined, but the overall color and appearance match their own. Her gaze turns intensely sharp as a sudden, suspicious thought crosses her mind, leaving her to silently question what this could possibly mean. Looking forward with an intense expression, Ellie presents the bar and shares her working theory, stating that the person who manufactured this product must have stolen a part of their secret recipe. Sweating slightly, Arte looks back in surprise and asks what she means by that. Ellie calmly explains that their soap recipe is so incredibly important that they deliberately separated it into two distinct halves, noting that they keep the first half locked away inside a safe. She holds up a piece of paper, noting that the crucial second half is always kept directly on her person. Ellie explains that using only the first half of the formula results in a toxic product, and one must perform the detailed steps in the second half for it to be completely safe. Arte listens closely, quickly connecting the dots based on this explanation. Seated across the desk from Ellie, Arte concludes that the true culprit must have stolen the formula without realizing it was incomplete, and then proceeded to sell the resulting toxic soap. Ellie remains calm on her side of the table, confirming that this is most likely what occurred. Ellie raises a finger to offer a practical piece of advice, suggesting that the investigator question the victims directly to find the culprits. She adds that the mysterious seller simply disguised themselves as trader to pull off the scheme, while Arte and her accompanying guard take in her strategic suggestion. Arte states that while the case officially remains open, they have successfully proved Ellie's innocence, adding that trader appears to be another victim in this plot. She bows down deeply before the desk, offering a sincere apology for putting Ellie through such a stressful ordeal. Ellie gently reassures the investigator by stating that she was only doing her job. Looking forward with clear conviction, she firmly notes that the true culprit behind this entire plot is the one who should apologize, not her. Arte expresses her gratitude to Ellie for her understanding, promising that she will contact them immediately if any new details come to light regarding the case. Ellie responds with a polite smile, stating that she truly appreciates the investigator's thoroughness. Inside the grand building of the Gazaru commercial firm, an enraged shout echoes through the walls. Gazaru stares down at an official document. Sweating heavily, he aggressively demands to know the meaning behind these ridiculous charges, panicking as he realizes that they had copied Trader's recipe word for word. He is left staring in utter disbelief, wondering frantically if they had unknowingly used a fake recipe. He grips his head in sheer panic, recognizing that the situation is incredibly bad. He realizes with horror that if the guild decides to question their customers, they will instantly figure everything out. Suddenly, a firm voice calls out from the doorway to interrupt his frantic thoughts. Arte stands tall in the doorway alongside an armored guard, adjusting her glasses as she introduces them as members of the legal department of the Merchants Guild. Looking directly at the startled businessman, she demands validation by asking if he is indeed Gazaru, the chair of the Gazaru commercial firm. Faced with the guild investigator, Gazaru begins to sweat heavily as Arte delivers her sharp terms. She stares at him with a cold, piercing gaze, declaring that she has serious questions regarding the toxic soap incidents and holds reasons to believe he may be directly involved in a burglary. At the Merchant Guild HQ, Arte leads the investigation forward, strictly requesting that the parties follow her. Sometime later, she speaks directly to Ellie, apologizing sincerely for taking up her time once again. Our girl notes how remarkably fast they managed to track down the true culprit. Arte explains that he did not even attempt to conceal his trail, which made their overall job very simple. Ellie places a thoughtful hand against her chin, reflecting on the sheer boldness of the plot and noting with surprise that the man was quite audacious. The true perpetrator is explicitly revealed as Gazaru Jackman. Arte recounts how the cornered businessman quickly crumbled under the guild's pressure, confessing fully that he had ordered his own subordinates to break in and steal the secret soap recipe. Standing on the grand stairs of the headquarters, Arte outlines the legal consequences, stating firmly that they will officially expel him from the Merchants Guild. Placing a gloved hand over her chest, she notes with regret that the guild lacks the authority to rule over civil cases, advising Ellie that since he has dragged Trader's name through the mud, she should take the matter to the Church of Ibris if she wishes to seek proper reparations. Ellie smiles gently and raises a finger to her face, assuring the guild investigator that she is fully aware of the situation and asks her to please not worry about it. Approaching a set of sturdy iron bars, Ellie greets the man locked inside, introducing herself as Ellie Lays from Trader and noting that it is a pleasure to finally make his acquaintance. Sitting behind the bars, a grim and serious Gazaru stares back at her coldly. Ellie gets straight to the point, calmly declaring that she is here to request reparation for the harm done to her firm. Standing behind the cell gate, Gazaru smirks slightly, admitting that while he was wrong, his compliance ends there. Gazaru narrows his eyes into a sharp, defiant glare and delivers a cold refusal, stating firmly that he will not give her a single thing. Turning his back to the cell gate, Gazaru lets out a mocking laugh, challenging Ellie that if she wants money, she will have to drag him to trial. He confidently adds that he highly doubts the church will even bother with her petty accusations. Unfazed by his arrogance, a knowing smile spreads across Ellie's face as she softly muses to herself that she wonders if that is truly the case. Alongside a smiling Ellie, a highly prominent figure steps directly into view, wearing holy vestments and a distinct cross necklace. Gazaru sweats heavily and stammers in absolute shock, immediately recognizing the man as Bishop Luis. Gazaru grips the cell bars in utter disbelief, loudly questioning how a mere brat like Ellie could possibly have managed to bring someone of such high status to his cell. Bishop Luis immediately cuts him off with a cold, stern tone, commanding the locked-away merchant to watch his words and directly addressing him as a sinner. The holy man declares firmly that Miss Ellie is a deeply devout believer, announcing that God will absolutely not suffer to have her honor or name tarnished by anyone. Extending an authoritative hand forward, Bishop Luis focuses his cold gaze directly on the prisoner, calling out Gazaru by his full name. In a booming, definitive tone, the bishop commands him to atone for his wicked actions in the name of God. Standing behind the cell gates, Ellie steps forward with a knowing smile, calmly noting that the Inquisitor's official approval now entitles her to claim all of his assets. Standing with her hands folded politely before her, our girl delivers the crushing final terms of her reparation. Looking directly at the panicked merchant, she calmly declares that she shall ask for his entire personal fortune as well as his firm, explicitly clarifying that this takeover includes all operating rights, employees, buildings, and raw materials. Ellie calmly notes that seizing everything he owns should perfectly remedy all the commercial damage done to Trader. She looks down toward the cell and delivers her final, crushing judgment, stating softly that she is afraid his luck has completely run out. As they stand near the grand staircase at the Merchants Guild headquarters, Guild investigator Arte addresses Ellie by her chosen name, offering another formal apology for the trouble. Ellie turns with a calm, pleasant expression and tells Arte not to worry about it, reassuring the investigator that none of this situation was her fault. Arte looks on with a serious expression and states that there is one final piece of information to share. She explains to Ellie that it looks like someone else actively pushed Gazara Jackman to steal from her company, a revelation that catches Ellie completely by surprise. Arte reveals that the legal department believes Gazara's accountant, Grants Carlton, is the true mastermind behind the corporate sabotage. She reluctantly notes that the guild's hands are completely tied because they currently lack any concrete proof to charge him. Ellie places a thoughtful finger to her chin, absorbing the update and quietly murmuring that she sees what is going on. Ellie calculates the broader legal situation, realizing that because Gazara's firm was recently merged with hers, Grants has now officially become her own employee. Humming softly to herself in front of Arte, Ellie wonders what she should do with him next. Our girl looks toward the guild investigator and requests to have the accountant left entirely to her. Arte agrees to the arrangement, only asking that Ellie remain careful as she deals with him. Upon returning to the firm's headquarters, Mireille Katerina warmly welcomes her mistress back. Ellie checks to see if a certain person has arrived, and Mireille confirms that she has already called for him, telling Ellie that he may enter the room. Grants enters the office looking deeply anxious and tries to speak, but Ellie instantly cuts him off. Adopting a cold, uncompromising stance, she demands that they skip the pleasantries, stating that he must already know exactly what she is about to say to him. The intense atmosphere causes Grants to swallow hard as he nervously stammers out a weak confirmation. Looking at him with a sharp gaze, Ellie speaks his name directly to command his full attention. Instead of delivering a harsh punishment, Ellie surprises the trembling accountant by handing him a heavy pouch of money. She smiles calmly and tells Grants that this is the official reward for his magnificent work. Fulfilling her side of their agreement, our girl announces that Grants shall officially become an executive at Trader. As Grant stammers in complete shock, she calmly adds that she will inform the Merchants Guild that she has forgiven him because he showed genuine remorse. Grants bows deeply as a wave of immense gratitude washes over him, offering his sincere thanks to his new employer. Ellie recalls about the previous and thinks that Grants was the exact person Ellie had instructed Mireille to contact in order to secure a highly worthwhile deal. Ellie calculates the steps of her operation, reflecting on how she discovered Gazaru's dodgy business methods after initiating an investigation into his firm. Realizing that only serious charges would actually get the rival chair convicted, she had subtly used Grants to encourage Gazaru to steal the incomplete recipe, walking him directly into her trap. Grants nervously tries to get her attention, but Ellie looks back with a sharp profile and firmly states that she did not forget their arrangements. Ellie notes that there is still another vital promise she must fulfill. The scene transitions to the interior of a quiet room, where a young woman with her hair tied up sits with her hands clasped tightly together, desperately praying to God. Suddenly, the quiet atmosphere is shattered as a door is violently slammed open, catching the praying girl completely off guard. Grant steps hurriedly through the open doorway and breathlessly announces his return. The frantic young woman immediately demands to know where he has been all this time, asking how he could possibly leave when Lunoa is currently in such a terrible state. Before the confrontation can escalate, Ellie calmly steps up behind him and politely requests to enter the room. Ellie gracefully introduces herself to the family as the chair of the Trader commercial firm, gently adding that she has already heard all about their daughter. She reassures the shocked mother to please stay calm, explaining that Grants was actively doing his absolute best for the sake of their daughter. As they gather closely around the small bed inside the room, Ellie looks down at the family's situation with a somber expression. Gazing at the quiet scene, she softly notes to herself what a poor child she is. Lunoa lies completely still beneath the heavy blankets. She explains the tragic accident that has befallen the family, noting that a passing carriage violently hit their dear Lunoa. Grants looks on with a deeply sorrowful expression, detailing their desperate financial struggle to Ellie. He reveals that absolutely all of their family's savings went into purchasing expensive potions, but sadly admits that her condition simply will not improve unless they can find a way to use powerful healing magic. Ellie opens her grimoire and tells Grants to calm down, reassuring him that his daughter will make a full recovery with some of her magic. As she reaches for the book, Grants looks over at her in utter astonishment and asks what it is, prompting her to simply reply that it is a special item. Our girl smiles brightly at Grants, telling him that it is a magic item that will strengthen her spell. While she flips the pages of her book, her inner thoughts reveal that this explanation is actually a lie, noting to herself that she simply cannot tell him about her divine artifact. Holding the open book as a bright light begins to emanate from its pages, Ellie focuses her mind on the spell. She reflects internally that the grimoire of Beelzebub has the unique power to mimic spells, noting how fortunately she had recorded the most effective healing spell of the kingdom's archbishop so that she can now cast it herself. Ellie invokes the powerful healing magic directly over the bedside, causing a gentle, shimmering glow to envelop the injured child. Suddenly, Lunoa stirs slightly and softly opens her eyes to call out for her father, prompting Grants and his wife to cry out in absolute joy and relief at their daughter's miraculous recovery. Ellie gently advises them that healing magic takes a toll on the patient's body, kindly requesting that they make sure to feed her plenty of nutritious dishes. Grants asks how they can possibly thank her for saving their daughter, but Ellie laughs softly and explains that she has merely honored their official agreement. Placing a playful finger to her lips, she pleasantly requests that they keep the true nature of her magical abilities a strict secret between them. Our girl explains to the family that she cannot cast that powerful healing spell very often. Deeply moved by her incredible help, Grants immediately promises that they will do anything she needs in return, while his wife stands closely beside him with a highly grateful look. The family eagerly declares that they will not breathe a single word about her abilities. Ellie smiles softly and replies that everything is all right. As the whole Gazaru affair officially comes to a close, Ellie reflects internally on her growing empire, noting that she now possesses a large company complete with established trade routes, a vast customer base, and highly loyal employees. Reflecting on her immense business success, Ellie feels a surge of ultimate confidence. She realizes that she now has everything she needs to expand her commercial business in one magnificent go. 1 month later, inside a lavishly decorated room, Lucas holds a hand to his forehead with an expression of pure disbelief. Looking overwhelmed by the rapid turn of events, he wonders aloud who could have ever predicted what would happen over the course of just 6 months. Lucas stares down at the table, completely astounded that 6 months would be more than enough time for Ellie to turn a mere 100 coins into a massive, towering pile of solid gold. Standing gracefully beside him, Ellie smiles with absolute satisfaction as she delivers on the strict financial contract she originally signed. Looking at the massive fortune piled up on the table, Ellie reminds Lord Lucas about her initial promise to make helping her highly worth his while. Lord Lucas begins to address her as Lady Elizabeth, but quickly catches himself and corrects his wording to call her Miss Ellie instead. Impressed by her incredible business acumen, Lord Lucas declares that he hereby officially allows her to wander the empire exactly as she sees fit, explicitly extending this special freedom to include the capital city. Hearing the proclamation, Ellie places a finger to her lip in mild surprise. Our girl asks if he is absolutely certain about making such a bold decision. Lucas explains that since he already knows she is actively wanted for high treason, he strongly doubts that any of this situation is a ploy, leading him to fully trust her. Ellie breaks into a cheerful smile and politely offers her sincere thanks to Lucas for placing his trust in her. Lucas turns away slightly with his arms crossed, looking flustered as he trails off his sentence by starting to say that she is just something. This unexpected reaction leaves Ellie looking back toward him with a completely puzzled expression. Lucas looks down at the gold coins and changes his mind, deciding it is better to leave the thought alone. Sometime later at the firm's headquarters, Ellie sits diligently at her desk sorting through tall stacks of paperwork while Mireille Katerina prepares tea by the window. Ellie passes a heavy pouch over to her maid, prompting Mireille to check if the funds are meant for the church, to which Ellie readily confirms. Our girl continues reflecting to herself that keeping the Church of Ibris on her side will be highly beneficial in the long run. She feels confident that they will protect her, granted she does not commit a sin. Her thoughts are suddenly broken by a sharp knock at the door, prompting her to look up and call out for the visitor to come in. A young girl steps into the private study and announces her arrival, explaining that she has brought the requested documents regarding the capital. Standing at her desk with Mireille nearby, Ellie smiles warmly and directly tells Lunoa that her effort is highly appreciated. Looking over the incoming paperwork, Ellie praises Lunoa by noting that she has certainly settled into her new apprenticeship very quickly. Lunoa looks back completely overwhelmed with wide, panicked eyes, flusteredly waving her hands as she claims there is no way that is true since she still has so much left to learn. Lunoa shifts to a deeply emotional look, declaring to Ellie that it's just she saved her life and that she simply wants to do her absolute best in return. Admiring her sincere dedication, Ellie responds that she is highly reliable, prompting a joyful thank you from Lunoa as she prepares to take her leave. The moment the door firmly shuts behind the departing assistant, Ellie turns toward her maid and speaks Mireille's name to give her a silent cue. Instantly understanding the command, Mireille moves over to tightly close the room's main door to ensure absolute privacy. Left undisturbed, Ellie extends her gloved hand as a bright, glowing essence manifests above her palm, silently reflecting on the power of her divine artifact. Ellie raises her divine artifact and explicitly calls forth the grimoire of Belphegor. Looking down at the open pages with absolute focus, a faint mystical light begins to dance around her. She reflects on her magical arsenal, noting internally that the grimoire of Belphegor is another one of her grimoires, which specifically records the various contracts she has made with otherworldly entities and allows her to use their distinct powers at a cost. She begins her incantation, calling upon the great spirits to let their wings guide them through the distant azure sky. Pinching a single metal piece between her fingers, Ellie addresses the messengers of the god of wind and travel, offering a silver coin in strict accordance with their contract. She commands them to heed her call and officially executes the summon as a bright flash of light erupts across the room. The magical light fades to reveal multiple small, white saint birds gathering peacefully around her hands and shoulders. Looking at her newly summoned messengers with a calm smile, Ellie tells them that she is counting on them to successfully deliver her messages. As the small birds flap their wings and fly out through the window, Ellie turns back toward her desk and explains her broader strategy to Mireille. She notes that she will absolutely need the vital support of her former business partners once she arrives in the capital, confidently adding that because they have always been exemplary, she is certain they will join her side quickly. Mireille looks on attentively, pondering the true weight of her mistress's words. Ellie smiles with a look of quiet intensity. She notes to herself that they have finally received Lucas's official permission to travel, and questions whether they shouldn't make the absolute most of this perfect opportunity. Looking out over her workspace, Ellie plots her next move. She declares that the very minute everything is completely ready, they will be off straight for the capital. 6 full months pass by in the territory. The scene transitions to the office, where a heavy wooden door is pushed slightly ajar as a polite voice calls out from the entrance to ask for permission to enter. Grant Carlton steps into the room, asking if Miss Ellie called for him. Standing by her desk, Ellie welcomes him warmly, explaining that she has a very big announcement to make and explicitly wants him to be the first person to know about it. Our girl breaks into a confident smile, noting how Trader has grown tremendously over the past 6 months. She formally announces that she has decided to expand their business and start another official branch right in the imperial capital, prompting a deeply excited and joyful reaction from Grants. Addressing her newly appointed executive, Ellie explicitly announces that she has chosen Grants to replace her as the chair of the firm while she is away. The unexpected news leaves Grants pointing at himself in absolute shock, stammering in complete disbelief. Ellie places her hands confidently on Grants' shoulders, reassuring him that he is more than capable enough to serve as her proxy. Looking directly at the startled accountant, she directly asks if he is up for the task. Grants eagerly accepts the immense responsibility with a loud exclamation of agreement from within the room. Outside, a large wooden carriage wheel rests on the dirt path as Ellie notes that the elite social season will be starting very soon. Seated comfortably inside the moving carriage, Ellie speaks gently to her young apprentice, Lunoa. She notes that while Lunoa is still far too young to officially enter high society, she is certain that the girl will gain incredibly great experience at the capital, which serves as the true heart of the empire. She encourages her apprentice to focus entirely on learning, prompting an enthusiastic response from a smiling Lunoa. Suddenly, the carriage intensely rattles and jolts along the road, catching both of them completely off guard as they shout out in surprise. As the carriage moves down the road, Ellie instructs Mireille to tread carefully. Mireille calmly responds that she is fully aware of the situation. Inside the carriage, a curious Lunoa turns to her mistress and asks why she told Mireille to be careful, prompting Ellie to begin explaining her reasoning. Suddenly, a loud whoosh shatters the air as an arrow flies through the carriage window, landing with a heavy thud right into the wooden frame next to Lunoa. Lunoa panics instantly, screaming out in utter terror as the projectile narrowly misses her head, while Ellie watches the unfolding ambush. Maintaining absolute composure, Ellie continues her explanation, noting that soldiers never patrol these overgrown roads properly. Ellie concludes by saying the circumstance allows brigands to take over and do exactly as they wish. A scarred, bald bandit steps out from the woods with a mocking smirk, drawing his sword and telling the travelers that they live very dangerously. The bandits surround the carriage on the dirt road, mockingly asking the girls if they completely forgot to bring an escort for their journey. Sensing the immediate threat, Ellie looks toward her maid and firmly commands Mireille to protect Lunoa, to which Mireille immediately acknowledges. The bald brigand lets out a mocking laugh, asking if the young lady is honestly planning to fight all of them completely on her own. Stepping down firmly from the wooden carriage, Ellie maintains a serious look as she grips her sword and calmly declares that she absolutely is. The bald bandit laughs loudly at her courage, confidently declaring to his crew that they will take good care of her. In response to the threat, Ellie calmly narrows her eyes and raises her hand, dismissively stating that there is absolutely no need for that. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupts without warning, sending multiple bandits flying through the air with agonizing screams as they cough up blood. The bald leader panics in sheer disbelief, realizing that she used silent casting and must be a high-level mage, desperately yelling at his remaining men to surround her at once. As the frantic bandits shout to prevent her from using any more magic, Ellie stands perfectly unfazed. Looking ahead with a sharp, piercing gaze, she coldly remarks that she does not even need to rely on magic to deal with their kind. In a flash of incredible speed, Ellie draws her blade and unleashes a swift, blinding slash that cuts down the attackers. The remaining bandits are left completely stunned and disoriented by her martial prowess, letting out gasps of utter confusion as they fall. Terrified by her overwhelming power, the defeated leader collapses to the ground in total panic, frantically begging her to wait and loudly declaring his surrender. Ellie looks down at the trembling man with a cold, unimpressed expression, quietly questioning his sudden change of heart. The defeated bandit leader tries to justify his actions, crying out that he is actually just a simple farmer who had no choice. He states that he simply could not afford to live with all of the crushing taxes, but Ellie listens with a cold expression, calmly murmuring that she sees what he is trying to do. Before the man can say another word, a sharp whoosh cuts through the air as Ellie swings her blade with blinding speed. The bandit lets out a startled gasp of confusion as Ellie firmly states that she does not want to hear any of his excuses. Standing tall with her sword drawn, our girl looks down at the field with absolute authority. She declares that nothing the brigand says will ever change the fact that he is a criminal, noting coldly that as a merchant, she simply cannot go around forgiving bandits. Ellie turns back toward the carriage and announces to the group that the ordeal is over, kindly asking Lunoa if she is hurt. Mireille stands close by as a trembling Lunoa replies that she is fine, though she nervously stammers to ask if Ellie actually killed the attackers. Hearing the heavy question, Lunoa lets out a sharp jolt of fear. Our girl reasons that brigands are just like goblins and orcs because they choose to use raw force to steal the fruit of merchants' hard labor, and sometimes even take their lives. Ellie continues to explain her harsh reality to her young apprentice, warning Lunoa that others will inevitably suffer the fallout if she chooses to let criminals go out of pity. Mireille Katerina stands quietly in the background as Ellie delivers the final, cold lesson that one must always kill a brigand when given the chance, leaving Lunoa looking down in troubled silence. Walking back toward their transport along the dirt path, Ellie promises Lunoa that she will teach her how to fight very soon, emphasizing that she must become strong enough to protect herself. Lunoa looks up nervously and offers a hesitant word of agreement. As they resume their journey inside the carriage, Mireille suddenly calls out to her mistress, asking her to please take a quick look outside. The driver reports that a woman on the road is trying to hitch a ride and asks how they should proceed, prompting a focused Ellie to immediately command that they stop the carriage. Standing at the edge of the overgrown forest, a cheerful young nun waves her arm toward the travelers to catch their attention. Looking at the stranded traveler from within the vehicle, Ellie reasons that they simply cannot ignore a member of the clergy. Inside the moving carriage, the young nun lets out a cheerful sigh of relief and proclaims that the group are absolute lifesavers, admitting that she was starting to think she would have to walk all the way to the capital. Ellie responds with a polite smile, reassuring the stranded traveler that it is their absolute pleasure to help since they are already heading the exact same way. Lunoa listens closely as Ellie asks the traveler if she is a walking sister. The cheerful nun happily confirms that she is indeed something along those lines, leaving a curious Lunoa to softly repeat the unfamiliar term back to herself in wonder. Ellie turns to her young apprentice to explain the concept, clarifying that walking sisters and priests consistently travel the land on foot. She teaches Lunoa that these dedicated individuals specifically visit remote villages to cure sick people with their healing magic. These isolated villages always welcome them with open arms. Because proper doctors and professional apothecaries are rarely present in such distant areas, the people rely heavily on the arriving healers. The young nun smiles brightly and confirms the description, explaining that she has already traveled through a large number of nearby villages and decided it was finally time to move to a different area. Hearing about her selfless journey, Ellie openly declares that she truly admires the walking sisters' deep devotion. The young nun cheerfully waves her hand, declaring that traveling the land is simply what she does and insists there is absolutely no need to be so formal, inviting them to just call her Tita. Ellie smiles warmly and agrees to take her up on that casual offer. As the carriage continues along its path, Lunoa turns her focus back to her mistress and calls out her name. Looking with a deeply curious and slightly anxious expression, Lunoa directly asks Ellie how she managed to know beforehand that brigands would attack them on this road. The carriage moves steadily forward past the overgrown trees lining the route. Ellie begins her explanation by pointing out that the roads in this region are in an incredibly poor state. Lunoa prompts her to continue, asking what else happens as a result, leading Ellie to explain that maintaining the roads is absolutely crucial for any territory. Ellie notes that he understands this reality perfectly, praising him as a great ruler whose territory features flawless roads. On the other hand, as Ellie and Lunoa look out from the vehicle, Ellie coldly states that the lord governing this specific territory is a complete fool. Ellie breaks down the foundational rules of commerce, explaining that good roads naturally bring in trade, and trade inevitably creates a stable economy. She notes that improving a territory's economy directly increases its overall appeal, allowing a ruler to collect far more taxes when traveling adventurers and visiting merchants arrive, which ultimately creates a virtuous cycle. Listening carefully to the economic lesson, Lunoa pieces the information together and observes that this must be why devoting resources to protecting and maintaining the roads is so incredibly important. Ellie looks back at her young apprentice with an approving glance and firmly confirms that she is exactly right. Turning the discussion into a lesson, Ellie challenges Lunoa by asking if she can guess what happens to the economy when the roads fall into complete disarray. Lunoa places a thoughtful hand to her chin, nervously reasoning that goods would not flow very well, which would mean that remote and rural areas ultimately cannot get what they need. Ellie readily agrees with her assessment. Pushing her apprentice to dig deeper, Ellie prompts her to consider what else might happen as a result. Tita cheerfully cuts in with a bright smile, encouraging the young girl to try to think of the exact same situation the other way around, which leaves a startled Lunoa stammering in confusion as she tries to process the advice. Ellie maintains a knowing smile as Tita says that if farmers would heavily struggle to ship their various products directly to major cities, making the entire transport process far more pricey. The realization instantly strikes Luana, whose eyes widen in surprise as she lets out an enlightened gasp. Lunoa excitedly expands on her breakthrough, realizing that when transport costs rise, basic essentials like food, medicine, and other family needs ultimately become much more pricier for absolutely everyone. Tita matches her sudden excitement, loudly and happily confirming that she has hit the nail right on the head. Tita points a finger to her face and adds that when people must use most of their savings on daily needs, they naturally tighten their purse strings, causing the economy to take a major hit. Ellie looks out over the passing scenery and remarks that rural populations also suffer heavily from inflation. Lunoa sits quietly beside her mistress, absorbing the dark reality of the regional economy. The systematic decay is highlighted by an image of the desperate attackers, as the economic strain forces those who cannot make ends meet anymore to become brigands. This dangerous environment forces merchants to hire expensive escorts to avoid attacks, which also drives up prices and creates a vicious cycle. Our girl looks over at Tita and observes that she is quite knowledgeable about the economy for a sister. Tita laughs softly and waves her hand, noting that she cannot possibly compare herself to a professional merchant, prompting a thoughtful Lunoa to ask why the lord of this territory does not maintain the roads. Sighing deeply at the sheer incompetence of the local leadership, Ellie reiterates that he is simply a fool. She adds that he is probably skimping on basic maintenance costs just to save money, completely blind to the long-term devastation it causes his land. Reflecting deeply on the entire situation, Ellie observes with a serious profile that, as always, the masses must pay the ultimate price for their ruler's sheer stupidity. As the carriage continues forward, Mireille suddenly speaks up and calls out to Miss Ellie. Ellie looks surprised, muttering that it is a case of speaking of the devil, while Lunoa and Tita look on with sudden confusion. Looking out into the overgrown forest, Ellie lets out a sigh, remarking that she has half a mind to throw the criminals right on their lord's doorstep. In the woods, a couple of armed bandits stand closely together, holding their weapons firmly. Turning back inside the carriage, Ellie firmly commands Mireille to protect Lunoa and Tita. Hearing the sudden directive, Tita waves her hands and objects, assuring Ellie that there is absolutely no need for that and insisting that she will tag along instead. Ellie looks back in surprise, letting out a startled exclamation as Tita confidently declares that she can handle herself. Seeing the sister's absolute confidence, Ellie yields with a calm look and quietly agrees. Stepping down from the wooden carriage, Ellie addresses her new companion and directly asks if she can leave half of the approaching enemies to her. Tita walks forward beside her with absolute confidence, cheerfully declaring that it is a sure thing as a group of armed bandits emerges from the thick brush along the dirt road. Our girl reflects quietly to herself that dealing with the situation is a bit of a pain since she simply cannot go around killing people directly in front of a sister of the church. Moving with blinding speed, she unleashes a swift dash that catches a nearby bandit completely off guard, delivering a heavy strike. In a flash of physical prowess, Ellie slams her elbow straight into the attacker's chest, forcing him to spit out saliva as he completely collapses to the grass. Watching him drop, Ellie felt that a simple knockout should perfectly suffice for her current purposes. However, her calm thoughts instantly freeze when a sudden, aggressive shout to "Die, you trash," completely shatters the air from behind. Tita swings her heavy staff high into the air with a fierce battle cry, fiercely shouting that she is bestowing divine punishment upon the criminals. With incredible momentum, she brings her weapon straight down to deliver an aggressive bash right onto an attacker's head. Tita continues her onslaught with wild energy, shouting that her actions are strictly by the will of God as she aggressively commands the bandits to take her brutal strikes. Watching the nun smash and crack her way through the remaining enemies with terrifying force, Ellie stands completely frozen in the background, sweating slightly as she watches the unexpected display of violence in absolute disbelief. After delivering a final shout for the attackers to feel God's wrath, the last bandit lets out an agonizing scream and falls completely unconscious in the tall grass. Tita wipes the sweat from her brow with a happy sigh, cheerfully exclaiming that she is entirely done with her half of the fight. Ellie looks over and praises Tita for a job well done. However, upon inspecting the defeated men, the young nun gasps in surprise, noticing that Miss Ellie has left all of her opponents completely alive. She curiously asks if Ellie is secretly a pacifist at heart, prompting Ellie to offer a sweating, awkward smile while quietly murmuring that this is not exactly the case. Tita asks if Ellie chose to hold back her lethal skills strictly because she was being mindful of a church sister's presence. Stepping forward with her staff in hand, Tita aggressively nudges a fallen bandit with her foot while explaining that brigands are an absolute safety hazard who will inevitably attack other innocent people if they are simply let go. With a surprisingly cold and casual smile, she casually adds that she honestly does not mind at all if Ellie decides to kill them. Hearing a nearby attacker let out a low groan, Tita turns toward him with a bright, cheerful expression and happily tells Ellie not to worry because she will gladly finish them off herself. Ellie stands completely frozen in absolute shock, offering a stunned, breathless word of thanks while one of the nearby conscious bandits sweats in absolute terror at the nun's terrifying hidden nature. Turning her attention toward another criminal who is just starting to sit up, Tita bluntly remarks that he picked a terrible time to wake up. The defenseless bandit shrieks in total panic, frantically waving his hands and pleading for her to wait as the young nun steps down the dirt path to execute her brutal judgment. Terrified by her words, the conscious bandit panics completely, shouting out that he heard the Church of Ibris always gives sinners a second chance. He desperately begs Tita to please have mercy on them, prompting a calm but cold look from the young nun. Tita softly acknowledges his plea, agreeing that God is indeed benevolent just as he says. Placing a hand over her chest as a holy aura surrounds her, she gently reasons that while people are naturally prone to sin, God remains merciful and forgives those who choose to repent sincerely. The bandit's face instantly lights up with immense relief as he begins to thank her. However, Tita's expression shifts to absolute coldness as she softly drops the final condition, stating that brigands simply are not considered people in her book, which leaves the criminal sweating in complete horror. With a fierce glare, Tita aggressively hoists her heavy staff high into the air and delivers a chilling warning that God's mercy does not extend to their kind. Unleashing her terrifying strength, she swings her weapon forward and commands the brigands to suffer his absolute wrath. A brutal thud echoes through the woods as a bandit desperately shouts to stop, but the request is instantly cut short by a heavy whack. Watching Tita execute her harsh methods from a distance, Ellie breaks out into a nervous sweat and quietly reflects to herself that she might truly need to rethink her views on the clergy. Tita returns with a devious chuckle, gleefully murmuring to herself about what an incredible find she just uncovered among those savages. Ellie stands completely flabbergasted by the statement and curiously asks what she managed to find, prompting the smiling nun to step closer and eagerly present her treasure. Holding up a blood-covered hand, Tita reveals a harvested gold tooth to Ellie's utter astonishment. The cheerful sister beams with absolute joy, ecstatically declaring that she completely lucked out because the item will easily fetch a pretty penny on the market. Ellie sweats nervously at the gruesome sight, politely asking Tita if she would mind washing the blood off her hands first since something graphic like that might scare young Lonoa. Tita readily accepts the practical request, happily offering praise to God and stating that cleaning up is a sure thing. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to a grand cathedral spire signaling the kingdom of Haldoria. Inside the royal palace, a heavy door is suddenly slammed open with a loud slam as a frantic voice calls out for His Highness. Holding Sylvia close to his chest, Prince Fried turns toward the interruption with an annoyed glare, coldly complaining about how incredibly noisy they are before sharply demanding to know what they want. Inside the lavishly decorated chamber, a royal official stands before Prince Fried and Sylvia, urgently pleading with the prince to completely reconsider his current food distribution campaign. Fried dismisses the concern with a calculating look, questioning why he should stop when the poor are actively struggling to find food. He confidently adds that feeding the masses will do wonders for his own popularity, leaving the official nervously stammering that his plan is highly problematic. The official aggressively defends his warning, explaining that going through with such an uncalculated plan will instantly drain the entire national treasury. Fried sharply snaps back that the man is simply being ridiculous. Fried presents a direct comparison, reminding the prince that Lady Elizabeth used to distribute food every single week. The official explains that she never relied on treasury money unless it was strictly on His Majesty's orders because she funded those campaigns entirely out of her own pocket, prompting an annoyed click of the tongue from Prince Fried. The official stands firm, declaring that true charity isn't about distributing food without proper planning, and emphasizes that one must always consider long-term sustainability. Growing completely fed up with the continuous lecturing, Fried lets out a frustrated sigh, internally muttering about what an absolute drag the man is being. Fried completely loses his temper and furiously storms out of the room, shouting that he doesn't care anymore and telling them to let the poor starve to death. The panicked officials call after him, but the prince violently slams the heavy door shut behind him while aggressively telling them to shut up. Frustrated by Fried's stubbornness, one royal official grips his head and sighs that he wishes Lady Elizabeth were still there. His colleague completely agrees, holding a hand over his chest while wondering where the exiled noble lady could possibly be. Far away from the capital's drama, Tita slams a large mug down onto a tavern table with a loud thump. Blushing heavily from the alcohol, she lets out a loud, satisfied laugh and exclaims that the refreshing drink truly hit the spot. Tita loudly calls out to the tavern maid for another drink. Sitting across from her, Ellie watches the excessive consumption with a look of pure disbelief and asks if she should really be drinking that much. Seeing Ellie's concern, the young nun playfully notes that the church actually has a specific saying regarding this situation. Leaning in with a flush on her cheeks, Tita jokingly claims that God explicitly commanded them to drink. She bursts into loud laughter while repeatedly slamming her hands against the table, leaving a sweating Ellie to stare blankly at her while internally muttering about how incredibly drunk the sister has become. Continuing her tipsy speech, Tita loudly proclaims that alcohol is the water of life given to humanity by God. She adds with a grin that her wallet is positively bursting thanks to those brigands and argues that not enjoying a couple of drinks would be an absolute sin, prompting a surprised Ellie to ask if she actually managed to sell all of the loot already. Tita explains that she went ahead and sold the items the very minute they arrived, noting that all of it added up to quite a nice amount. She YGLY waves her arms and reassures Ellie not to worry about her own share of the profit, promising to hand it over later. Resting her chin on her hands with a calm smile, Ellie tells Tita that there is absolutely no need and instructs her to simply keep the money. As a completely stunned Tita stammers out her disbelief, Ellie gently adds that she should by all means think of the gold as a formal offering to the faith. Overwhelmed with sudden emotion, Tita calls out Ellie's name before aggressively leaping straight across the table with a dramatic jump. She tightly wraps her arms around a completely startled Ellie, crying out with tears streaming down her face that Ellie is an absolute saint. Sobbing loudly from the alcohol, Tita wails that God is incredibly thankful too. A panicked Ellie desperately struggles against the forceful hug and shoves her away, frantically telling her to go away out of fear that the weeping nun will get snot all over her clothes while Mireille and Lunoa watch the chaotic display in complete shock. Sitting at the tavern counter, Lunoa softly observes that Tita looks like she is having an immense amount of fun. Mireille listens with a gentle smile but looks back on her mistress's past with a trace of sadness. She reflects deeply that because Ellie lacked anyone she could truly trust in her life before, she had always felt forced to hide her genuine feelings entirely behind a tough facade. Mireille continues to watch her mistress with deep fondness from the counter. She reflects with great joy that these days, Ellie has finally started smiling from the very bottom of her heart. Meanwhile, inside a beautifully blooming garden pavilion at the palace, Prince Fried lets out an admiring gasp. Looking with absolute infatuation at his new fiancée, he smoothly declares to Sylvia that she is even more stunningly beautiful than a rose in full bloom. Sitting together at a table inside a garden pavilion surrounded by blooming roses, Prince Fried complains that those nagging idiots thoroughly wore him out. He smoothly adds that simply looking at her is more than enough to completely soothe his heart. Sylvia offers an elegant giggle and thanks her prince, though she softly trails off as a quiet thought crosses her mind. Leaning forward smoothly, Sylvia places a gentle hand on Prince Fried's shoulder. She softly challenges his words by directly asking him if he is absolutely quite sure that merely looking at her is truly enough. Fried calls out Sylvia's name as he passionately embraces her. Watching their display from the shadows of the palace hallway, a mysterious woman stands with her arms crossed, silently questioning how Elizabeth could have ever let a complete fool like the prince beat her in the capital. Standing alone near a stone pillar, the elegantly dressed woman reflects deeply on the former noble lady's sudden downfall and exile. She notes to herself that Elizabeth should be thoroughly ashamed of herself. As the carriage travels along the path, Mireille advises the person at the reins not to grip so hard to avoid spooking the horse. Guiding her young apprentice, Mireille encourages Lunoa to keep going, prompting a nervous but determined affirmation from the girl as Ellie watches calmly from her seat. Tita points ahead with excitement, eagerly calling out to Lunoa that they have finally almost arrived at their destination. Looking out at the shifting scenery with a composed expression, Ellie softly welcomes her companions to the true heart of the Udyr Empire. The large wooden carriage finally rolls past the outer boundaries and enters the towering stone structures of the imperial capital. Arriving safely after their long journey, the travelers prepare to disembark and take their first steps into the busy streets of the magnificent city. Standing in the middle of the capital streets, Tita waves a cheerful goodbye and declares that it is time to bid adieu, offering her sincere thanks for a fun journey. Ellie smiles warmly and responds that she also enjoyed traveling with her, while a smiling Lunoa waves her hand to tell the sister to take care. Walking away into the crowded city streets, Tita waves her arm one last time and loudly wishes that God's blessings remain with them. As Ellie turns her focus toward their next move in the capital, Mireille steps forward to inform her mistress that she has already successfully secured lodging for their stay. Stepping into the massive hotel suite earlier that evening, Ellie stretches her arms with a sigh of relief, celebrating that they finally have a proper chance to rest. Lunoa looks around the lavishly decorated quarters in complete awe while the towering facade of the hotel shines brightly under the capital street lamps. Settling into a plush armchair, Ellie asks Mireille if she would mind brewing some hot tea, prompting an immediate, polite affirmation from her loyal maid. Inside the grand building, Lunoa points around the room in absolute bewilderment, stammering to Miss Ellie that this hotel is incredibly luxurious. Ellie turns her head with a calm, untroubled gaze to confirm the observation, nonchalantly adding that Lunoa's own private room happens to be right next door. Hearing that she will be staying in such an expensive place, the young apprentice lets out a panicked exclamation of shock. Lunoa frantically shakes her hands and objects, insisting that she should stay at a cheap inn instead. Shaking her head, Ellie firmly cuts her off to remind her that they are in the capital to conduct serious business. She strictly explains that she cannot have her personal assistant sleeping somewhere cheap because people in high society would immediately look down on them, leaving a defeated Lunoa to nervously mumble back in compliance. Our girl delivers a final command for her apprentice to simply get used to the luxury, drawing a submissive agreement from Lunoa. The scene quickly transitions to the next morning outside the grand estate. Indoors, a composed Ellie sits comfortably by the bright window and holds a teacup, listening as Mirella softly calls out her name to grab her attention. Mireille steps forward to inform her mistress that a visitor named Arnaud has arrived to see her. Lunoa looks on curiously, repeating the name to herself in quiet thought while Ellie immediately commands her maid to let him inside. A sharp click echoes through the quiet study as the main office door is unlocked to admit the guest. Arnaud stands politely in the hotel room with his hand resting over his chest. He smiles and states that he was patiently waiting for her, adding that it has been a while since they last met. He begins to address her with a formal noble title before quickly correcting himself to call her Miss Ellie instead. Ellie steps forward to greet him warmly, noting that it has indeed been far too long since they last spoke. Arnaud bows slightly and responds that he is truly glad to see her in such good health, while Mireille and Lunoa watch their interaction from across the room. Curious about the newcomer, Lunoa turns toward Mireille and quietly asks who that man is. Mireille looks toward her and explains that his name is Arnaud Langley, clarifying that he used to work very closely with Miss Ellie back in the kingdom. Arnaud raises a hand and asks for forgiveness for jumping straight to business so quickly after her long journey. He smoothly explains that he has already pre-selected a highly suitable residence and an official commercial firm building for her, asking if she would like to go see them right away. Ellie smiles with a look of mild surprise, noting that they had not even informed him that they would arrive today, yet he is still as remarkably efficient as always. Arnaud chuckles and replies that he is only doing his job. Pleased with his thorough preparations, Ellie readily accepts and commands Arnaud to lead the way. Ellie evaluates the structural details of the property, examining the kitchen sink and the high-ceilinged room with large windows. Stepping forward, she notes that it is a very fine building and states that both the location and the size are absolutely perfect. Behind her, two property handlers stand holding their paperwork in readiness. Placing a thoughtful hand near her face, Ellie declares that she has officially made up her mind. Without a single moment of hesitation, she calmly announces that she will buy this mansion. The property handlers bow deeply from across the spacious room, offering their sincere thanks and promising to get all the formal paperwork ready for her immediately. Turning back toward her guide, Arnaud calls out her name to capture her attention. He explains that a few changes will be needed if she plans to use this specific building as the main headquarters for her commercial firm. Ellie raises a finger to her lips with an intrigued expression, calmly asking what specific modifications he has in mind while the handlers watch on in the background. In the background, the two handlers whisper among themselves in absolute astonishment, marveling at how a young girl could purchase such an expensive fortune right on the spot with complete certainty of what she wants. Unfazed by their chatter, Ellie turns back to Arnaud with an amicable look, adding that they should proceed with the plans if everything is all right. Arnaud wraps up their meeting by stating that he shall now go to complete the necessary paperwork for the building's remodeling. Ellie smiles confidently and instructs Arnaud to please do so. He promises Ellie that he will make sure her new residence is completely ready for her by tomorrow. Ellie expresses her sincere appreciation for his swift work. Ellie notes that this arrangement leaves them rather free for the afternoon. Mireille holds a serving tray and considers the schedule, suggesting that this gives them the perfect opportunity to handle other pressing matters. Mireille suggests that she would like to enlist some extra help during their free time. When a curious Ellie asks for the reasoning behind it, Mireille explains that they are in dire need of domestics to properly manage their affairs. She voices her concerns, explaining that with Trader expanding so rapidly, she fears she simply won't have the time to take care of Ellie all by herself. Ellie readily concedes that it is a very fair point, acknowledging that she absolutely needs Mireille's focus and assistance at the firm instead. Thinking over the logistics of finding help, Ellie suggests that they could simply post a job offer directly at the Merchants Guild. Mireille immediately expresses her hesitation, explaining that she would feel constant worry having a complete stranger by her mistress's side all day long. Placing a hand over her chest, Mireille offers a different path forward, directly asking if she might suggest purchasing a slave instead. Ellie absorbs the unexpected idea, reflecting quietly on the concept of slaves as people who can be bought and sold. The nature of the trade is broken down into two major categories: criminal slaves who are bound to atone for their past sins, and debtor slaves who are sold or choose to sell themselves explicitly to repay their outstanding debts. Regardless of how they entered the trade, a magical contract binds them strictly to prevent any chance of betraying their master. Recognizing the practical security of this method, Ellie calmly gives her agreement. With a confident smile, Ellie stands up and decisively announces that they shall visit a slave shop to find their new domestics. The scene shifts from the luxury hotel room down toward a grim, underground corridor lined with sturdy wooden beams and iron grates. Walking down the dark, cracked concrete hallways of the underground facility, Lunoa covers her mouth in complete shock as she catches sight of the poor individuals locked tightly inside the iron cages. Leading the group forward through the dim establishment, the merchant gestures toward the surroundings and casually asks what they think of the selection. The merchant points toward a battered child curled up inside and aggressively pitches the sale, explaining that while the kid has a couple of scratches, she is perfectly fit enough to work. Looking down at the young girl bound in heavy chains, the seller callously tells Ellie that if the child eventually breaks down, she can simply trade her back in for a brand new one, confidently boasting that she is quite the bargain. Ellie calmly replies that she will think about it, before turning away to exit the establishment with Mireille and Lunoa following closely behind her into the capital streets. Once outside the building, Ellie explicitly observes that they simply could not find anyone suitable inside that shop. Mireille readily agrees with her assessment and immediately suggests trying another slave shop instead, while a visibly shaken Lunoa lets out a sudden gasp of distress as she stands on the cobblestone walkway. Sensing the sudden tension, Ellie notices her young apprentice's pale face and directly asks Lunoa if she is all right. Stuttering nervously, Lunoa quickly tries to brush off her anxiety by insisting that she is completely fine, prompting a serious and grounding gaze from her mistress. Ellie softly notes that she won't cruelly tell her to just get used to seeing such things. Our girl firmly explains that this bleak situation is simply the harsh reality of things in the world, instructing her to always remember that truth. Looking down at the brick ground in troubled silence, Lunoa softly mumbles her understanding in response. Mireille looks up at a large building and directs Ellie's attention to it, stating that this is the place. Standing alongside her maid and Lunoa, Ellie observes that this shop certainly features a completely different atmosphere compared to the previous establishment. A polite young man holding a broom greets them at the gate, welcoming the group to the Cedric commercial firm and pleasantly asking how he may help them. Mireille steps forward as a spokesperson, directly informing him that they are looking to purchase a slave. The young attendant opens the gated entrance and politely requests that they follow him inside. Walking behind their guide, Ellie turns to her companions and notes that this is the educator's company, prompting a curious look from Lunoa as she repeats the unfamiliar title back to herself. Ellie takes the opportunity to teach her young apprentice, directly asking Lunoa if she has ever heard of the Empire's Merchants Guild Council. Looking up at her mistress, Lonoa admits that she has only ever heard of them in name only. Raising a finger to emphasize her point, Ellie explains that the council holds the entire financial world in their palms and details how their massive influence extends straight to the very heart of the government. She advises Lonoa that if anyone wants to successfully do business in the empire, they must always keep this powerful group in mind. 7 eminent merchants make up the powerful council. One of those high-ranking figures is known as the Educator, a highly influential slave trader who handles top-tier transactions and even directly supplies the imperial palace. The Educator himself happens to own this very shop. The young attendant gestures forward and politely asks the group to step this way. An elegant man steps forward to greet his guests, offering a terrible apology for the wait. Hand on his chest, he formally introduces himself as Cedric Lewins, the head of this company. Cedric opens his arms wide and smiles warmly, pleasantly stating that it is a true pleasure to make her acquaintance, addressing her directly as Miss Ellie Lays. Hearing her name, Ellie looks back in mild surprise and sharply asks how he already knows who she is. Cedric chuckles softly and asks how he could possibly not know about Trader and its prodigious chair, explaining that her firm has rapidly become an absolute powerhouse. He smoothly reasons that such incredible business feats are bound to create rumors throughout the empire. Ellie listens to Cedric's flattering remarks with a calm expression, openly questioning if that is truly the case. However, a subtle shift in her analytical gaze reveals her inner skepticism, as she reasons to herself that a prominent council member would highly doubt to care about a relatively small firm, operating all the way out in a border viscounty. Adopting a polite, diplomatic facade, Ellie breaks into a gentle smile and tells Cedric that she is incredibly honored to learn that such a renowned merchant has heard of her. Yet, her inner thoughts remain highly cautious, noting that this man most likely knows exactly who she is. Watching him closely, Ellie carefully reminds herself that she will absolutely need to keep a vigilant eye on the Empire's Merchants Guild Council moving forward. Cedric extends his hand in a welcoming gesture, directly asking Ellie what specific kind of slave she is currently looking for. Mireille steps forward to outline their specific requirements, explaining that they need someone to serve and assist Miss Ellie. She details that while any race is perfectly fine, the slave must be a girl. Mireille adds that because Miss Ellie travels quite often, the candidate must be physically strong enough to keep up with her. Cedric rests a gloved hand against his chin, calmly nodding that he understands the parameters perfectly. Cedric turns slightly to his young attendant and commands him to bring Misha directly to the parlor, drawing a swift word of compliance from the boy. Turning back to his clients, Cedric confidently states that he believes he has just the right slave they need, prompting a sharp, curious twitch from a pair of animal ears nearby. Cedric talks about a young beast girl with distinct animal ears. Cedric notes that he hopes that the visitor will find her to their liking. He smiles warmly, informing Ellie Lays that she should be ready for her and asking if she would mind following him down the hallway. Peeking curiously into a room along the path, Ellie listens as a faint voice inside practices simple arithmetic, pondering the sum of 30 plus 200. Observing the ongoing lesson from the doorway, Ellie wonders what they are doing inside the room. Cedric turns to her with a knowing smile and explains that this is an arithmetic class, prompting a surprised Ellie to ask if he actually teaches slaves arithmetic. He happily elaborates that their teacher is also a debtor-slave. He adds that after realizing the young boy had a natural gift for the subject, he tasked him to teach the others, noting with pride that the young instructor does a fine job. Leading the way further down the corridor as rhythmic counting echoes from outside, Cedric confidently remarks that his slaves naturally learn far more than just standard academics. In an open courtyard, several muscular men swing their swords in unison with a loud whoosh, forcefully calling out the count as they practice their physical training. Standing a short distance away alongside Ellie Lays and her maid, Cedric Lewins gestures toward the display and calmly remarks that, as she can see, they are remarkably well educated. Meanwhile, an instructor forcefully commands the trainees to call out the numbers louder. Cedric further explains that the slaves learn all sorts of practical skills, such as art, cooking, sewing, and scholarship, completely based on their own natural dispositions. Looking closely at the training hall, Ellie observes that his way of handling slaves differs drastically from what she has personally seen at other commercial firms. She points out that his slaves consistently seem to be in excellent health, prompting a confident smile and a word of absolute agreement from Cedric. Ellie notes that most common firms barely care for their slaves and intentionally lower their maintenance costs strictly to increase their profit margins, though she admits she remains unsure if that is truly the best business approach. Cedric maintains his pleasant look, firmly stating his core philosophy that slaves are not vulgar tools, but are instead actual people. He explains that only when a merchant ensures they are healthy, well-educated, and equipped with the tools to thrive can they ever live up to their true value, calmly noting that this is why his prices are naturally higher than those of his competitors, which draws a knowing acknowledgement from Ellie. He smiles calmly, pointing out that his high-quality slaves do come with a hefty price tag. Ellie admits that he has thoroughly sparked her interest, making her much more keen on purchasing one of his slaves. Cedric warmly declares that he is incredibly pleased to hear her say that. Flattered by her response, Cedric smoothly explains that customers who truly understand quality, such as Ellie herself, are the very reason his commercial company is able to prosper. Ellie giggles elegantly behind her hand, playfully remarking that he certainly knows exactly how to flatter people. Realizing how much time has passed, Cedric notes with a pleasant wave of his hand that conversing with her was so entertaining that he completely lost track of the time, before suggesting that they finally get back to their primary business. A sharp click echoes through the corridor as Cedric unlocks a door and politely invites the group to follow him inside. Standing stiffly in the room, the Catkin girl trembles from intense nerves, introducing herself with a heavy stutter as Misha Tail. Internally panicking over her awkward stutter, Misha stands completely frozen as Ellie looks on blankly. Cedric chuckles and asks his guests to excuse her, explaining that it is her very first time meeting with a customer, which makes her naturally nervous. As Misha remains visibly frozen and tense, Cedric reassures the group that while she is still young and inexperienced, he can guarantee she is well trained. He adds that because she is a catkin, her physical abilities are excellent and she will handle traveling just fine. Cedric responds that he wouldn't exactly recommend her as a professional bodyguard, but she is more than capable of protecting herself. Ellie looks toward the slave trader and asks if the girl has any fighting experience. He explains that Misha's parents had taught her swordsmanship before she became a slave, adding that his own company has trained her even further since her arrival. Ellie steps closer to inspect her new domestic assistant, staring intently at her face while noting that her self-defense skills do truly set her apart. Turning back toward the merchant, Ellie addresses him directly to continue their discussion. Our girl firmly makes up her mind and confidently declares that she will take this girl, catching a visibly nervous Misha Tail completely off guard. Cedric bows his head politely with a warm smile, offering his sincere thanks for her patronage. The guy smoothly prepares for the transaction, stating that he shall bind her to Ellie with a magic contract at once. Cedric pricks his finger to initiate the magical process, reaching out toward the submissive Catkin girl. Activating the spell, a glowing magic circle manifests before his palm as he formally commands the system to transfer the ownership of Misha Tail from himself to Ellie, causing a soft light to envelop the girl's neck during the ownership shift. He speaks out to call Misha by her name while turning to declare to Miss Ellie that everything is officially all set and the Catkin girl is now completely hers. The guy warmly instructs her to serve her new master as well as she can. Overcome with deep emotion, a tear slips down the young Catkin girl's face as she softly sniffles in response. Ellie watches her quietly with a calm, attentive look as the young girl prepares to speak. Misha bows down deeply before Ellie, loudly declaring that she looks forward to serving her. Turning back to her former master with a bright, happy smile, she adds her heartfelt appreciation to Cedric for taking care of her until now. Cedric smiles gently and promises Misha that he will pray for her future happiness. With the transaction finalized, Ellie begins to address the young girl to establish her new role. Ellie gently states that she will be in Misha's care from now on. Hearing her new mistress's kind greeting, Misha nervously squeaks out a frantic acknowledgement. The scene shifts to the left panel where Ellie, sitting comfortably on the sofa, turns to her head maid and instructs Mireille to teach the young girl everything she needs to know, advising her to start slowly. Mireille immediately complies, assuring her mistress that she will do so. Arnaud stands before Ellie, bringing important news from the territory ruler. He informs her that they have received word from Lord Lucas, noting that the Lord is currently visiting the capital and wishes to see her. Hearing this unexpected notification, a collected Ellie smiles slightly and calmly inquires if that is indeed the case. Later that evening, Ellie instructs her team to let Lucas know that she will visit him tonight. True to her word, the meeting takes place in a beautifully decorated parlor. Lucas settles into a plush sofa and remarks that it has been quite a while since they last met. Ellie accepts a freshly prepared cup from her maid, breaking into a warm smile as she replies that she is truly glad to see that he is doing well. Then something caught her eyes. As they begin their conversation, she looks at his cup in pleasant surprise, noting that she certainly did not expect to be offered coffee and remarks on how rare it is. Lord Lucas gestures lightly, explaining that he actually had some coffee imported directly from the southern continent, and politely asks if the drink is to her liking. Sitting across from him, Ellie reassures her guest that there is absolutely no need for concern. Our girl smiles brightly while holding her cup, warmly admitting that she is also quite fond of coffee herself. Lucas mentions that he has heard rumors about how incredibly busy she has been ever since she arrived in the capital. Lucas directly probes further, explicitly asking Ellie what she is secretly scheming this time. Ellie playfully remarks how mean he is being before confidently claiming that she has done absolutely nothing yet. Hearing her choice of words, Lucas sweats slightly with a nervous smile, quietly reflecting on her ominous use of the word yet. He mentions that he had an official audience with the Emperor just yesterday. He clarifies that although he had already sent multiple letters detailing everything about her, the ruler still chose to summon him to hear the entire report in person, prompting Ellie to politely ask him to pardon her for causing so much trouble. Ellie leans back comfortably on the sofa, calmly expressing her curiosity about what will ultimately become of her. Lucas relaxes against his own seat and assures her that nothing will happen, adding with a relaxed look that they will simply just keep a watchful eye on her. Lucas explains that the Emperor himself deemed her past actions highly beneficial to the Empire and has chosen not to interfere. Hearing this massive development, Ellie responds that she was honestly starting to fret, admitting that the news is incredibly reassuring before prompting him to continue. Turning back toward his guest, Ellie asks Lord Lucas if he successfully presented the imperial family with her specific gift. Looking slightly strained with a drop of sweat on his face, Lucas confirms that he did. The scene shifts to highlight the elegant items in question, revealing the lavish beauty sets produced by Trader. He notes that those high-quality cosmetic products most certainly had a powerful effect on both the Empress and the Princess. Hearing his assessment, Ellie brings her hands together excitedly from the sofa and exclaims that she absolutely knew it would work. Ellie smiles brightly with her hands clasped together, explaining that her products were of the most excellent quality. She notes that she put an immense amount of effort into the packaging specifically to lift the lady's spirits. Listening to her praise her own merchandise, Lucas breaks into a nervous sweat, silently acknowledging that the beauty sets certainly looked like they would be popular with the ladies, though he remains slightly uneasy about her ultimate goals. Lucas looks directly at Ellie and asks how she honestly intends to take revenge on the kingdom with a peaceful strategy like that. Maintaining her absolute composure, Ellie glances back at the territory ruler and calmly advises him not to be so hasty. Reaching down toward the table, Ellie smoothly lifts a single rose from its vase. She notes that their current business success is merely another stepping stone along her path. Ellie declares her ultimate ambition to completely crush her homeland while simultaneously contributing to the Empire's prosperity. Watching her intense declaration, a deeply unsettled Lucas can only stare in absolute shock while Ellie quietly murmurs his name. Ellie firmly vows that she will make sure the kingdom's downfall is witnessed from the very front row. Standing in front of a large bookshelf, a nervous Misha Tail opens her small notebook to announce today's busy schedule. She states that Ellie will inspect the firm building and its ongoing renovations in the morning, followed by 2 meetings and 1 business negotiation in the afternoon. Our girl offers her thanks and gently requests that Misha inform her who she will be meeting with next time, prompting a quick, compliant response from the startled girl. Mireille steps forward to inform her mistress that she has received an official letter from Baroness Melanie inviting her to an upcoming party in the capital. Looking up thoughtfully, Ellie listens as Misha wonders aloud how they should draft their answer. Ellie reviews the situation and instructs her to let the sender know that she will attend. Mireille immediately complies, stating that she will handle it at once. Ellie's hand gestures toward, quietly reflecting on the mention of a party. Looking down at her puzzle, she quietly notes to herself that the invitation and the growing buzz have arrived with absolute, perfect timing. Elsewhere a view of the grand, lit hall shows the gathering socialites mingling through the evening. Standing gracefully inside the beautifully decorated ballroom with a glass in her hand, Ellie looks on as she is formally greeted by an approaching noble lady. Baroness Melanie smiles warmly behind her delicate lace fan, expressing what a true pleasure it is to welcome Ellie to the gathering today. She eagerly asks if Ellie is available, noting that she would absolutely love to introduce her to some of the other ladies in attendance. Calling out to capture the ballroom's attention, Melanie introduces Ellie as the prodigious chair of trader, proudly announcing that she is the genius behind the lovely cosmetics she has been completely obsessed with recently. The announcement immediately draws intrigued looks from the nearby noblewomen as the Baroness gushes about how she truly cannot get enough of Ellie's products. The surrounding crowd of ladies erupts into excited chatter, with one exclaiming that the cosmetics must be the secret to why the Baroness looks so exceptionally stunning these days. Mesmerized by the results, multiple noblewomen eagerly voice their desire to try the trader line for themselves as well. Our girl Lays gracefully addresses the gathered crowd, explaining that while Trader is indeed opening a brand new branch right in the imperial capital, they operate strictly as a small firm utilizing a selective membership system. The noblewomen look on with eager anticipation as Ellie smoothly offers an exclusive favor. She announces that since they are all close friends of the hostess, she will personally prioritize each of them whenever the firm begins accepting new members, prompting gasps of delighted surprise from the ladies. The ladies excitedly ask if she would truly extend such a generous offer, to which Ellie calmly and gladly confirms that she will. Internally, Ellie calculates that while her company's actual production capacity is perfectly high enough now to handle large demands, keeping an air of scarcity is far more profitable. The noblewomen chat happily amongst themselves, completely unaware of Ellie's true strategy. Ellie reasons to herself that their restricted membership system intentionally turns a trader membership into a highly desirable, exclusive status symbol. There is another reason. Suddenly, someone calls out to Baroness Melanie. Melanie stands proudly with her elegant lace fan, receiving overwhelming gratitude from her peers for introducing them to Ellie. Ellie thinks that by handing out these exclusive favors to her friends, the Baroness can effortlessly grow her own social influence, a powerful incentive that will naturally keep her advertising trader to everyone in the capital. She narrows her eyes, reflecting that building a firm union with such an influential figure will surely benefit her business goals in the long run. Maintaining her bright facade, Ellie smiles warmly at the gathered crowd, raising a finger as she generously offers to send all of them some complimentary samples of her products. The noblewomen react with absolute delight and astonishment at her generosity. Ellie enthusiastically notes that if they happen to like the samples, they should naturally come visit the firm building as soon as it officially opens, prompting the excited ladies to proclaim that they cannot wait for the store to debut. Offering a radiant smile as her targets express their overwhelming gratitude, Ellie considers this interaction to be the perfect final touch to her marketing strategy, confidently noting to herself that she did a truly great job. The scene then transitions past the grand, stone walls of the imperial capital at night, carrying the focus all the way back across the borders to the kingdom of Haldoria, where a frustrated voice within the palace sighs in deep irritation. Seated inside his study with his hand supporting his chin, King Bulat of Haldoria lets out a deeply worried sigh, anxiously wondering to himself how they could have possibly ended up in such a highly problematic situation. Duke Leyston explains that they simply had no choice in the matter because Elizabeth's treason and sudden escape forced them to approve of Lady Lockett as the prince's new fiancée. Bulat listens in grim silence, internally reflecting that he would have vastly preferred Rosalia instead of that annoying brat. Leyston reminds Bulat that Lady Rosila is already engaged. He notes that His Majesty had even personally arranged the engagement strictly to reward her extensive efforts during the selection process for the prince's fiancée. Leyston notes that attempting to overturn that arrangement will inevitably deal a severe blow to the crown. Listening from his armchair, Bulat heavily agrees with his assessment. Looking out over the palace window, Leyston advises that they are already imposing on Lady Rosalia's goodwill enough as it is, strictly commanding him to be careful not to antagonize her. Bulat acknowledges the warning just as the sharp sound of clinking steel echoes up from the courtyard below, where a sword is sent spinning high into the air. Down on the training grounds, a terrified young guard frantically throws up his hands to announce his surrender. Standing tall over him, Fried points a blade directly at his face, furiously shouting that he is completely out of practice and should be thoroughly ashamed to call himself a knight. Fried smiles after finishing his sparring session, warning the defeated guard to train like his life depends on it while the young man bows deeply to thank him for his guidance and exits the courtyard. Nearby, two other soldiers chat quietly about how the prince is completely out of control these days, heavily agreeing with each other's frustrations. As Lin walks away out of earshot, the soldiers continue to vent their complaints openly in the courtyard. One remarks that losing to Prince Fried on purpose every single time is a massive pain, while his companion notes that they have not much choice since actually winning against him would land them reassigned to the border. Standing near the palace wall, Fried overhears the guards continuing their harsh gossip about the prince. One mentions that with a legendary father like his, the prince should be plenty talented, but the other counters that the prince has never done a hard day's work in his life and points out that talent can only take a person so far. They laugh rowdily together, adding that if the prince worked half as hard as Lady Elizabeth, he would be way better already. Hearing them constantly mention her name, Fried clenches his teeth in absolute fury from inside the palace hallway, completely enraged. Fried stomps down the lavish corridor with heavy thuds, furiously shouting to himself that Elizabeth is a wanted criminal and a damn traitor. Gritting his teeth with an angry glare, he rages over how anyone could dare compare her to him. But he suddenly notices the conversation happening in the room. In a hallway of the palace, a royal official tries to reason with Lady Sylvia, pleading for her understanding. Sylvia fiercely responds that no means no, firmly refusing his request. Hearing the commotion, Fried approaches from down the corridor, demanding to know what is going on as the startled official reacts to his sudden arrival. Sylvia immediately runs to Fried's side and grips his clothes, crying out that the officials are trying to force her into something against her will. The panicked officials desperately try to explain themselves, begging His Highness to please hear them out. The royal official steps forward to clarify that Lady Sylvia needs to start taking her official princess lessons. Sylvia cuts him off with a furious shout, reiterating that she does not want to do it. As the official nervously attempts to insist that they are not asking her to complete everything all at once, Fried looks down gently and calls out her nickname to soothe her. Fried gently tilts Sylvia's face up, smoothly assuring her that she is perfect just the way she is and should never force herself to do things she dislikes. Sylvia looks up at him with utter infatuation, while the two officials stand completely frozen in the background, sweating nervously at his sheer indulgence. Fried decisively declares that she will take her lessons at a later time, leading Sylvia away as the officials frantically object. He violently slams the heavy door behind him, leaving a lingering, stern look on his face while a sudden voice asks him to excuse her intrusion. The dark-haired woman breaks into a polite smile, formally greeting His Highness and Lady Sylvia. Sylvia welcomes her warmly by the name of Chris, excitedly asking what magnificent treasures she has brought for them today, prompting Chris to pleasantly respond that she has quite a few choice items to show her. Sylvia excitedly asks to look at things together. Standing nearby, Chris watches them closely in absolute silence, while Prince Fried flatly remarks that it sounds exciting. Chris addresses Fried formally, noting that His Highness seems to be in a remarkably bad mood and asks if something has happened. Fried sighs with his eyes closed, sharply confirming that he absolutely is in an awful mood. He sits down heavily on the sofa with a loud thud, venting his frustration to Sylvia about how he finally managed to get rid of the evil wench who bullied her. He bitterly admits that because that woman was deeply involved in the government, the people in the castle simply will not stop whining about her absence. Fuming with visible irritation from the sofa, Fried angrily complains that the palace staff continuously disregard him even though he is their rightful prince. Looking at him calmly, Chris observes that they have the sheer audacity to belittle him. Chris gestures forward with an open hand, suggesting that under those circumstances, the prince should show the palace staff his true dignity as a royal. Fried asks what Chris means by her suggestion. Chris explains that the absolute best way for him to show his true might would be through direct battle. Chris elaborates that people naturally long for a strong hero who will protect them, assuring him that leading troops on a battlefield would stop anyone from ever looking down on him again. Fried places a thoughtful hand to his face, quietly reflecting on the concept of going into battle. Sylvia speaks up to note that their nation is not currently at war, prompting Chris to agree that this is indeed the main issue. She raises a finger to her face as she breaks down the political landscape, explaining that Haldoria currently maintains a non-aggression treaty with the Empire. She calmly notes that even if they set aside the various vassal nations, actively trying to wage a war against the Empire simply is not realistic. Chris advises that the easiest way forward would be to subjugate monsters to rapidly grow his public prestige. Fried quietly repeats the word monsters to himself as he considers the proposal. She turns her head toward the tall grandfather clock ticking quietly against the wall, noticing the late hour and remarking on how quickly the time has flown. Chris politely asks if they will buy the items, prompting an immediate and enthusiastic yes from Sylvia. Prince Fried is briefly taken aback by her swift response, asking for clarification before telling them to go ahead with the purchase. Chris then bids them farewell, promising to visit the palace again once she receives new products. As she steps out and the door clicks shut, Fried and Sylvia settle onto the sofa to look over their newly bought treasures. Holding a sparkling piece of jewelry in her hand, Sylvia beams with delight as she turns to Fried, excitedly pointing out how incredibly pretty the ring is. Fried, however, remains lost in deep thought. Suddenly, a sharp click echoes through the quiet room as the handle turns and the door swings open. A royal official steps inside to announce a visitor, prompting a highly irritated shout from Fried, who angrily snaps back that he is busy. A cold, demanding voice immediately cuts through the air, sharply questioning him on what exactly he is so busy doing. Lady Rosalia storms into the chamber with an elegant but furious gesture, mockingly noting that thanks to a certain someone, the entire administration has been losing sleep and working themselves straight to the bone. Glaring coldly at Prince Fried and Sylvia, she voices her deep disgust over how he still manages to find the time to call for traveling merchants, haughtily declaring that she would be far too ashamed to even think of doing something so completely careless. Fried clenches his fist and barks a sharp command for Rosalia not to dare disrespect him. Rosalia breaks out into an amused, wide smile right to his face, playfully remarking that he truly says the funniest things. Rosalia points out that respect must be earned. Looking directly at the furious royal, she drops a biting question, asking if he honestly thinks he deserves her respect. Fried is left completely beside himself, gritting his teeth in a surge of silent rage. Fried gestures wildly from across the room, furiously reminding her that he is her prince. Standing entirely unimpressed, Rosalia looks down on him and dismisses him as a total ninny, coldly reminding him that he was merely born lucky and mocking whether he has anything else of substance to boast about. Fried loses his temper entirely, sharply shouting that she is just a duke's daughter and questioning how she dares speak to him that way. Rosalia sighs with her eyes closed, noting what an absolute joke it is that this country cannot even function properly without using the strength of this measly duke's daughter, before narrowing her eyes to coldly enlighten him on the true balance of power. She confidently explains that House Fadgal is an illustrious house that has long been in charge of the entire army, calmly adding that their military forces completely outnumber his own little royal guard. Looking away with absolute authority, she firmly notes that unlike a certain unnamed ducal house, they have absolutely no intention of submitting to the royal family like obedient dogs. She coldly delivers a chilling threat, warning that they will pay dearly if they choose to make an enemy out of the Fadgal family. Standing a short distance away, Fried tries to brush off her words by awkwardly claiming that it is enough small talk. Rosalia drops a massive stack of paperwork onto the desk with a heavy thud, nonchalantly noting that unlike a certain someone, she is a very busy person. Fried points at her in absolute disbelief, demanding to know what she thinks she is doing. Rosalia calmly retorts that she is merely giving him work he can actually handle, mockingly telling him to just sign it and asking if it is really too hard for him. This prompts an angry exclamation from Fried, who demands she address him properly. Entirely unfazed by his outburst, Rosalia proudly states that she has been officially appointed as the special aide to the Crown Prince. She explains that His Majesty created this specific role particularly so that she could help his useless son figure things out. Then she looks at Sylvia, which causes her to flinch back in sudden panic. Rosalia sighs deeply, admitting that she must say she is thoroughly disappointed in Elizabeth for failing against such weak opposition. She closes her eyes and openly questions how Elizabeth could have possibly lost to someone like Sylvia. Glaring directly at a visibly trembling Sylvia, Rosalia bluntly states that she is just so entirely insignificant. She crosses her arms with a cold expression, adding that perhaps Elizabeth did not even manage to notice her existence in the first place, leaving Sylvia completely speechless. Lady Rosalia lets out a sigh of good grief while walking out of the room, leaving Fried and a visibly shaken Sylvia behind her. She mutters to herself that she feels like an absolute fool for ever squabbling with Elizabeth over a man as completely incompetent as him. With Rosalia finally gone, Fried snaps out of his stun and furiously commands a nearby royal official to hand over the paperwork. The startled official quickly complies and presents the document to him, while a deeply worried Sylvia watches the unfolding tension in complete silence. Fried schemes over the official document, noticing that it details financial aid meant specifically for their vassal nations. Infuriated by what he reads, he violently slams his hands onto the desk and lets out a frustrated shout, aggressively questioning why they are even required to continuously send those regions money all the time. Suddenly, a realization strikes Prince Fried. He turns to the official and orders him to revise the document immediately, but when the confused aide asks exactly how it should be changed, the prince chuckles darkly and tells him to never mind, declaring that he will happily do the modifications himself. Fried holds a finger to his face, smoothly noting to himself that it is only right for him to handle some of the administrative work directly. Meanwhile, far away from the palace's petty schemes, the scene transitions back to a brightly lit study where a smiling Lunoa works alongside her mistress, calling out to Miss Ellie. Mireille steps into the room to inform her mistress that she has a brand new update to share. Approaching the desk with a rustle of paper, she expresses her thanks directly to Lord Lucas's good words. Mireille points out a specific map location, detailing that a production base has been successfully secured right in the countryside of Lebrick Viscounty. The plan maps out how once they finish establishing their presence there, the company can seamlessly grow and manufacture all necessary ingredients inside their very own dedicated facilities, drawing an approving nod and a word of perfect agreement from Ellie. Turning back to her team in the study, Ellie directly asks Misha to tell her what she has planned for today. A nervous Misha loudly shouts out her compliance to get the itinerary ready. Misha references her notes to lay out the day's arrangements, informing her mistress that she has a formal meeting with the chair of the Bren commercial firm in the morning, followed smoothly by an official dinner with Viscount Naba later tonight. Satisfied with the schedule, Ellie offers a calm word of thanks. Curious about the upcoming arrangements, Misha explicitly asks what exactly the Bren commercial firm does. Ellie explains that they mainly sell lipstick, nonchalantly adding that it is not a particularly massive company and noting that they have heavily struggled ever since Trader successfully stole away their customer base. Ellie states that if Bren swears loyalty to her, she will happily turn them into a brand new subsidiary. Misha Tail looks forward with a concerned expression, asking what will happen if the company chooses not to comply. Our girl clarifies that if they refuse her offer, she will have no choice but to crush them until absolutely nothing remains. Misha shakes slightly from the declaration, while Ellie calmly changes the subject, noting that as for Viscount Naba, she fully expects that he wants Trader to open an official branch right inside his own territory. Misha asks if Ellie intends to fulfill that request, to which Ellie firmly replies that she will not for the time being. Sitting with her arms crossed, Ellie breaks down her immediate business strategy, explaining that they must focus entirely on strengthening their foothold in the capital first. Our girl smiles warmly as she elaborates on her long-term goals, pointing out that she fully intends to open new branches in the future, which makes maintaining a great relationship with these figures absolutely paramount. Standing nearby, Lunoa listens closely to the strategic lesson. Lunoa lets out a panicked exclamation of shock when Ellie suddenly announces that she will accompany her to the dinner as well. Ellie calmly explains that it is a very good chance for her to learn how to properly handle nobles, prompting a nervous but compliant affirmation from her young apprentice. Suddenly, a loud slam shatters the quiet atmosphere as Arnaud forcefully bursts into the room, frantically calling out to Miss Ellie. Breathing heavily from his sudden rush, he urgently declares that he brings grave news, prompting a focused inquiry from Ellie to find out exactly what has happened. Arnaud delivers an alarming update, stating that Haldoria's vassal, the Kingdom of Sarjas, has officially declared war on the Empire. He adds with extreme urgency that their invading army is actively marching toward the Lebrick Viscounty at this very moment, catching Ellie completely off guard. A stunned Ellie demands clarification, struggling to believe that the Kingdom of Sarjas would take such a bold action. Down below, a thoroughly confused Misha falters over the unfamiliar name, prompting Lunoa to step in and explain that Sarjas is a minor vassal state of Haldoria that possesses very few natural resources and relies almost entirely on tourism to survive. Misha stands nearby, wondering how such a small country would launch an attack against the empire. Ellie grows deeply unsettled, biting her thumb in intense contemplation as she reflects on how incredibly disastrous the timing is. The strategic landscape reveals that the kingdom of Sarjas sits directly to the southeast of the Udyr Empire. Because dense forests and rugged mountain ranges naturally separate the two nations, an invading force would have absolutely no choice but to march directly through Brachin Valley to stage their attack on the Lebric Viscounty. Ellie realizes that once the enemy troops clear the valley, they will emerge directly at their newly secured production base, causing Misha to gasp in sudden realization. Turning back to her attendant, Ellie recalls that there is a defensive outpost situated inside Brachin Valley, which Arnaud promptly confirms is known as Brachin Fortress. Our girl looks closely at her attendant and asks how many men they have deployed. Arnaud explains that while the exact number is classified intelligence, he estimates their forces to be around 500 to 600 men. She then asks about Sarjas' army. Arnaud further estimates the imperial garrison to be between 1,200 and 1,500 men at best, leading Ellie to calculate that if they focus strictly on a defensive strategy, they should easily hold the fortress for several days. Meanwhile, a sudden tapping sound draws their attention to the window, where Mireille retrieves a messenger bird and announces that an update has just arrived from their peers inside the Viscounty. She reviews the urgent letter regarding the ongoing war, reporting that Sarjas publicly claims they want to reclaim the land that the Empire supposedly stole from them. An imposing portrait highlights the stern, heavily bearded king ruling over the hostile vassal state. Ellie reacts with visible surprise, asking for clarification on the history of the conflict. Arnaud elaborates on the situation, explaining that the Empire annexed a portion of Sarjas' territory 20 years ago, before preparing to reveal the deeper truth behind that historical event. The historical reality shows that Sarjas completely abandoned the land when faced with a massive monster invasion. The Empire stepped in to protect the left-behind citizens before formally integrating the territory, prompting a shocked Lunoa to point out that the Empire actually saved them, making Sarjas' sudden demand to take the land back highly absurd. Ellie looks back and asks if there is any other news from the Viscounty. Mireille looks over the message and states that Lord Lucas immediately headed straight for the fortress the moment he first heard about the enemy invasion. She adds that Lord Lucas is currently leading a force of 1,800 men to reinforce the area. Furthermore, he has already sent a vanguard consisting of 100 foot soldiers and 50 cavalrymen ahead to secure the path. Ellie analyzes the numbers and reasons that it sounds like an easy victory. She notes that the fortress will successfully hold off the army of Sarjas and by enough time until Lucas arrives with his massive main forces to completely destroy the enemy. Despite the favorable tactical report, Ellie stands by the window with her arms crossed. Silently admits to herself that she simply cannot help but feel terribly uneasy about the situation. Later that same day at Brachin Fortress, a massive, thunderous roar suddenly echoes violently across the defensive stone walls. Dark smoke rises high into the afternoon sky. Inside the battlefield, chaos erupts as defending soldiers are viciously stabbed and cut down, their agonizing screams filling the air. One of the frantic garrison members shouts to his superior that they can no longer hold out, as a lone commander on horseback grips his sword tightly while looking out over the crumbling outer defense walls of the fortress. He angrily wonders to himself exactly who these mysterious and overwhelming attackers could possibly be. The next day, Arnaud forcefully bursts through the door with a loud bang, frantically shouting that he brings ill tidings. The room falls into a stunned silence as he announces that Brachin Fortress has completely fallen, prompting a grim Ellie to calmly request that he tell her more. Arnaud explains the situation to the gathered group, noting that a highly exceptional unit suddenly appeared on the battlefield to provide direct aid to Sarjas. Hearing this, Ellie points to her notes and asks for clarification on whether these fighters are entirely separate from the main state army. Arnaud relays that word has it these reinforcements are mercenaries, though they do not match the description of any famous corps. Ellie places a thoughtful hand to her face, reasoning that they must have either traveled from very far away or are a completely newly formed troop. Arnaud explains that the Sarjan forces took complete control of the fortress to establish a brand new bridgehead. He notes that Viscount Lebric's advance force has already been completely routed and he has yet to engage the enemy with his main forces. She reasons that Sarjas will likely establish a firm defense line to hold the captured area, or they might choose to head even deeper into the empire. Our girl reflects with a narrowed gaze that either way, the invading forces will end up severely spoiling her long-term business plans. Having thoroughly reviewed the tactical landscape, she firmly declares to her startled staff that she has made up her mind and they are officially joining the fray. A completely stunned Mireille cries out in absolute disbelief at the sudden declaration. Unmoved by the shock, Ellie begins reviewing paperwork at her desk and decisively states that they will hire adventurers and mercenaries, whom she will personally lead, while directly commanding Mireille to immediately prepare food and potion stocks for the campaign. Mireille frantically asks if her mistress is truly serious about this dangerous course of action. Ellie points out that the robust Brachin fortress fell in a single day and argues that even with more men, Lucas will not prevail against such an enemy. She remains entirely unfazed, continuing to smoothly sign her official documents. Our girl maps out the consequences of inaction, warning that the entire region will inevitably fall into major turmoil and Trader will certainly not be left unscathed. Turning her attention to her anxious apprentices standing across the room, she firmly calls out to Lunoa, drawing a swift, startled response from the young girl as Misha looks on nervously. Ellie firmly hands a message to Lunoa, commanding her to take the missive to the Adventurers Guild at once while making sure to present a letter of introduction as well. Turning to her Catkin assistant, Ellie instructs Misha to accompany her to ensure everything goes smoothly, prompting a confirmation from both girls. As the fast thud of retreating footsteps echoes down the hallway, Mireille steps forward with a deeply worried look on her face. Sitting calmly at her desk, Ellie closes her eyes and reiterates that her mind is firmly made up and she has chosen her path. Mireille voices her deepest concern, warning Ellie that if she chooses to fight openly, the kingdom will inevitably figure out exactly where she is hiding. Standing near her desk, Ellie calmly acknowledges the risk but counters that there is something incredibly fishy about how this war suddenly started, leaving Mireille momentarily bewildered. Ellie analyzes the hidden motives behind the conflict, pointing out that the king of Sarjas is known to be a highly reasonable man who would normally never engage in such reckless actions. Hearing this tactical evaluation, a bewildered Mireille trails off as she asks if her mistress means to imply something deeper. Mireille ponders if someone else is secretly pulling the strings from the shadows to instigate the conflict. Walking deliberately toward the study door alongside Arnaud, Ellie firmly states that she will simply have to go out there and see the truth for herself. Ellie leaves her study to uncover the truth of the conflict by directly stepping onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, word spreads like wildfire over at the Adventurers Guild inside the Imperial capital, where shock ripples through the halls upon hearing that Brachin fortress fell in just a single day. Guild Master Sergio reviews the sudden battlefield reports, pointing out that even though the fortress is located right on the border, they had a significant number of Imperial troops stationed there. Vice Master Iris stands nearby with a highly concerned expression, noting that strange things are definitely afoot regarding the swift defeat. An employee announces that they have just received a dire request, prompting Iris to tell the receptionist, Sarasa, that they will review it later since they are currently very busy. Down below, Sarasa firmly hands over the envelope anyway, clarifying that it is an urgent letter from a commercial firm called Trader, which immediately leads Iris to wonder if the message is actually from Viscount Lebrick. Sergio asks if the nobleman from Lebrick is currently the one actively fighting off the invaders in that region. Iris says that the Trader commercial firm used to have its main headquarters located right inside the Lebrick Viscounty, guessing that this message must be directly linked to the ongoing war. Sergio confirms that Iris's assumption is entirely spot on as he reads the official letter, noting that Trader's chair explicitly wants them to send a force of adventurers for her to lead directly into battle against Sarjas. Iris notes that the firm is generously offering to pay double the standard going rate, which sounds like an excellent deal, though Sergio admits he still does not quite understand her ultimate motives. He questions why a mere merchant would risk embarking on such an uncertain battle, wondering if she fails to realize that her forces will be fighting a proper army rather than common brigands. Iris adds that while it is only hearsay, there might be a practical explanation behind the merchant's bold move. Iris explains that rumor has a trader heavily invested in facilities near the war zone, noting that those properties must have cost quite a bit of money. Sergio nods thoughtfully at his desk, concluding that she simply wants to protect her investments. Iris counters that the client's ultimate reasons do not really matter, as she will smoothly get rid of the invaders for them, which is a great outcome. Sergio acknowledges that this is a fair point, before turning his focus toward the veteran adventurers available inside the capital. She notes that if they are looking for veteran adventurers in the capital to handle the job, a specific group comes to mind. Sergio looks over the envelope with a sharp smile, confirming that they will intentionally send her their finest members. A sharp knock suddenly echoes at a door in the capital as a voice calls out to announce a visitor out of the blue. A long-haired woman opens the door and surprisingly addresses the visitor as Miss Sarasa. Standing out on the stone pavement, Sarasa asks for forgiveness for visiting so suddenly, to which the woman warmly replies that it is no problem at all and inquires what she can do for her. Sarasa explains that she has an urgent offer for her party and would like to discuss it right away, asking if that is all right. The woman readily agrees, welcoming the discussion, before the woman turns back toward the open doorway to call out and capture someone's attention inside. She turns back toward the inside of the room and calls out to Elsa, announcing that it is officially time to get to work. A long-haired woman enters the room and apologizes to the waiting group for the delay. Standing near the window, Sarasa and Lisa turn their attention toward the entrance as she approaches. Sarasa addresses Elsa directly, expressing her hope that she does not mind her presence. Elsa calmly responds from the doorway that she does not mind it at all. Elsa mentions that it is rare for them to drop by unexpectedly, noting she would have gladly gone to the guild herself, but Sarasa explains that they are in a massive rush. A letter is presented as an unexpected voice firmly demands a definitive answer by the end of the day. Sarasa asks if she is aware that Sarjas declared war on the Empire, to which Elsa begins to answer. Sarasa explains that the Sarjan army captured Brachan fortress and is still moving forward, adding that their client wants to form an opposition force to stop them and will lead the troops. Elsa absorbs the gravity of the tactical situation in silence. Elsa processes the news that they would be joining the war, causing her companion to gasp in sudden shock. Lisa looks completely frozen and tenses up with a drop of sweat on her face. Elsa turns her head toward her shocked friend and directly asks Lisa what is wrong. Lisa reflects on how her hometown is located close to the active war zone. Elsa explains that she must discuss the request with her team before giving a definitive answer, though Sarasa attempts to object. Placing a hand firmly over her heart, Elsa reassures them that even if her team members choose to refuse this request, she will personally accept the mission regardless. Sarasa tells Elsa to let them know when her team decides, to which Elsa happily agrees. Meanwhile, Lisa calls out to Elsa as they prepare to leave. Elsa smiles confidently and tells her companion that they should ask the others what they think. The scene transitions outside to the eastern gate of the imperial capital. The veteran leaders gathered in the forest are introduced. Elsa is a rank A adventurer and the leader of Sharp Edge. Rick is a rank B adventurer leading the Fang Dragon Scales, while Thomas is a rank A adventurer leading the Scorching Fists. Alongside them stand Julius, commander of the Swift Drake Mercenary Corps, and Gondair, commander of the Gondair Mercenary Corps. Standing before the assembled veteran leaders in the forest, Ellie addresses them directly. She extends her sincere appreciation to the group, thanking them all for heeding her urgent request and joining her today. Ellie introduces herself as the chair of the trader commercial firm. Mireille stands directly behind her, looking on quietly. She continues her address to the gathered veterans, explaining that she is leading the charge to push the Sarjan forces completely out of Lebrick Viscounty and the Empire for good. She asks if anyone has any questions, prompting Elsa to politely request permission to speak. Ellie acknowledges Elsa and kindly invites her to go ahead. Elsa raises her hand to explicitly ask about the rations they received, pointing out that while they must remain quick on their feet and cannot bring too much luggage, the distributed amount seems far too little for a 2-day journey. Ellie calmly responds that it is a fair question and assures her that it will be perfectly fine. Our girl explains that the distributed rations are intended strictly for emergencies, reassuring the group that she is personally carrying all of the main supplies herself so they can rest assured. Hearing this unusual statement, a confused Elsa looks back to ask exactly what she means by that. Ellie reasons to herself that since they will be fighting side by side, there is absolutely no point in hiding her unique ability from them anymore, as she smoothly lifts her gloved hand forward. Ellie tells the astonished leaders to have a look as a bright glow radiates from her hand, initiating the activation of her divine artifact. Ellie confidently calls forth her grimoire of Mammon, smiling warmly as the magical book materializes directly in her hands. She points her finger down at the open page to select a specific item from the ancient text. She formally commands the system to release the chosen object, causing a large magic circle to glimmer brightly beneath her feet as she stands before the group. Elsa and Thomas watched the sudden display with wide, startled eyes. A large, wooden barrel filled with fresh water suddenly manifests out of thin air on the dirt path. Ellie explains to the astonished leaders that her divine artifact smoothly stores various items inside its very own dedicated subspace. Ellie further explains that she possesses enough food and water to feed 100 people for several months, adding that the small rations she gave them earlier are merely insurance in case they get separated unexpectedly. Listening closely to her explanation, Thomas admits that he certainly did not see a development like that coming. Thomas remarks on what an incredibly handy power she has. Ellie places a finger to her lips, explaining that while she shared this information because the current situation requires it, she would highly appreciate it if everyone kept it a complete secret. She calmly asks if there are any more questions, and upon receiving total silence, she notes that everything is good. She declares that there is no time to waste and urges everyone to depart at once. Ellie looks forward with a bright smile, warmly stating that she very much looks forward to working with all of them. The scene transitions directly to the Lebrick Viscounty. A heavy thud echoes through the quiet forest as a horse firmly plants its hoof onto the dirt road during the campaign's advance. Ellie rides her horse along the path and announces that they will soon reach the area currently under Sarge's control. She issues a direct command to halt, bringing the entire unit to a sudden stop. Stepping down from her horse, Ellie warns the team that from this point forward, they risk running into foes at any given time. She advises the group that they should set up camp first before attempting to advance any further into enemy territory. Elsa suggests that they should have Marty scout the area first to ensure their safety. Ellie calmly gives her approval for the scouting mission to proceed. Our girl mentions that she would love to contact Viscount Lucas, but Julius quickly interrupts to assure her that his team will take complete care of that matter. Relieved by his proactive offer, Ellie smiles gently and expresses her great thanks to him. Elsa asks what the rest of them should do now. Ellie turns back toward her companions and commands them to set up their camp right here. She announces that they will finish pitching the tents before sundown. Ellie gestures toward the campsite, asking about their defensive line. Mireille notes that they are currently digging trenches around the camp to help delay the approaching enemies to some extent. Ellie opens her magical book, firmly stating that such measures are simply not enough. Our girl casts a powerful spell, summoning a massive stone wall that rises from the ground, leaving a nearby worker completely stunned. Ellie inspects the new structure alongside Mireille, contently noting that it is low enough for them to preserve their visibility, making it absolutely perfect. Elsa wonders why Ellie is wasting her time as a mere merchant when she possesses such incredible strength. Ellie looks back elegantly behind her hand with a knowing smile, softly giggling at the remark. She calmly states that she is nothing special, explaining that plenty of merchants are capable of using magic. Elsa folds her arms and directly counters that she does not know many people who actually possess a divine artifact. Turning slightly, Ellie calmly looks back and asks if her unique ability has caught their eye. Elsa gives a very blunt reply, stating not really. Thomas steps forward with a relaxed smile while scratching his cheek, mentioning that adventurers have a well-known saying. Thomas breaks down the old proverb, stating that the god of death answers to the name curiosity. He explains that knowing too much often endangers someone, adding that adventurers know the absolute key to a long life is not meddling. Ellie firmly agrees, calling it a wise saying indeed. Suddenly, a frantic shout shatters the peaceful conversation with a warning of bad news. Marty runs into the middle of the campsite, frantically pointing out toward the distance with a panicked look on her face. She loudly announces that a group of armed men has officially taken over the village. Elsa wonders if the armed men are currently using the location as a military base. Ellie calmly asks Marty to take a breath and explain the situation. Marty details her scouting report, explaining that she spied on the village directly from a nearby hill. She notes that while she saw lots of armed men stationed throughout the settlement, there were very few villagers remaining in sight. Marty further reports that the few villagers she managed to spot ended up getting dragged away by those hostile brutes. A distressed Marty adds that she also saw something highly concerning on the ground. The view shifts down to reveal countless dark, red stains scattered across the soil, which she notes were most likely an ominous sign. She grimly concludes that the stains were blood. Ellie asks if the Sarjan force attacked the village, to which Marty confirms that it is highly likely. Elsa scratches her head in deep confusion, wondering what in the world the attackers are thinking. Thomas stands close to her and notes that international laws of war strictly prohibit killing civilians. Ellie considers the situation and notes that hurting these people makes very little sense when their ultimate goal is supposedly just to reclaim their land. She reasons that a single rogue unit might have simply acted out on its own, which Elsa firmly supports as the most plausible option. Ellie turns to find out exactly how many men were spotted there, prompting Marty to estimate that there were around 10. Elsa looks at her and anxiously asks what they should do next. A determined Ellie rests a hand against her chin, as she decisively declares that they will go save the village. Mireille reacts with sudden surprise upon hearing the bold directive. Ellie calmly notes that they currently have very few details about the enemy. Our girl outlines the tactical objective, explaining that capturing some soldiers and interrogating them will help them face the rest of the army. Thomas smiles eagerly at the plan and declares that it sounds good, urging everyone to attack them, but Ellie calmly interrupts to state that she is sorry to disappoint him. Ellie clarifies that she will head straight to the village accompanied strictly by Elsa's party. A surprised Thomas asks her to hang on, questioning why they cannot simply launch an attack together, to which Ellie points out that the camp's defenses are still not fully in place. Ellie emphasizes that they absolutely cannot afford to leave the camp vulnerable, explicitly instructing Thomas and the remaining forces to stay behind to protect it. A disappointed Thomas sighs at the decision, prompting Ellie to cheerfully tell him not to worry. She smiles warmly and reassures Thomas that he will have plenty of chances to go wild later on. A sweating Thomas gives up his resistance and reluctantly complies with her order. Ellie looks directly toward her companion, asking if Elsa is all right with that arrangement. Elsa calmly accepts the directive and responds that they will get ready, before inquiring exactly when they will depart. As the sun begins to set over the campsite, the group realizes that the darkness will arrive shortly. They decide to use the cover of the night to carefully sneak into the village undetected. An enemy soldier lights a cigarette while sitting alone on a large rock in the forest. He reflects that while he did not know what to expect, fighting in a war is turning out to be much easier than he thought. A silent hand suddenly reaches out from the shadows toward the distracted man. The hand forcefully grabs the soldier and covers his mouth, catching him completely by surprise. The captor holds a sharp dagger close to his neck and delivers a cold command telling him not to move. The captured soldier sweats in terror as Elsa stands over him while Ellie keeps a dagger pressed against his body. Ellie looks down at him calmly, explaining that they will remove the hand covering his mouth, but warning him that if he screams, he is dead. Ellie tells the soldier to blink slowly if he understands the terms of his surrender, prompting the terrified man to quickly comply. The guy lets out a relaxed sigh as the hand is removed. Ellie announces that it is officially time for a little chat. In the dark forest, Ellie demands to know the identity of the captured soldier. Feeling a sharp blade sliding against his skin, the terrified soldier lets out a frightened cry and begs her to wait, frantically promising to reveal everything he knows. The cornered soldier opens his mouth wide in a panic, desperately confessing that they are actually from the kingdom of Haldoria. The captured soldier repeats with a shaking voice that they came from the kingdom of Haldoria. Ellie turns the new information over in her mind, deeply questioning why the kingdom would send reinforcements to Sarjas. Keeping her focus entirely on the captive, she firmly commands him to go on. The nervous soldier explains that the prince explicitly promised to pay them very handsomely if they chose to enlist, which immediately causes a startled Elsa to question the involvement of the prince. The guy confirms that when the war originally broke out, His Highness was located near the border with his troops to carry out a routine military exercise. Flashback imagery highlights Prince Fried confidently looking ahead alongside Robert. Processing the bizarre timeline, Ellie reflects with a deeply suspicious glare, wondering why Fried would be taking part in a military exercise right at that specific time. She finds it impossible to believe that Fried just happened to be near the active war zone by sheer chance. She vividly remembers his deep history of laziness and reflects on how he used to constantly find every single excuse to bail out of his official royal duties. Ellie mutters quietly to herself that she finally understands the entire situation, noting that everything is simply all too convenient. She deduces that the prince moved his forces ahead of time because he knew the war would break out. Witnessing her sudden revelation, a highly concerned Elsa calls out to Ellie by name, while Ellie realizes she always felt something was off. Glaring ahead with an angry expression, Ellie decisively concludes that this entire conflict turns out to be all that idiot prince is doing. The underlying geopolitical strategy shows that the kingdom of Sarjas cannot sustain itself food-wise. The vulnerable nation relies completely on Haldoria's continuous support, especially for essential resources like salt. Managing and sending out this vital financial and resource aid happens to be Prince Fried's direct job. Ellie realizes that if the prince threatened to suddenly pull their vital resource support, the desperate Sarjans would have had absolutely no choice but to do his bidding. She analyzes the core motivations driving the hidden plot, recognizing that Fried is a remarkably simple man. She recalls how his reputation plummeted across the castle when she was no longer there to cover for his extensive shortcomings. She figures out that the desperate prince foolishly believed winning a war would successfully undo all the damage to his public prestige. Ellie firmly looks down at the captive and directly demands to know what they did to the helpless villagers. The cornered soldier sweats in intense panic, completely unable to find his words as he begins to nervously stutter back. The soldier confesses that the local men chose to resist, leaving them with absolutely no choice. Ellie looks at him coldly, directly concluding that they killed them anyway. Elsa steps forward to demand answers regarding the fate of the women and children, causing the trembling captive to falter as he attempts to explain his actions. Ellie cuts him off entirely with a heavy sigh of disgust, stating that she has heard enough after learning that they trapped the helpless villagers inside. Turning her back on him completely, she coldly tells the soldier that it looks like he needs a serious reminder. Our girl firmly states that what they did to those innocent people directly violates the international laws of war, declaring that they are officially nothing but common criminals now. The panicked soldier reacts in utter shock, desperately arguing that they merely followed the prince's direct orders. Ellie tries to process the shocking development, quietly wondering if the prince truly ordered the brutal attack. The soldier frantically confirms that he absolutely did. Listening closely from behind, a stunned Elsa asks if the prince is actively trying to get rid of the kingdom of Sarjas altogether. The captive soldier trembles in confusion, repeating the idea of getting rid of Sarjas entirely. Ellie looks down grimly and explains that now that innocent civilians have been heavily harmed, peace talks are completely off the table for good. Holding a thoughtful hand to her face, she reasons that the empire must inevitably retaliate to avenge its own people. She grows deeply worried as she reflects that this highly problematic situation could easily turn into an all-out war. The soldier sits on the ground in complete disbelief, muttering that there is simply no way this is happening. Standing tall over him, Ellie firmly demands that he start talking now that he finally understands the stakes, sharply asking exactly how many soldiers are currently stationed in the village. The captive soldier reveals that they have 4 guys currently on lookout duty, while their officer and 2 others are staying inside the mayor's house. Hearing the layout, Ellie looks over and calls out to Elsa, prompting a focused Elsa to declare that she understands and they should depart immediately. As Ellie and Elsa prepare to move out, the captured soldier suddenly calls out for them to wait. He anxiously asks if he can come along with them. Ellie reacts with open confusion at the request. The soldier frantically pleads with them, loudly shouting that he wants to help save the villagers and atone for his sins. Ellie looks directly at him in disbelief, utterly stunned by his sudden change of heart. Ellie asks the soldier what is wrong with him before executing a swift, brutal slash through the air. She stares down coldly, asking him if he truly thought this situation was a game. Ellie looks down at the bleeding, gasping man and addresses his desire to atone. She declares that there is only one way for him to do that, drawing her weapon completely as she commands him to die a slow, painful death. She coldly adds that his victims will be much happier that way, prompting a desperate scream from the forest below. Inside a village house, an elderly man frantically begs the hostile forces to stop and leave his grandchild alone. Entirely unmoved, an armed soldier tightly grips a crying, long-haired girl by the chin, telling the old man that there is no need to yell because they intend to take very good care of her. A sudden rattle draws the attention of the soldier holding the girl, prompting him to wonder what that noise was. He commands his companion to go check it out, and the other armored man quickly complies as he heads toward the closed wooden door. The heavy wooden door shatters inward with a loud slam. Ellie steps forcefully into the room with a determined glare, completely catching the hostile soldiers off guard. The sudden intrusion leaves the soldiers completely frozen in panic, frantically shouting in disbelief at the unexpected arrival. Ellie calmly stands her ground at the entrance and calls out to Elsa. Elsa moves with blinding speed, forcefully slamming the startled officer face first onto the wooden floorboards. The pinned soldier lets out an angry, desperate scream demanding to be let go, but Ellie looks down on him coldly and commands him to be quiet. Glaring down at the completely defeated man, Ellie informs him that all of his little friends outside are already dead. She watches his face twist in pure horror as she coldly adds that he is the last one remaining, leaving the trembling officer to let out a defeated groan. The pinned soldier desperately pleads with Ellie not to kill him. Holding a thoughtful finger to her chin, Ellie calmly responds that his survival depends entirely on his attitude, demanding that he tell her everything he knows if he wants to live. The terrified captive tries to bargain, nervously asking if she will truly let him live if he chooses to speak. Ellie closes her eyes in annoyance, completely losing her patience as she suddenly drives a sharp dagger straight down into the hand with a powerful stab. Ellie tells him that she has had enough of the useless chatter, sternly warning him to just answer her questions or face the consequences. Ellie asks the captive what he knows about the troops stationed at Brachen Fortress, promising to let him go if he provides valuable intelligence. Winced in pain next to the embedded dagger, the soldier quickly talks, explaining that Sarge's main army holds the southern part of the fortress while fierce mercenaries have been given completely free rein in the north. Hearing the mention of mercenaries, Ellie observes the information with a thoughtful expression. Marty suddenly runs to the open doorway, loudly calling out to Miss Ellie to announce that they are finally done with their tasks outside. Ellie looks back calmly over her shoulder to acknowledge her with a short word of approval just as she firmly grabs hold of her weapon to pull it out. The captured officer panics as Ellie ruthlessly drags him across the floorboards. The man screams in total confusion, reminding her that he told her everything he knew and protesting that she promised to let him go. Looking ahead calmly, Ellie replies that she will absolutely keep her word. Ellie forcefully tosses the crying officer out into the open courtyard, flatly telling him that she is letting him go as he scrambles away on his hands and knees. She silently notes that while she is keeping her promise, she never said anything about what happens next. The fleeing officer suddenly freezes in fear as he spots a large group of angry villagers standing directly in front of him. Holding pitchforks and sharp knives, the townspeople stare him down with intense hatred while the sweating soldier realizes he has been released straight to his victims. The furious villagers break down into tears as they identify the officer, crying out that he killed their families. They raise their weapons high, declaring that they will get justice and make him pay dearly for his crimes. Terrified and surrounded, the cornered officer frantically waves his hands, desperately begging for someone to save him. A brutal sound echoes through the night as the villagers violently stab the screaming officer. Watching the grim scene from a distance, Ellie calmly advises that they should watch over the village a bit longer because other enemy units might still be lying in wait. Staring at the aftermath, a stunned Elsa asks how they are supposed to handle a situation like that, prompting a quiet reply from Ellie. She calmly states that they will clean up the mess as soon as the villagers finish their business. 2 days later, a traveler arrives at the encampment in the woods and asks to speak directly with Miss Ellie. An official from the Imperial Army arrives at the camp, explaining that they readily contacted the Viscount's forces. Standing before Julius, Mireille, and Ellie, the man places a polite hand on his chest and formally introduces himself by the name of Igel. Speaking in the name of Lord Lucas, Igel extends his deep gratitude to Ellie for leading her brave people and coming directly to their aid. Ellie gracefully responds that the pleasure is entirely hers, prompting Igel to suggest that he get straight to the main point of his visit. Igel details that their army has successfully set up a main camp on the plains south of their position, steadily moving toward the fortress while smoothly dispatching any enemy soldiers found along the way. He adds that they also discovered Prince Fried of Haldoria is secretly pulling the strings behind the conflict, prompting a flat and completely unsurprised acknowledgement from Ellie, who notes that she already knows. He explains that Lord Lucas immediately raised serious objections through official diplomatic channels. Ellie rests a thoughtful hand against her face, closing her eyes as she grimly admits she heavily fears absolutely nothing of substance will come from that approach. She explains the political reality to Igo, pointing out that unless Lord Lucas discovers and presents undeniable evidence that Freed ordered the invasion, the Kingdom of Haldoria will simply deny his involvement. Curious about their next tactical moves, Ellie looks directly at the official and asks what Lord Lucas's current plans are. Igo responds that Lord Lucas intends to keep moving east while liberating the various villages currently under Sarjan control, with the ultimate goal of taking back the fortress. He adds that the commander hopes Ellie will do the same with her volunteer army, prompting an immediate agreement from Ellie, who smiles and asks Igo to please send Lord Lucas her regards before he rides away from the camp. As the messenger departs, she directly commands Mireille to gather everyone right away, firmly declaring that they are heading east to join the offensive. The next day, Mireille approaches her mistress to report that the scouts have successfully located Lord Lucas's main army. Ellie looks over her shoulder, contentedly noting that it is good news and commanding her forces to proceed and join him. Upon their arrival at the main encampment, Lucas walks forward to greet them with a relieved smile. He extends his sincere appreciation to Ellie for coming, warmly adding that he is incredibly glad to see her safe. Lucas inquires how the village Ellie backed is faring. Ellie reports that there are no human losses to deplore, but mentions that the goods and supplies she previously sent were seized by the enemy. He sighs and reflects that they should rejoice that no lives were lost, given how precious life is. Ellie listens in quiet agreement, keeping her thoughts close. She acknowledges that goods do have value. Gritting her teeth, she venomously promises that she will personally make sure to get back every last coin stolen from her business. Lucas focuses and asks her if she and her people would care to join an upcoming strategic meeting. Followed closely by Mireille, Ellie confirms and promises to see him in a moment, leaving a sweating Lucas to internally reflect on how terrifying her intense mood swings are. Inside the command tent, Dreg, a commander in the Lebrick Viscounty's army, breaks down the tactical situation. He notes that the men currently holding Brachin Fortress will have a massive edge since they possess stout walls, powerful siege weapons, and soldiers strong enough to take the fort in a single day. He reasons that a direct frontal attack on the fortress would be far too reckless. Lucas points out that they are left with only one viable strategy. Ellie suggests they ambush the enemy using an elite force of divine artifact users. Lucas directly asks how many artifact users they currently have available on their side. Ellie clarifies that on her side, there are only 2 users, consisting of Elsa and herself. Dreg adds that Lucas is a user as well, but he notes that he is also one himself. Hearing the tally, a determined Lucas decisively declares that he will personally join the vanguard. Lucas states that if he chooses to hide while his beloved homeland stands in absolute peril, he will never find a proper time to fight. Ellie observes his fierce determination, smoothly noting that she has a specific tactical plan in mind. She presents a tactical map of the fortress area and suggests a pincer movement, proposing that Lucas and Commander Dreg attack directly from the south while Elsa and she launch an assault from the north. A curious Lucas asks exactly what she means by this split strategy. Ellie holds up her finger to explain, stating that according to the critical intelligence they recently gathered, the enemy forces are divided. Ellie elaborates that Sarge's main forces control the southern part of the fortress, meaning no enemy divine artifact users should be stationed on that specific side. She reasons that while Prince Freed and his personal guard, Robert, are capable of using divine artifacts, she strongly doubts they would ever risk their lives on the battlefield when this conflict ultimately means very little to the Kingdom of Haldoria. She places a finger on the tactical map to point out the northern sector. She notes that mercenaries run the northern part of the fortress, and since they are highly powerful, it would not surprise her if some of them possess divine artifacts. Ellie smiles confidently as she highlights the combat strengths of their northern infiltration group. She explains that wide-scale spells are her personal specialty, while Elsa is a highly capable rank A adventurer. She casually points out that even if they happen to encounter a powerful foe they cannot handle, they can always choose to flee. Elsa readily agrees with a short nod, while Lucas stands before them in silence, sweating disbelief over their incredibly relaxed attitude toward a dangerous mission. Lucas accepts the strategy but firmly asks Ellie to promise that she will prioritize her own safety, to which Ellie readily agrees. Looking out over the dark night toward Brachin Fortress, a determined Ellie states that there is absolutely no time to waste and declares that they will strike tonight. Under the pitch-black night sky, Ellie and Elsa carefully scale a rocky cliff to look down on the heavily fortified enemy stronghold. With her hand resting firmly on the hilt of her sword, Ellie resolutely declares that they will take back the fortress under the complete cover of darkness. Under the dim twilight sky, the infiltration team prepares to execute their dangerous mission. Ellie glances over her shoulder and sharply states that it is time to review the plan one last time. Standing on the rocky precipice overlooking the target area, Elsa looks toward her companion and suggests that she will handle the watchtower while Ellie takes charge of the garrison. Ellie looks back with a firm smile and confirms that the distribution of targets is absolutely correct. Gazing down from the high cliff at the heavily fortified stronghold and the enemy tents spread across the valley, Ellie commands Elsa to eliminate as many targets as possible the moment she breaches the defenses, explicitly giving her free rein to go completely wild on the battlefield. She turns slightly to add a critical warning, sternly advising Elsa to take great care not to harm any non-combatants since the kidnapped townspeople might still be trapped down there with the enemy soldiers. Elsa listens carefully with a serious expression and gives her word that she understands, prompting Ellie to look out at the dark night and declare that it is finally time to move out. Down within the enemy camp, a tired guard with a headband stands near the wooden palisade walls and lets out a wide, heavy yawn. His companion walks up from behind to tell him to cut it out, noting with relief that their shift is almost officially over. The first soldier happily agrees that he is completely exhausted and cannot wait to sleep, but his words are instantly cut short as a silent blade ruthlessly slices right through his neck. Before the enemy soldiers can even register a sound, Ellie moves like a flash and cleanly strikes her blade in a single, fluid strike. One of the fallen guards can only emit a faint grunt of confusion before crashing heavily to the ground. Ellie peers out from behind a wooden structure and spots a pair of captive villagers carrying heavy sacks through the camp. Realizing innocent people are nearby, she raises her hand to cast a spell, consciously deciding to hold back her true strength so she does not accidentally harm the prisoners. A shimmering magical circle materializes over the enemy tents as Ellie releases her incantation. She invokes a localized ice rain, sending sharp shards of frozen rock hurtling down directly onto the target zone below. The unexpected barrage crashes violently against the stronghold, prompting a panicked soldier to look up in shock at the sudden hail. Amidst the chaos and heavy groans of injured guards, Ellie remains completely calm as she slowly draws her weapon from its sheath to join the melee. A nearby officer frantically barks out orders, screaming that they are under an official attack and commanding his panicked troops to immediately locate the enemy mage responsible. Before he can even finish his sentence, a silent strike splits the air and cuts him where he stands. A sudden spray of blood erupts into the air as Ellie stands resolutely with her sword held high, completely catching the enemy off guard. The panicked defenders break into frantic shouting, commanding their comrades to surround her immediately while crying out that she is absolutely not supposed to be here. Reacting to the sudden intrusion, an enemy commander barks an order to put their shields to the front to block her advance. Ellie calmly observes their movements, silently noting that these mercenaries are fairly strong and have the basic fundamentals down, but they are still not enough to stop her. With a fierce and focused look, Ellie effortlessly executes a massive, sweeping slash that shatters the defenders' front line. As she easily deflects their counterattacks, Ellie closely analyzes the combat patterns of the enemy forces. She reasons to herself that these soldiers could not have taken the fortress with such mediocre skills, concluding that this group is definitely not the exceptional mercenary unit Arnaud mentioned earlier. Deciding to end the skirmish without further delay, Ellie channels her mana to unleash a powerful spell. Shimmering magical circles spin around her hands as she chants an incantation to summon freezing winds and a fatal blizzard, proudly declaring herself as Fenrir of the Storm to swiftly wipe out the remaining forces. A fierce storm erupts across the battlefield as Ellie releases her magic. The enemy guards shield their eyes in absolute panic, shouting out in disbelief as the freezing blizzard breath tears through their ranks and begins turning the soldiers into solid blocks of ice. Terrified by the sudden display of power, the remaining soldiers realize their opponent is a magic user and frantically deduce that she must be the one responsible for the earlier ice rain. Keeping up her relentless pressure, Ellie opens her mouth once more to cast her next spell, Freezing Earth, sending a sudden frost spreading rapidly across the ground. The spreading frost instantly covers the terrain, encasing the enemy soldiers in thick ice. Trapped and completely unable to break free, a panicked guard screams in agony about his frozen feet, cursing the intruder as a damn witch. Hearing the desperate insults echoing from the frozen guards, Ellie raises her fist in annoyance and mutters that calling her a damn witch is incredibly rude. After casually looking back as another enemy soldier cries out about an intruder, she shifts her focus away from the defeated camp, calmly wondering to herself how Elsa is currently faring over at her own target sector. Meanwhile, at the watchtower, Elsa looks out toward the main camp with a sweat drop on her face, noting that someone is clearly having a massive field day over there. Suddenly, a large, aggressive mercenary looms directly behind her, fiercely shouting and asking if she honestly thinks she can just look away during a battle. A sudden metal clash rings out as Elsa swings her weapon, deflecting the heavy strike from the massive attacker. Despite the surprise assault, she stands her ground firmly and stares back coldly while the mercenary mockingly tells her not to worry because his eyes are completely fixed on her. In a rapid flurry of combat, Elsa blocks an incoming arrow shot from the shadows with a sharp blast of sparks. She quickly shifts her gaze toward the side as a mysterious hooded figure darts across the battlefield, prompting her to swiftly spin around to counter the newly arrived threat. Elsa tightens her stance and stares ahead, internally noting that these opponents are operating on a completely different level than common troops. She gives him a direct compliment, smoothly noting that he is pretty good. Elsa looks closely at the new arrivals, directly asking if they are the exceptional mercenary group that she has been hearing so much about lately. Standing confidently alongside two hooded subordinates, a smirk forms on the face of the short-haired commander as he casually waves his hand, reply that he does not know what rumors she heard but he is deeply flattered that such a worthy opponent thinks so highly of him. Without wasting another second, the enemy forces suddenly execute a swift dash forward to surround her. Elsa stands ready as a loud whoosh echoes through the air, tightly gripping her blade as she prepares to face the coordinated onslaught of the mysterious mercenaries. She internally reflects that while she could easily handle these enemies one-on-one, managing a group of this caliber is proving to be a challenge. Swinging her dagger, Elsa struggles to keep up as the hooded mercenaries surround her from all sides. She continues her mental evaluation, reasoning that fighting them all at once is incredibly tough and recognizing that their short-haired leader is a highly capable strategist who knows exactly how to coordinate his men. Elsa closes her eyes and lets out a tired sigh, silently admitting to herself that the situation is looking bad. Seeing her vulnerable state, the mercenary commander steps forward with a smug look, mockingly asking if she is finally ready to give up before coldly adding that it does not really matter anyway since she is dead either way. A confident smile suddenly spreads across Elsa's face as she looks back, contentedly noting that this revelation makes things exceptionally easy for her. Throwing her ordinary weapon high into the air, she triggers a sudden wave of shock from the mercenary leader, who gapes in absolute disbelief as he realizes she is about to call forth a divine artifact. Elsa thrusts her gloved hand forward as a powerful aura begins to manifest around her fingers. She firmly invokes the true name of her legendary weapon, Spada della Fenice, preparing to turn the tables on her cornered attackers. From across the battlefield, Ellie gasps as she suddenly senses a massive shockwave rippling through the air. She recognizes it immediately as a powerful mana surge and wonders if Elsa has officially summoned her divine artifact to engage the enemy. She recalls the moment Elsa shared details about her unique weapon after the group first discussed their respective powers. For the most part, the legendary Spada della Fenice acts as a standard sword that grants physical buffs, but it possesses a distinct and dangerous trait where the more injured Elsa becomes, the stronger her arm grows and the sharper her blade cuts. Sensing the burning energy in the distance, Ellie reasons that this means only one thing. She deduces that Elsa has successfully found the core force of the invaders. Elsa fearlessly charges into the fray. She lets out a fierce battle cry and unleashes a sweeping slash that cuts through the dark, effortlessly driving back the hooded mercenaries who try to swarm her. The enemy commander watches the display with a sweat drop, mockingly acknowledging that she possesses quite a formidable surge in power. Undeterred, he barks orders to his men to keep pushing since they still heavily outnumber her, while Ellie's hand opens a sinister magical text below to invoke a separate divine artifact, the Grimoire of Beelzebub. A series of violent explosions suddenly rock the battlefield. Ellie triggers a heavy barrage of fire bullets, sending large bursts of consuming flames directly into the area to disrupt her opponent. The sudden smoke clears to reveal a newly arrived figure on the battlefield, catching the mercenary commander completely by surprise. Elsa looks over with a sweat drop on her face, calmly remarking that her ally certainly knows exactly how to make a grand entrance. Holding her open magical book calmly in her hands, Ellie stands firmly before her startled opponents. The mercenary leader grits his teeth in deep frustration over facing another powerful magic user, immediately barking a frantic command to his remaining troops to execute their contingency plan and retreat from the area. Seeing the enemy forces prepare to turn back and run, Ellie lets out a loud, commanding shout to her companion. She calls out to Elsa, urgently instructing her not to let any of the retreating combatants escape from the battlefield. Ellie dashes forward and attempts to close the distance to cut off their path. She swings her blade at the retreating leader, but the cunning mercenary commander suddenly ducks below her reach with a sinister grin, completely catching Ellie off guard as she gasps in surprise. A sharp clang echoes across the battlefield as the short-haired mercenary leader suddenly blocks Ellie's incoming attack with his sword. As their weapons lock in a tense struggle, the guy realizes that he knew she would be a troublesome opponent. The mercenary leader confidently explains that Ellie could not break through his defense because he is wielding Flugel, the famed magic blade. He boasts that his weapon can easily slice through mithril like butter but will shatter at the slightest blunt impact, prompting a calm Ellie to observe that he certainly knows his swords. He continues to press forward, noting that he heard this legendary sword originally belonged inside a king's royal treasury. He smiles curiously as he demands to know who in the world she could possibly be to possess such a weapon, leaving a sweating Ellie to look back blankly and question if he is asking about her identity. Ellie delivers a powerful kick straight into his midsection to break the weapon lock. She fiercely declares that she is simply a humble merchant. The mercenary leader goes skidding across the dirt path from the impact of the blow while Ellie regains her balance a short distance away. Suddenly, a sharp whistle cuts through the air, causing a startled Ellie to gasp in surprise as the leader mutters that it is finally time. A blinding light abruptly fills the area with a sharp flash as the retreating mercenary throws down an explosive device. Ellie shields her eyes in pain, gritting her teeth and recognizing that the enemy used a flash grenade. Elsa quickly points past the smoke, urgently calling out to Ellie. As the light fades, a young man with straight, short hair stands surrounded by hooded guards. Elsa looks ahead in absolute astonishment, immediately identifying him as Grint, the Prince of Sarjas. The mercenary leader breaks out a magical document, intending to open a retreat path for the prince and his guards. Recognizing the item instantly, a sweating Elsa frantically yells that the enemy is using a magic scroll. The ancient document begins to brightly glow as Ellie observes that they are actively trying to make a complete escape from the battlefield. The mercenary leader officially invokes the scroll's activation command, shouting out the word gate. A massive column of light shoots directly into the night sky, forming a teleportation portal right before a stunned Ellie can intervene. The brilliant column of light slowly dissolves into the dark night sky, leaving the ground completely empty. Elsa walks over to join her companion, flatly stating that the enemy forces managed to successfully get away. Looking down thoughtfully, Ellie acknowledges the statement but notes that something deeper is still lingering about this sudden turn of events. The fierce border battle has finally concluded, and she declares that the fortress officially belongs to them once again. Inside the command chambers, Lucas crosses his arms, noting that while they successfully managed to drive the Sarjan forces away for now, the primary issue is what actions to take next. Ellie stands close by his side, shifting the focus to geopolitical regulations by pointing out that according to imperial law, the situation demands a direct response. The memories of the local countryside villagers are highlighted as the townspeople stand together in tears, clutching pitchforks amidst the dark ruins of their home. According to the strict laws of the land, all imperial subjects belong entirely to His Majesty the Emperor, meaning a foreign nation has forcefully laid hands on the ruler's sovereign property regardless of the victim's status. Lucas rubs his chin in deep frustration, wishing he could demand an official apology and proper financial compensation, but admitting they currently share absolutely no diplomatic ties with the Kingdom of Sarjas. He firmly declares that he personally wants Heldoria to pay heavily for what they have done to her region as well. She reassures that leaving aside that foolish prince, the Prime Minister will undoubtedly dispose of any lingering evidence to completely conceal Heldoria's secret involvement in the invasion. Hearing the grim political reality, Lucas calmly states that in that case, it is entirely clear what he must do next. Lucas firmly announces that he has officially made up his mind. He firmly declares that they shall officially march on the kingdom of Sarjas to deliver their retaliation. Lucas decisively states that they will officially march on the kingdom of Sarjas. Suddenly, an urgent announcement disrupts the planning room as a scout arrives to deliver a message to Lucas, reporting that a Sarjan company is currently approaching while bearing a white flag. The reporting messenger details that the leader of the arriving company is a man calling himself Robert Artie. Upon hearing this familiar name, Ellie reacts with sudden shock. Lucas turns his hand outward in open surprise, wondering aloud if this Robert is not Prince Fried's personal knight. Ellie rests a thoughtful hand against her chin, processing the deeper implications in silence. After a brief pause, she looks back toward the commander and firmly asks Lucas to please allow her to go talk to him directly. Outside the camp gates, a white flag flutters near the edge of the forest as Ellie calls out to Lord Robert. Spotting her face, a completely stunned Robert wide-eyed gaps in absolute shock, calling her by her noble title, Lady Elizabeth. Ellie stares back at him, calmly noting that it has been far too long since they last met, prompting a troubled and sweating Robert to weakly mutter that he sees. Standing near the forest path, Robert observes Ellie and Lucas with a deeply serious expression. Robert notes that if Ellie is here on the battlefield, his side stands absolutely no hope of winning. Lucas listens carefully to the statement, explaining that he has already been told that Robert wishes to surrender. Ellie looks directly at the armored commander to confront him about his hidden background. Ellie points out that Robert is Prince Fried's right-hand man and firmly asks him to explain himself. Looking down with a visible sweat drop, a deeply troubled Robert begins to stammer out a response regarding his highness. The memory of Prince Fried appears as Robert grimly exposes his master's sinister plot. Robert explains that the prince has dragged Sarjas into an entire war for his sole benefit and deliberately let innocent villagers suffer just to spite the empire. Ellie and Lucas watch quietly from a short distance away as Robert looks back toward them to deliver his heavy confession. Robert passionately declares that his true duty is to protect his country, adding that as a proud knight, he can simply no longer stand by and watch this tragedy unfold. Lucas speaks up from off-panel to address him by name as Lord Robert. Lucas announces that he will soon lead his troops directly into Sarjas, but firmly emphasizes that he does not wish to see any more blood spilled unnecessarily. Lucas stretches out his hand toward Robert and asks if he is of the same mind. Ellie stands right behind the commander with a subtle smile, listening closely to the conversation. Facing them resolutely, Robert confirms his agreement with a short, single word. He declares that this is why they have come to find Robert. The scene transitions to a library room inside the royal capital of the Kingdom of Sarjas. Prince Fried sits comfortably in a chair, harshly berating Grint for failing to hold a single fortress against some backwater lord. Grint stands silently by the tall bookshelves, clenching his fist in tight anger as the prince sneers, loudly declaring that this failure is exactly why he absolutely hates second-rate countries. Fried smugly claims that he will personally show him how things are done. The prince boasts that his own men are currently on standby near the fortress and promises they will rid them of the emperor's dogs in no time at all. Suddenly, a heavy slam rattles the room as a frantic voice shatters the discussion with a loud shout of dire news. An unseen messenger bursts into the library, frantically announcing that they have officially lost all contact with Robert's company. Grint looks back in sweating surprise as Fried completely loses his calm composure, reeling back in his seat and shouting out in utter disbelief. Fried firmly demands that the messenger explain the situation at once. The reporting soldier details that the company's very last message explicitly stated they would head straight to the fortress. Sweating in pure frustration, Fried grits his teeth tightly as he tries to process the sudden development. The guy concludes that his forces must have been entirely crushed by the Imperial Army and forced into a total surrender. A sudden rattle echoes through the quiet as Prince Fried abruptly turns around and walks straight toward the exit. Watching his master's sudden movement, Grint looks on in deep confusion and wonders where in the world His Highness is going. Glaring ahead coldly, Fried flatly announces that he is simply going home. The sudden declaration completely catches Grint off guard, leaving him to shout out in absolute shock and disbelief at his master's casual attitude. Fried looks back over his shoulder, indifferently stating that this conflict is ultimately Grint's war and not his own, questioning why he should even care about it. Furious at the sudden abandonment, Grint glares down with clenched fists and passionately demands to know how the prince can possibly say something like that after everything he has already done. Grint highlights that the prince ordered them to start this war and explicitly commanded them to attack innocent civilians. He points out that the prince now intends to shamelessly act as if he had no part in the conflict. The prince firmly commands Grint to listen closely, sharply warning him to never drag him or Haldoria into his pathetic mess. Fried aggressively shoves Grint aside, coldly warning that he will take immediate military action if Grint persists. Turning his back completely, the prince demands his attendants to ready his luggage at once because he is leaving immediately. A distressed Grint stands completely frozen in absolute shock, staring ahead helplessly as he quietly mutters a bitter curse. A few days later, the campaign shifts perspective as the liberating army makes rapid strides across the territory. Pointing directly at a tactical map of the region, Lucas contently notes that they have barely suffered any losses during their swift advance. Lucas looks up toward his companions to detail the current battlefield situation, calmly adding that only the royal capital remains left to conquer. Ellie stands right beside him, warmly nodding her head in complete agreement. Lucas addresses their newest ally, expressing that this smooth campaign is entirely thanks to his highly valuable information. Standing tall in his armor, a quiet Robert absorbs the compliment as Lucas reassures him that the final battle shall be no different if the enemy defenses are exactly as he described. Robert pauses for a moment before offering a polite expression of gratitude to the commander. Ellie speaks gently to Robert, telling him that she understands how he feels. She explains that it is tough to betray the master he swore to serve. Ellie then reaches out to him, adding that he knows Fried is in the wrong. Ellie takes hold of Robert's hands, urging him not to hesitate to sacrifice his honor to put Prince Fried back on the right path. She asks him if that is not how a truly loyal friend ought to behave. Robert looks visibly flustered and embarrassed, blushing as he refers to Ellie as my lady. He agrees that she is right and declares that he must bring his highness back to his senses. Ellie responds by calling his resolve splendid, smiling warmly at him. A messenger approaches the group and informs Lord Lucas that an envoy has arrived for him. Lucas announces that it is time to end the meeting. Lucas tells them both to rest well for the upcoming offensive. Ellie looks back at Lucas and confirms that she will do so, addressing him as Lord. Robert looks toward Ellie and addresses her by her title, Lady Elizabeth. Robert suddenly steps forward and bows his head low in front of Ellie. With a frantic and loud voice, Robert desperately begs Ellie to please forgive him for everything that happened in the past. Ellie looks back at the kneeling knight in open surprise, softly calling out to him by name. Robert continues his heavy emotional confession, admitting that he terribly wronged her last year. Robert explains that he blindly believed his highness and Lady Sylvia, leading to his past actions. Robert looks down as he recalls the past events, confessing that he judged her without ever verifying the truth of their claims, which ultimately forced her to flee her homeland. Ellie turns her head toward him with a gentle smile, calmly reassuring him that everything he mentioned is completely in the past. Robert attempts to protest, but Ellie calmly cuts him off to clarify the past situation. Ellie reasons that it all happened simply because she was unable to forge a strong bond with his highness to begin with. Ellie gently advises Robert to please not worry about it anymore. Ellie smiles contentedly and notes that besides, she truly enjoys her current life as a merchant. She looks back over her shoulder and explicitly tells Robert to call her Ellie, firmly adding that she is officially a citizen of the Empire now, which leaves a startled Robert to utter a word of confusion in surprise. Ellie smiles and firmly declares that her name is Ellie Lays. The scene shifts directly inside the royal palace of Sarjas. King of Sarjas grimly reflects that this development marks the absolute end. Sitting firmly upon his large throne, King Xandra Sarjas lowers his gaze with a heavy heart. He calmly delivers his final decision, announcing that he shall officially capitulate to the Empire. King further declares that he will share the whole truth with them and beg for forgiveness. Hearing the shocking statement, a guy gasps out in complete panic, frantically calling out to his sovereign. King Xandra Sarjas looks ahead resolutely, explaining that leaving aside their reasons, they started this war and must now face the fallout. The king reasons that the Empire does not unjustly harm civilians and firmly believes their immediate surrender will save their people's lives. Listening closely from the lower steps, an official tries to protest but can only mutter a weak phrase back to His Majesty. He notes that while recognizing that the devastation was the work of the Holdorians, imperial citizens were still killed and that the empire will not forget this just because they submit. Sitting upon his throne, King Xandra Sarjas addresses his worried counselors and states that he has already taken all of their concerns into account. He decisively commands his remaining officials to prepare the documents to transfer their land entirely to the empire. King Sarjas firmly declares that this is his final order as their king. The various palace officials reluctantly bow and acknowledge his command before turning to depart the throne room. Left behind with his father, a solemn Grint listens intently as the king calls out to him by name. King Sarjas looks down quietly toward his son and softly asks Grint if he knows what must be done now. Looking down with a deeply sorrowful expression, Grint softly replies that he does understand, addressing him as father. King draws a sharp dagger and handles it deliberately, quietly hoping that his son will find it in his heart to forgive him for putting him through such a painful ordeal. The king lifts the weapon high above his own chest. Witnessing the tragic sight unfold right before his eyes, a crying Grint begins to break down in complete tears, trembling in pure despair as he mutters in anguish. King tightens his grip and firmly clenches both of his hands around the hilt of the blade. Glaring ahead with finality, the king softly reflects that this ultimate sacrifice is the very last thing this foolish king can possibly do to protect his beloved nation. Near the royal capital, the imposing structure of a castle stands beyond the wooden perimeter walls. An announcement calls out for Lord Lucas as he turns his gaze forward. Standing closely behind him, Ellie and Robert observe the surroundings with focused expressions. The arrival of Prince Grint for peace talks is formally announced as he stands before a wooden fence. Prince Grint sweats nervously as he looks at the group, realization hitting him that this must be the extraordinary merchant he was told about. Ellie smiles broadly and cheerfully notes that it has indeed been a while, addressing him directly as Prince Grint. Addressing Lucas directly, Grint places a polite hand on his chest and states that he has come to bring this war to an end, declaring that the kingdom of Sarjas is fully ready to surrender to the Udyr Empire. Lucas listens carefully to the proclamation, acknowledging that while the Udyr Empire is certainly inclined to accept, a major issue still lingers between them. Lucas firmly reminds the prince that many imperial subjects lost their lives in this conflict, sharply asking what Prince Grint has to say about that. An attendant slides open a wooden box to reveal a head inside. Grint stands right beside him, presenting the box while solemnly asking the imperial forces to please accept their apologies for the immense harm they caused the empire. Witnessing the grim offering, Lucas reacts with sudden shock and wide-eyed surprise. Lucas turns his head slightly and looks toward his companion, speaking out to check on Miss Ellie. Staring down intently at the wooden container, Ellie firmly responds that there is absolutely no mistake regarding the identity of the person inside. She looks toward the imperial delegation and explains that it is King Xandra Sarjas. The prince details that the 9th monarch of Sarjas accepted his full strategic responsibility and took his own life, adding that he has now officially succeeded him as the next ruler of the nation. Placing a hand over his own neck, Grint states that he shall gladly offer his own head if his father's ultimate sacrifice turns out to be not enough. The prince notes that all he asks is for the empire to show genuine mercy to his people. Lucas listens carefully to his desperate plea and firmly reassures him that the civilians will remain completely safe. Lucas states that they in the empire do not kill innocents, adding that as for the prince's ultimate fate, His Majesty the Emperor shall have the final say. Grint lowers his head and extends his deep thanks to the commander for his consideration. Standing nearby alongside Lucas, Ellie raises her hand to politely inquire if she may ask the prince something. Ellie asks if Fried was the instigator behind the conflict. She adds that if the prince possesses any concrete proof of Fried's involvement, she would highly appreciate it if he could hand it over to them. Grint explains that he kept all of Fried's written orders safely hidden inside the palace. Prince Grint promises that he will immediately deliver those incriminating documents directly to the Empire. Hearing this vital piece of information, Ellie and Lord Lucas exchange satisfied smiles. Lucas looks toward the prince with a relieved expression, warmly noting that receiving those records would be most helpful to their cause. A massive explosion suddenly rocks the entire area with a violent boom, completely shattering the peaceful negotiations. Grint, Lucas, and Ellie all widen their eyes in pure terror as the shockwave ripples through the camp. Lucas frantically shouts out to demand what just happened, while an attendant stammers in horror that it is utter chaos and points directly back toward the royal palace. Without losing another second, Grint and Lucas immediately rushes forward to investigate the source of the blast. A massive column of consuming fire and thick black smoke erupts violently into the sky, tearing directly through the royal palace grounds with a fierce whoosh. Watching the terrifying inferno unfold from outside the fortress gates, the shocked onlookers can only stare in absolute disbelief as someone gasps aloud, questioning if the palace itself is officially on fire. Grint urgently commands them to deploy water magicians around the area to put out the raging fire immediately. The blazing inferno spreads rapidly with a massive roar, consuming not just the palace but the surrounding settlement as well. Grint panics at the sight, frantically noting that the city itself is now caught in the destruction, while Lucas speaks up from the side to grab his attention. Lucas steps forward to offer his military support, calmly reassuring the young ruler that his forces will clear the city and successfully quell the fire. Deeply relieved by the timely offer of alliance, Grint offers his sincere thanks. Ellie steps forward to announce that she shall help with the recovery efforts as well, prompting a grateful nod from Lucas. Hearing their shared resolve, Grint extends his hand and commands his remaining staff to completely forget about saving the palace, instructing them to focus all of their human resources entirely on rescuing the city. As the royal palace burns intensely in the distance, he explicitly declares that their absolute top priority right now is evacuating the citizens. Watching the spreading black smoke from a nearby ridge with his arms crossed, a lone soldier quietly reflects that the sudden devastation was a bit much. He watches the burning city from a distance. He reasons that certain sacrifices simply cannot be avoided under the circumstances. Looking back over his shoulder toward his hidden companion, he calmly asks them not to place any of the blame on him. The scarred man addresses his followers, declaring that their time playing as mercenaries has officially come to an end. He issues a direct directive, announcing that they are finally going back home. Observing him closely from behind, a hooded subordinate quietly agrees, noting that they are completely open to leaving the active war zone. Addressing the scarred man as Colonel Graham, they directly question if he is absolutely sure that this destruction is truly good enough to complete their mission. He warns that the spreading fire might still accidentally spare some documents. Graham stands tall along the path with his arms folded, telling his subordinates never to fear. He clarifies their operational parameters, explaining that their explicit orders were merely to dispose of the evidence if it was possible to do so. A concerned subordinate shifts nervously and questions if he is truly certain about the plan, prompting Colonel Graham to look back directly and instruct them to simply look at the massive size of the raging flames consuming the city. Inside the royal palace library, the intense fire quickly spreads across the room, consuming everything in sight as thick black smoke completely blankets the bookshelves. The blazing inferno directly catches the hidden documents, destroying the royal papers and turning them into ash. The destructive flames guarantee that whatever evidence incriminates that idiotic prince turns out to be entirely gone forever. Looking over a heavily burned room, Lucas stands behind Ellie and remarks on what a tragedy it is. Ellie reaches out toward the charred debris, looking down thoughtfully at the destruction. She then looks over her shoulder, turning her attention back toward Prince Grint. Ellie asks Grint about the mercenaries that were with him at the fortress, questioning who in the world they actually are. Grint explains that they hired them fairly recently in preparation for the war. She notes that they were strong and asks if they belong to a famous corps. Grint looks toward the window, admitting that he has heard very little about them. He thoughtfully rests his finger against his chin and adds that it is indeed strange that a group so powerful is not more well known. Ellie looks away coldly and demands that they have the mercenaries arrested as soon as possible. Grint turns back in sweating surprise, frantically asking why she would order such a thing, while Ellie calmly prepares to explain her reasoning. She reveals the final piece of the mystery, flatly stating that those mercenaries are the ones who started the fire. Grint reacts with sudden shock, calling out in absolute disbelief. Ellie asks Grint to take a closer look at the charred room. Ellie explains that while it may look like the fire burned everything equally, certain targets are completely scorched to a crisp. Lucas looks down at the black ash and asks what she means by targets, prompting her to answer. Looking out thoughtfully, Ellie reasons she can only assume the arsonists deliberately burned the specific letters that would incriminate Heldoria and Prince Fried. Ellie adds that the lingering mana in the room directly resembles the power of the mercenaries she fought earlier, leaving Grint sweating in panic. Realizing the truth, Grint aggressively points his hand forward and commands his men to arrest the mercenaries at once, causing his panicked attendant to quickly salute and agree. Lucas observes the sudden order, calmly noting that attempting to destroy the evidence carries a heavy meaning. Lucas states that their actions mean they must work directly for the kingdom of Haldoria, asking Ellie for her thoughts on the matter. Ellie rests her hand against her chin in deep contemplation, softly admitting that she is not entirely sure because, as far as she knows, no such unit officially exists within Haldoria. He states that the only way to find out the truth is to question the mercenaries directly. Ellie narrows her eyes in serious agreement, flatly confirming his observation. Ellie looks out thoughtfully and adds a condition, noting that they can only question them if they can actually be found. She then turns her head and addresses Lucas directly, prompting him to look back and listen. She notes that with this development, her volunteer army has officially fulfilled its objective of removing the Sarjan forces. She states that they shall now return to the Empire. Lucas looks on and bids her a safe journey, telling her to be careful on the way back. He breaks into a sweat drop and a light smile, teasingly adding that he is not actually worried about her safety since they are talking about her. Hearing his casual comment, an offended Ellie snaps back, telling him how mean he is being. Ellie crosses her arms and pouts heavily, angrily asking what he takes her for. She crossly points out that her path home was an active war zone just a few days ago, emphasizing that such a journey would be dangerous for anybody. Lucas watches her dramatic reaction in sweating surprise, internally thinking that he never would have imagined she was capable of pouting. Ellie looks closely at Lucas, asking him if there is something on her face. Sweating nervously and gulping hard, Lucas quickly stammers out that there is nothing wrong at all. Lucas politely asks to pardon his rudeness. Looking up toward the departing guest, Mireille stands calmly next to the wooden structures as she is addressed by name. Elsa calls out to let Mireille know that they are officially ready to depart, prompting Mireille to offer her simple thanks. Standing near the fence line, Thomas stretches out his arms and happily sighs over finally being free to go home. Mireille smiles softly, adding that their job here is indeed done since the conflict is over, and notes that the wrap-up is not far behind. Thomas looks back with a look of disappointment, complaining that it is a shame they barely got any fighting in after taking the fortress since he genuinely thought they would get a real chance to shine. Standing before the wooden barrels, Mireille gently smiles and replies that the Sarjan forces simply capitulated much earlier than expected. Mireille looks ahead with a warm expression, reassuring that in these troubled times, she is absolutely certain they will have need of her blade again, promising to call upon her shall the situation demand it. Thomas declares that they are ready anytime. Elsa suddenly calls out her name. Mireille looks away thoughtfully as Elsa asks where Ellie is. Mireille explains that Ellie will take a different path with the Haldorian soldiers who surrendered, prompting a confused Elsa to ask why. She notes that the main road passes through local villages that were damaged during the conflict. She states that Ellie fears the townspeople will not take kindly to these enemy soldiers being anywhere near their homes. Elsa looks toward Mireille and anxiously asks if Ellie will be completely alright on her own. Mireille calmly replies that the road leads over steep cliffs and rocky crags, but adds that an army of trained soldiers can surely handle the journey. Elsa reacts with an intense, sweating expression, loudly shouting that that is not what she meant. Mireille turns away coldly, smoothly quoting that the god of death answers to the name Curiosity. Elsa gasps in sudden surprise as Mireille looks back at her with a completely serious face, sternly advising that prying is seldom a wise thing to do. Elsa hangs her head and admits that Mireille is right, apologizing and telling her to simply forget she asked. The scene transitions to the dark, craggy path through the mountains as the group navigates the treacherous rocky terrain. Robert rides quietly on his horse while his Haldorian soldiers slowly trudge behind him, heavily panting and visibly exhausted from the grueling march. Robert looks back and formally calls out to Ellie, asking if they can finally take a break because his soldiers are at their absolute limit. Ellie pauses her march and calmly replies with a hint of surprise, acknowledging his request. He notes that the road ahead is dangerous too, so she agrees to stop and rest at a nice open space nearby. A small, crackling campfire is soon built against the dark, rocky crags to provide warmth for the weary group. As Ellie rests quietly beside the warm campfire, Robert approaches her. With a sincere expression, Robert addresses her by her noble title and states that he wants to apologize and thank her again. Robert continues his heavy confession to Ellie, expressing his deep gratitude that she forgave him even though he treated her so terribly in the past. Robert solemnly swears on his honor as a proud knight that he will be sure to repay her kindness in full. Ellie looks back over her shoulder with a pleasant smile on her face. While keeping a wide smile fixed on her lips, she directly asks the knight when she ever mentioned forgiving him. Robert reacts with pure confusion as Ellie calmly explains that he completely mistook her intentions. Glancing back with a chilling look, Ellie flatly tells him that she hates him so much she wants him dead. A sweating and shocked Robert tries to protest by reminding her that she claimed it was all in the past, but Ellie smoothly responds that it is indeed in the past. Standing with her eyes heavily shadowed in anger, Ellie states that there is no changing what happened and nothing can be undone, delivering the final declaration that she will never forget or forgive him. A deeply shaken Robert can only mutter Ellie's name in distress. Ellie stares back coldly and asks Robert what he actually knows about her divine artifact. Robert looks down from above, completely stunned by her question. Sweating from the tense conversation, Robert tentatively asks if her weapon is the Grimoire of Wisdom. Ellie smiles mockingly and replies that there is no such thing. She then reveals that her real divine artifact is the 7 grimoires, which are legendary magic tomes that each possess completely distinct abilities. With a confident smile, Ellie officially summons her legendary weapon into her hands. A powerful aura ripples through the air as she holds up a thick, ornate book, proudly declaring it as her first tome, the divine artifact Grimoire of Beelzebub. The pages of the magical book rapidly flip open to a complex spell circle. Keeping an unchanging smile on her lips, Ellie softly chants the incantation to invoke a solid stone wall. A violent rumble suddenly echoes through the canyon, catching a panicked Robert completely off guard as he whirls around in absolute shock. With a thunderous boom, a massive stone structure violently erupts from the earth right before them. A deep rumble continues to vibrate through the rugged pass as the surrounding stone cliffs shift under the intense magical pressure. Ellie stands resolutely on the high rocky precipice, looking down from above at Robert and the small gathering of Haldorian soldiers clustered in the valley below. Robert reacts in sudden panic, frantically shouting to ask what she is doing. Ellie shuts her previous grimoire, telling him that she is putting on a special show just for him. She allows her current book to completely vanish into thin air and prepares her next magical item, calmly noting that this one is up next. She smiles confidently as she channels her inner mana to materialize her next weapon. Shimmering light particles gather around her hand as she proudly summons her next, declaring it as the divine artifact Grimoire of Belphegor. The pages of the newly summoned book flip open rapidly with a soft rustle as a massive, glowing magic circle forms in the air above. Ellie begins to chant a dark incantation, invoking a wandering servant of the darkness and commanding a shapeless, eyeless demon to multiply and completely fill the land. Standing high on the edge of the rocky ridge, Ellie raises a small, crystalline object into the air as her magical book remains open. She continues her incantation by stating that she offers up this magic stone in strict accordance with their contract. A massive surge of energy fills the air with a violent whoosh as the spell activates. Ellie officially executes the summon command, unleashing the primordial ooze onto the battlefield below. The summoned entity crashes heavily down with a loud splat, instantly triggering frantic screams of agony from the trapped group. One of the soldiers panics in absolute horror as his body begins sizzling and melting away, crying out in his final moments that he is melting as the viscous fluid drips down. Robert watches the terrifying scene in pure shock, frantically asking what that creature is as desperate screams echo all around him. Ellie looks on calmly, explaining that it is a primordial ooze, a dangerous being that lurks in the demon world and serves as a distant ancestor of slimes. As the helpless soldiers scream for someone to save them and cry out in intense pain, Ellie continues her explanation from the high ridge. She points out that the creature extends its viscous tentacles to firmly grab its prey and completely dissolves them within its hungry maw. Robert turns toward his companion in sweating disbelief, desperately asking why she is doing this. Ellie calmly responds by asking if her reasons are not entirely obvious. She smiles coldly as she looks out over the canyon, flatly declaring that this is her revenge. Robert stands completely frozen behind her, repeating her words in absolute shock and panic. Ellie gazes down at the carnage below. She notes that she feels for the poor men who had to suffer such a horrible death so far from home. Robert breaks into a cold sweat as the crushing reality sets in. Ellie bluntly states that his soldiers are dying all because he had to play the righteous knight, leaving Robert to weakly repeat the words in utter disbelief. Ellie ruthlessly breaks down his pride, mocking him by asking if he actually thought he was a real knight. She points out that he failed to stop his foolish master and even chose to betray him in the end. She continues to tear into him, stating that he does not possess an ounce of honor and questions what right he has to call himself a knight. Robert desperately clutches his head, shaking in pure agony while trying to deny her claims, but Ellie's cruel laugh rings out as she reminds him that he knows she is completely right. Ellie leans in close to the sweating knight, coldly calling him a traitor. Robert desperately clutches his head and tries to deny her words, but Ellie continues her relentless verbal assault, labeling him a failure with no honor who could not even protect his comrades. As Robert keeps whimpering out his denial, she delivers a final, crushing remark, telling him that he is simply no knight. Keeping her face close to his, Ellie whispers directly into Robert's ear. She reduces his entire identity to nothing, flatly stating that he is just some piece of trash. Driven to his absolute limit, Robert lets out an enraged shout, fiercely declaring that he is not what she says. With a sudden movement, he forcefully triggers his divine artifact, causing a brilliant light to instantly glow as he prepares to strike back. A dazzling light erupts as Robert successfully summons his weapon, loudly invoking its true name as Knight's Crest. Standing a short distance away, a completely calm Ellie watches on without flinching as Robert lets out a furious battle cry and frantically charges straight at her with his blade raised. Ellie easily intercepts his attack, looking down from above while coldly muttering how unsightly he is. A sharp crack echoes through the air as her weapon effortlessly shatters Robert's blade into pieces, leaving the young knight frozen in absolute terror. Sweeping past his broken defense, Ellie calmly points out just how weak he truly is. Robert heavily collapses to the ground, heavily panting for breath. Ellie looks down at him from across the path as a faint light begins to glow around her hand. She calmly lifts her arm, announcing that it is finally time for the grand finale. Ellie channels her inner power to manifest another massive magical book. She stares down, proudly calling forth her next divine artifact, the Grimoire of Asmodeus. A powerful glow emanates from the pages of the open book. Dark energy begins to slide and emerge directly from the text as Ellie starts her chant, commanding the old curse that slumbers within the pages to fully awaken. A sinister, dark shadow creeps up around Ellie's arm as she continues the ritual. She changes her incantation, offering up her own body and commanding the curse to feast on blood and let a crimson rain fall. Her dark shadowy hand reaches out and forcefully grabs Robert right across his face. The panicked knight stands completely frozen in shock as Ellie watches over him, casually explaining that she is not fond of using this grimoire because it has far too many requirements. Ellie explains that this spell allows her to alter her target's memories and ingrain powerful suggestions directly into their mind. Robert can only let out a sharp gasp of pure terror as the magic invades his consciousness. The dark shadowy hand grips tightly onto Robert's face, making a disturbing sucking sound as the curse takes hold. Robert weakly trembles and begs Ellie to stop, but she stands over him with her open grimoire, completely detached from his suffering. Ellie coldly promises to give him a very special role to play. As the dark magic forces its way into his face, she declares that he shall officially become her omen and sound the death knell of the kingdom for her. A sinister smile spreads across Ellie's face as she watches the spell take full control. She delivers her final, ruthless directive, telling him to try to be useful for once and harshly calling him a complete sham of a knight. Under the dark night sky, the grand buildings of the imperial capital stand tall and quiet. Returning from her long journey, Ellie sighs with relief as she steps back inside, tired but happy to finally be home. Ellie looks down thoughtfully, assuming that everyone in the house must be fast asleep at this late hour. However, Mireille suddenly speaks up from the dark, softly stating that she will always wait for Ellie, no matter how late she returns. Ellie jumps back in complete surprise, gasping out Mireille's name in utter shock. Standing calmly by a large desk in the dimly lit room, a poised Mireille warmly welcomes her mistress back home. She begins to offer her thanks but pauses in confusion, wondering what her maid is up to at this hour. Mireille steps forward and cuts straight to her concern, directly asking Ellie if she is hurt. Ellie quickly replies that she is fine, but Mireille looks back with a deeply doubtful expression. Rejecting the casual answer, Mireille suddenly grabs hold of Ellie's arm and firmly pulls her forward, causing a startled Ellie to let out a sharp cry of surprise. Mireille looks down closely at Ellie's hand, asking if she is quite sure about being unhurt. Ellie remarks on how keen her maid is, while Mireille calmly replies that she always keeps her eyes on her mistress. Mireille looks on with deep worry, asking what exactly happened to cause such an injury. Ellie explains to an anxious Mireille that this mark is simply the price she must pay. She calmly states that this mark is the direct cost of using that specific grimoire. Processing the grave information, a somber Mireille looks down and quietly replies that she understands. Mireille requests permission to bandage Ellie's arm to fully conceal the mark from sight. Ellie agrees, admitting that the wound does hurt quite a bit. Mireille asks her mistress to please refrain from being so rash in the future, prompting a soft apology from a regretful Ellie. Suddenly, a flashback cuts to 1 year ago, where a loud voice shouts out in absolute disbelief. Prince Fried sighs dramatically, claiming that Elizabeth has been relentlessly harassing his sweet Sylvie out of pure jealousy for months. He aggressively adds that she has even tried to murder her, leaving a sweating Robert Artie stammering in complete shock. Robert admits that he finds these claims hard to believe because such behavior is completely unlike her. Fried looks away coldly, explaining that he has yet to make this disturbing matter public. Fried doubles down on his warning, asserting that she is actively using her trading company for wicked ends and fully plans to take over the entire country once she becomes queen. Robert stands frozen in pure shock, nervously questioning if the claims are truly accurate. Robert gasps at the revelation, deeply disturbed by what he considers to be dreadful designs. Fried looks over his shoulder and softly begins to lay out his tactical solution. He flashes a smug, sinister grin as he declares that he will make the first move by publicly denouncing her villainous nature at the upcoming party. Robert watches intently from a short distance away as the prince adds that he will leverage the dramatic occasion to officially break off their engagement and introduce Sylvie as his new fiancée. Robert Artie tightly clenches his fist as the full weight of the directive sinks in. Fried turns his back completely and addresses him by name, firmly asking Robert if he understands exactly what must be done next to fulfill his duty. Robert looks toward his master, giving a small nod of agreement. Prince watches him closely, feeling satisfied with his knight's quiet submission. With a deep bow, Robert declares that he is, and always will be, Prince Fried's loyal knight. The grand doors swing open wide, catching the attention of everyone inside the room. Elizabeth stands right at the entrance alongside an armored guard, preparing to face the gathering. Fried loudly announces to the cheering crowd that his engagement with Elizabeth Leiston is officially void and that Sylvia Lockett will become his new fiancée. While Sylvia blushes happily by his side, a solemn Robert looks on in silence as an angry voice suddenly roars out from a completely separate room, calling someone an utter moron. An older commander yells out in absolute fury, demanding to know how he could possibly treat Lady Leiston like that. Robert stands firmly in the background, defending his actions by stating that Elizabeth hurt Lady Sylvia and that he simply carried out his duty as a knight to protect her. The older commander paces the floor angrily, questioning if Robert genuinely considers himself a true knight. He sharply demands to know if violently grabbing a lady right in front of the entire court is how knights are supposed to behave. Placing a closed fist firmly over his chest, Robert argues back to his father that his sword belongs solely to his highness. He strictly insists that his only sworn duty is to follow the prince's commands without question. Closing his eyes in quiet reflection, Robert assures himself that he did the absolute right thing. The sudden creaking sound of a door swinging open shatters the vision. Robert abruptly opens his eyes and finds himself lying under a warm blanket inside a quiet bedroom, letting out a soft grunt of pure confusion as he tries to process his surroundings. Spotting his sudden movement from across the bedroom, a shocked maid gasps aloud that Lord Robert has finally come to. Robert weakly looks around from his pillow, his voice trailing off as he confusedly questions exactly where in the world he is. The attentive maid quickly reassures him, explaining that he is officially back home at the Artie residence. Stammering in complete confusion, Robert tries to make sense of his surroundings. The maid explains that a group of traveling peddlers discovered him completely unconscious out in the wasteland and carried him all the way back to his estate. Sitting up in his bed with bandages wrapped tightly around his head and face, Robert listens quietly as the maid shares the good news. She joyfully declares that the doctor confirmed his wounds have fully healed, urging her master to finally stop worrying. Suddenly, a series of heavy thuds echoes from outside the bedroom, followed by a frantic voice desperately begging Lady Royalize to please wait. Before anyone can react, the bedroom door is violently slammed open with a loud crash, catching both Robert and his maid completely off guard. A young girl leaps across the room with a sudden jump, throwing her arms tightly around Robert while crying out for her brother in deep distress. Holding the sobbing girl close to his chest, a deeply moved Robert looks down with a gentle expression and softly calls her by her nickname, Roa. The tender reunion is abruptly interrupted as a stern voice addresses Robert, noting that he is finally awake. The maid turns around in surprise, while Robert looks up with a startled expression. An imposing man dressed in an elegant military uniform with epaulets and a crossed medal steps fully into the room with a severe, cold gaze. Robert sits up in his bed and softly recognizes the man as his father. He begins to speak with complete contempt, venomously addressing his own son. With an enraged roar, the father labels Robert a shameless imbecile. He lashes out violently, delivering a powerful blow that strikes Robert across the face. The forceful smack sends Robert reeling backward onto the bed from the sheer impact of the hit. The father looms over Robert, shouting to ask how many foolish acts he must commit before he is finally satisfied. He angrily points out that his son launched an army without consent from the king and even led those forces directly into imperial land. The father harshly demands to know if Robert was actively trying to start a full-scale war with the empire. Clutching his heavily bruised, reddened cheek in pain, a sweating and startled Robert weakly protests that he was simply doing his duty as a knight. He commands Robert to be quiet, screaming that he has brought absolute shame to their family and is no longer worthy of calling himself a knight. He strictly declares that he is stripping Robert of his position as of today, forcing him to start completely from the bottom as a common foot soldier to finally learn what honor truly means. The father turns his back and begins to walk away, pausing slightly to call out Robert Artie's name. The father states with a heavy voice that while he is deeply ashamed of him as a fellow knight, he speaks now simply as his father. Walking through the doorway to leave the bedroom, he softly adds that he thanks him for coming back alive, leaving a stunned Robert to stare after him in silence. An elegant woman enters the bedroom, gently explaining that his father was actually worried sick about him. Looking up at her with a soft gaze, Robert quietly recognizes her as his mother. The mother places a comforting hand on her son's shoulder, telling him not to worry because he is alive, which is all that truly matters. She warmly reassures Robert that he still possesses exactly what it takes to start his life over. Gently pulling her son close, the mother holds him in a warm embrace and softly advises him to simply focus on recovering for now. As she tenderly strokes his hair, a tearful Robert rests his head against her shoulder. Robert stands silently in the center of the room, staring intently at the mounted sword on the wall. Despite everything that happened, he reflects deeply on his actions, still firmly feeling in his heart that he did the right thing as a knight. Taking the weapon into his hands, Robert holds the sword firmly and reassures himself that surrendering to the Empire was the only true way to stop His Highness. Closing his eyes with a calm, focused look, he resolves that he absolutely made the right choice and can finally look forward to a completely fresh start. Robert vows that one day he will reclaim his title and serve His Highness again, believing that it is the only way he can truly atone. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him. Robert turns his head around as his sister approaches him in the room. Roalize stands near the doorway with a bright smile on her face. She cheerfully announces that it is almost time. Standing in the center of the living room, Robert holds his sword and questions what she means. Roalize looks up at him and asks if he completely forgot. Roalize excitedly explains that their mother promised they would all have tea together this afternoon. A gentle smile spreads across Robert's face as he quietly admits that he remembers now. Robert tries to trace his memories, recalling that he and his men were heading to the imperial capital after laying down their arms. A sudden realization strikes his mind, causing him to pause as a deep sense of confusion sets in. Sweating anxiously, Robert struggles to understand why he is currently back in the kingdom. He questions his missing memories, desperately wondering where his men are and what could have happened to them. A wave of dread washes over Robert as his eyes widen in pure horror. He senses that he has forgotten something deeply sinister, while dark, fragmented phrases about feasting on blood and letting a crimson rain fall swirl ominously through his mind. Roalize looks up at her brother, her expression changing to deep confusion as she asks what is wrong. In the reflection of her eyes, a dark silhouette of Robert is visible as he begins to lift his hand. Without warning, a clean, violent slash cuts straight through the room, sending Roalize's head flying into the air. He stands entirely frozen with his sword drawn, staring down in absolute horror at his handiwork. Beside him, his sister Roalize falls heavily to the floor. Robert stares blankly at the scene, desperately questioning what he has just done. Suddenly, the door creaks open as a maid steps into the room to announce that her ladyship is ready. Her words instantly cut short as she catches sight of Robert standing in the center of the sudden carnage. Without a second of hesitation, Robert's body moves entirely on its own, swinging his sword back. He looks on in pure terror as his blade cuts directly through the screaming maid. The maid screams out in agony as she collapses from the fatal blow. Robert sweats in sheer panic, panicking as he realizes that his own body is completely moving against his will. The blade slices cleanly through the air once more, striking down another terrified servant who screams out in anguish. Robert gasps for air in complete horror, frantically demanding to know what is going on and why his hands are committing these terrible atrocities as the curse completely takes hold. Dark, thick blood slowly cascades down the stone stairs, pooling heavily across the smooth steps of the grand estate. Robert stands completely covered in blood at the top of the grand staircase, his sword still clutched tightly in his grip. Below him, the aftermath fills the foyer as the bodies of his sister Roalize, his mother, and multiple housemaids lie slaughtered across the steps in a horrific pile. Looking down at the carnage, Robert's broken gaze drifts over the pale, lifeless faces of his loved ones. He softly utters the names of Roalize and his mother, completely devastated as he realizes that everyone in his family has been completely wiped out by his own hands. Robert's legs tremble in pure exhaustion and despair as he weakly steps away from the bloody stairs, his mind rejecting the horrific reality. Covered in deep stains, he can only utter a desperate cry of denial as he stands alone in the middle. Suddenly, the massive double doors of the main hall begin to swing open wide. Robert desperately begs for the nightmare to stop as the dark presence approaches. Robert slowly walks down the steps away from his home, his mind heavily breaking from the carnage he left behind. He begs for it to stop, crying out that he does not want to do this anymore. As he steps into the local town streets, a laugh suddenly echoes loudly through the air. In the street, a young girl wearing a hooded cloak holds up a wooden toy sword, boldly declaring to her friends that the country belongs to her now. The local townspeople look on as a child panics aloud that the evil witch is here. Another young girl steps forward to confront her, confidently shouting at the witch to back off because she will not let her have her way. Seeing the brave stand, a young boy nearby gasps in sudden excitement. The boy fiercely raises his wooden sword and yells that Prince Fried has come to save them, declaring that he will stop the witch with his blade. Observing the scene from the sidewalk, a confused woman asks what they are doing, prompting her friend to explain that it is simply a popular new game that all the neighborhood kids are playing these days. The woman details that the children pretend to be Fried and Lady Sylvia to chase away Elizabeth, whom they believe to be the evil witch who tried to take over the country. Listening to the explanation, the first woman looks down in deep concern, remembering that Elizabeth was the Duke's daughter who had organized so many helpful charity events for their people. The second woman firmly adds that Elizabeth used her high position to commit horrible deeds in secret. Shocked by the rumor, her companion gasps aloud that the Duke's daughter tricked them all. The woman continues her story, explaining that Lady Sylvia discovered the truth and exposed her, leading His Highness to punish the witch. Her companion speaks up with a look of relief, glad that justice was served. Meanwhile, a blood-stained Robert listens closely from a short distance away. The children abruptly stop their game and look over their shoulders in complete confusion. Right behind them, Robert stands silently with a dark, expressionless look, the blood splattered across his cheek. The two local women turn their heads away in sudden horror as the scene shifts to the open street. Robert violently swings his weapon forward, ruthlessly severing the young neighborhood children as they play. The women stand frozen in complete panic, stammering out in pure shock over what they are witnessing. Without a single word, the heavily stained Robert spins around and instantly drives his blade forward with a violent stab. The local woman screams out in absolute horror as Robert ruthlessly stabs his blade directly. Nearby citizens panic and scatter through the cobblestone streets, screaming that there is a killer on the loose. Tears stream down Robert's heavily splattered face as he desperately tries to convince himself that this is all a mistake. He trembles violently while gripping his bloody hilt, weeping as he repeats that they are wrong and that this monster is not truly him. A terrified man points aggressively and labels Robert a cold-blooded murderer, breaking his train of thought. Robert looks back, completely helpless as his arm raises the sword. The blade cuts through the air, striking down the yelling man before he can even attempt to defend himself. Robert stands amidst the gruesome scene, a sinister, unprompted smile slowly stretching across his face even as tears continue to fall from his eyes. His mind completely fractures under Ellie's dark spell, prompting him to weakly sway and repeat that he is a proud knight who belongs solely to His Highness. He desperately whines that he would never commit such deeds, entirely unaware that the ticking time bomb of the curse has officially shattered his sanity for good. Robert lets out a desperate, echoing scream, crying out that this monster is completely not him, as the terrifying curse dictates his final moments of control. Under the dark night sky, the sharp spires of a grand cathedral stand tall against a massive, glowing full moon. Inside a dimly lit office, King Bullet sits firmly at his desk and grimly notes how horrific the situation has become. Across the room near the entrance, an armored military official stands at attention to deliver a report on the unfolding tragedy. Sitting with a deeply strained expression, Bullet rests his hand against his chin while a blonde companion stands behind him. He sighs heavily and remarks that things have taken a very dark turn for their nation. King Bullet looks back over his shoulder toward his blonde subordinate, addressing him directly by the name Sieg. Bullet directly demands to know exactly how many victims have been killed so far. Sieg delivers the grim data, explaining that besides Lord Artie's family members and servants, Robert killed 85 citizens, 21 soldiers, and 2 knights, leaving far more wounded. He reflects that Robert's thorough training and talent backfired in the end. Sieg continues his analysis, noting that Robert is an outstanding swordsman who has been second only to Elizabeth since their days at the academy together. Bullet looks up from his desk and directly asks Sieg if they know the motive behind why Robert did it. Sieg prepares his explanation with a heavy pause. Sieg explains that no matter how many times they question him, Robert firmly insists that it was not him and that he would never do something like this. Across the hallway, a barred wooden cell door reveals Robert sitting completely alone inside his dark prison cell. Sieg details that the doctor believes Robert has developed a mental disorder after a traumatic experience on the battlefield. Listening to the medical report, a somber Bullet closes his eyes and concludes that the war must have simply been too much for a young man like him. Bullet addresses the official across the desk by name, calling him Ernest. King Bullet reflects that he previously disregarded Fried's actions on the day of the founding party, laying all the blame on Elizabeth despite her innocence just so he could avoid having to punish their own sons. Bullet states because too many innocent lives were lost this time, meaning he simply cannot extend the same mercy again, and asks for forgiveness. Ernest describes there's no need for that. Ernest takes full responsibility, stating that his foolish son is liable for what happened and that he is as well in his position as his father. Ernest asks King Bullet to please punish them justly for the tragedy. Reaching his hand forward to announce his final decision, Bullet firmly declares that he shall now pass his official judgment, stating that for the severe crime of Class A murder, he officially sentences Robert Artie. King Bullet delivers the final crushing blow, sentencing Robert to absolute death. Sitting silently behind the iron bars of his dark prison cell, a completely broken Robert stares downward as the execution order seals his tragic fate forever. Sitting alone in the quiet room, Robert looks downward with a downcast expression. A vivid memory suddenly flashes through Robert's mind, recalling a past training session out in the open woods. He remembers aggressively swinging his weapon with a sharp slash and a fierce battle cry, letting out a loud shout as he practiced his combat moves. Panting heavily from the intense training session, Robert stands before a wooden training dummy that shakes under the force of his strikes. He breaks into a cold sweat as he reflects on Lady Elizabeth's incredible power, silently noting that she truly is something special. He observes that since Elizabeth is His Highness's future queen, she possesses a completely different level of talent. He silently reflects that even someone as skilled as the Knight Commander's son cannot compare to her. He sweats heavily from the crushing realization that he simply does not hold a candle to her unmatched abilities. Robert grits his teeth and lets out a bitter curse. Robert gasps in sudden surprise as a voice calls out to greet him in the forest. A young Sylvia stands calmly near the brush, prompting a startled Robert to turn around and question who she is. Sylvia steps closer to ask what he is doing in the clearing. Holding his training weapon, Robert nervously explains that he is practicing his sword skills, which leaves Sylvia thoroughly impressed. With a bright and cheerful smile, Sylvia asks if she can watch him practice. Robert hesitates slightly before offering his quiet agreement. While Sylvia watches closely from a distance, Artie raises his blade to resume his training. He lets out a fierce shout as he swings his sword forcefully down toward the training dummy. He delivers a powerful finishing blow that strikes the training dummy. Sylvia watches the impressive display from behind. Letting out a sigh of relief, Robert catches his breath after the exertion. Sylvia happily claps her hands together, brightly praising him for being so great. Sylvia declares that his performance was so nifty. Hearing her compliments, a flustered Robert blushes nervously in response. Robert turns fully to face her and softly asks for her name. Surprised by the question, the young girl blinks and repeats the word back to him. The memory of her introducing herself as Sylvia fades as Prince Fried watches Robert through the iron bars of the dark prison cell. Fried mockingly notes that Robert has truly outdone himself. Standing outside the prison bars with his arms folded, Fried complains that he is facing heavy criticism because of the recent actions Robert committed. He looks down coldly and states that he cannot believe he ever chose a monster like him to be his personal knight. Robert looks toward his visitor from inside the cell and calls out to the prince. Fried turns his head slightly in mild surprise at the sound of the broken knight's voice. Sitting behind the iron bars, Robert anxiously asks if Lady Sylvia has come along with him. Fried looks directly at his captive and sharply questions if he is completely stupid for even asking such a thing. Fried flatly declares that he would never dream of bringing Sylvia to a dark, wretched place like this cell. Fried lets out a dismissive scoff, noting that he fully expected Robert to offer a proper apology, but instead the disgraced knight chose to bring up a woman. He turns his back on the prisoner, declaring that he is sorely disappointed. He states that the least Robert can do now is offer his own life to clear the prince's name. Fried walks out of the dark dungeon corridor and leaves the prison cells behind. As he exits into the hallway, a waiting Sylvia calls out to greet her prince. Fried looks toward her with a weary expression, thanking Sylvia for waiting for him. Sylvia stands quietly in her elegant dress, watching him approach. Sylvia leans in close to him, softly admitting that she was so lonely without him. Fried embraces her warmly while gently apologizing for keeping her waiting. While holding her close, Fried falls into a brief silence before directly asking Sylvia if she is close with Robert. Surprised by the sudden question, Sylvia blinks in confusion and repeats the name back to him. Sylvia flatly replies to the prince that she barely knows Robert. Meanwhile, a wooden carriage wheel rattles along the stone ground as a heavy transport wagon rolls into the local town settlement. An armored guard barks a harsh order to step down as the wagon comes to a complete halt. Clutching his execution board, Robert slowly steps out onto the paved street. A heavy object suddenly strikes Robert directly in the head, leaving him to stagger blindly forward. Furious townspeople gather around the perimeter, loudly screaming that he is nothing but a cold-blooded murderer. A weeping mother stands prominently at the front of the angry crowd, holding a stone and desperately shouting for him to give her back her son. An enraged mob completely fills the cobblestone town square, ruthlessly pelting the chained prisoner with rocks while screaming for him to die. Devoid of any mercy, the citizens label him as complete scum and shout that he killed their loved ones. The intense public hatred continues to rain down from all sides. Angry townspeople scream for the prisoner to go to hell, labeling him an unworthy knight as he stands on the platform under the watchful eye of an armored guard. An execution official opens his mouth wide to loudly announce that it is finally time for the sentence to begin. On the wooden stage, the guards firmly push Robert down to his knees. An executioner holding a massive axe stands prominently on the elevated wooden platform before the immense, roaring crowd. The official proclaims to the massive gathering that the sinner will now receive his just punishment. The furious crowd erupts into a massive roar, with citizens violently screaming to kill him immediately. From the platform above, a weary Robert Artie looks down blankly at the sea of enraged faces shouting for his blood. As the aggressive chants to kill him echo through the square, a broken Robert calmly accepts his fate, reflecting that everything is finally over. He quietly acknowledges that he truly killed them all, remembering how his own hands slaughtered his dear sister, his mother, their loyal servants, and even the very citizens he had once solemnly swore to protect. Amid the roaring of the crowd, Robert closes his eyes tightly on the scaffold. He reflects on how he had always dreamed of becoming an exemplary, honorable knight, yet everything has gone completely wrong. The cruel memories of his manipulation suddenly rush back as a dark shadow passes over his mind. He gasps in sheer terror as he remembers the chilling voice of Ellie ordering him to try to be useful, labeling him a complete sham of a knight. The broken knight trembles violently on his knees as the full truth of his lost memories returns to him. He desperately wonders how he could have forgotten the terrifying screams of his comrades as they melted alive, and his precious divine artifact shattering completely in his hand. Tears stream down his face as the ultimate horror of the spell unlocks inside his mind. He breaks into a frantic sweat, realizing above all else the sinister truth that he has been entirely trapped by a curse. In his final moments of clarity, Robert realizes with absolute certainty that Elizabeth Leyston plotted it all. Robert panics completely on the wooden platform, desperately screaming for them to wait. An official commands the scum to be quiet as the guards forcefully shove Robert down into position. Over the roar of the furious crowd, Robert frantically yells out that they have to hear him out. He desperately attempts to expose the truth, shouting that it was all her fault while the angry mob keeps chanting to kill him. Held down firmly by a guard, Robert frantically screams Elizabeth Leyston's name to the crowd. He attempts to warn everyone that she is out to fulfill a grand design, even as the executioner raises a massive axe directly behind him. The executioner's heavy axe swings down forcefully through the air. The warning finishes with a final word on her quest to get revenge. The scene abruptly shifts to a bright room, where a calm Ellie blinks softly. Sitting in silence, her focused gaze shows no trace of the sudden violence that just unfolded. Mireille looks forward with a startled expression. Ellie turns back toward her maid with a mild reaction of her own. She sits back calmly and confirms that the pseudo-knight is officially dead. While she speaks, she smoothly unbinds the cloth wrapping around her arm. Mireille watches quietly from the side as Ellie notes that although the operation took some time and effort, she is certain the kingdom has been thrown into complete disarray. Standing before the large study desk, Mireille confesses that she is simply relieved to see that her mistress's arm is completely fine. Ellie offers a gentle apology for causing her any worry, adding with a confident smile that she is looking forward to the incoming reports. Deep within a grand, high-arched hall decorated with hanging crest banners, an official holds up a written report detailing the actions of Elizabeth Leyston. Looking on from the background, a lone figure observes that people simply cannot seem to stop singing her praises. Cedric agrees with the praise, warmly stating that he truly believes Elizabeth deserves every single bit of it. Cedric speaks of her recent triumphs in the Lebrick Viscounty, quickly correcting himself to say the Lebrick County. Observing the conversation from below, Albert notes that this matter is clearly about her successfully driving away the Sarjan forces. Cedric explains that he met with His Majesty recently, mentioning that the king is most impressed with her achievements but remains troubled over exactly how to reward her for this tremendous feat. Hearing this, Albert rests his hand against his chin in deep, focused contemplation. Albert suggests that they should help the king solve his dilemma. He notes that this situation will provide the perfect opportunity to fully ascertain her true worth. The scene transitions to an office where an attendant urgently calls out to Lucas and hands him a document, asking him to please have a look at it. Sitting at his desk, a startled Lucas reacts with sudden confusion, wondering what could have happened. As Lucas inspects the sealed parchment, he wonders silently if this sudden development is also a calculated part of Ellie's master plan. Then we get an extra part of that psycho nun. On the streets of the capital, Tita laughs out loud and offers a cheerful thank you to her companions for saving her from a group of pushy men. In the background, Ellie and Mireille watch with flat expressions while the aggressive pursuers lie completely defeated on the paved road. Ellie addresses the nun directly, asking exactly why those men were chasing after her in the first place. Before Tita can launch into her unbelievable explanation about being accused of cheating at cards, Mirai cuts straight to the point and bluntly asks if she was gambling. Tita frantically denies the claim, sweating as she argues that she was simply showing them divine love by drawing the right cards to earn an offering. Ellie crosses her arms in disappointment and flatly breaks down her excuses, stating that such behavior is called gambling, which instantly reminds Tita of something else she wanted to say. Tita announces to her friends that she will be leaving the capital very soon. Hearing this sudden news, Ellie looks up from the cobblestone path and reacts with genuine surprise. Tita notes that she has gathered enough charity money to set out, explaining that she plans to go rescue the poor, lost lambs out in the world. Ellie listens quietly, thinking to herself that it is highly unlikely she will ever run into the nun again. Tita immediately calls her out, telling Ellie not to make a face that suggests they will never see each other again. Ellie gulps nervously, sweating as she realizes the nun's intuition is completely spot on. Tita loudly declares that she is not that heartless. Ellie stands a short distance away with her arms crossed, watching the nun's theatrical gesture in silence. Ellie looks at her with a blank expression, directly asking Tita what she is doing with her finger. Tita acts surprised, questioning if Ellie does not know what a pinky promise is, prompting Ellie to clarify that she knows the concept but is simply confused by the action. With a bright, confident smile, Tita holds up her small finger and swears on their promise that she will definitely be back to see her. Watching her cheerful vow, a soft, subtle smile spreads across Ellie's face as she bids her companion farewell. Locking their pinkies together beneath the dark night sky, Ellie smiles warmly and declares that it is a solemn promise. The sentimental moment is instantly shattered as Lunoa cheerfully pipes up from the side, noting that pinky promises genuinely take her back to her younger years. Misha brightly agrees, mentioning that they used to do that exact gesture as a child, leaving a deeply embarrassed Ellie to mentally repeat the words in utter shock. Sometime later inside a bustling wooden tavern, a highly energetic Tita sits at a table surrounded by empty bottles and large beer mugs. Laughing boisterously, she listens to rumors about a terrifying silver witch who freezes her enemies to death, mockingly questioning who that could possibly be before waving her hand off to demand another drink and loudly dismissing any concerns about the bill. At the Kingdom of Haldoria Royal Academy, students gossip in the corridors about Lord Robert, calling him dreamy and sharing rumors that he will become the next Knight Commander. One student jokes about potentially becoming the Knight Commander's wife, while Mirai approaches a large door down the hall. Mirai knocks firmly on the door and steps inside the room, offering an apology for making her mistress wait. Ellie reacts with sudden surprise upon her arrival. She looks up calmly near a tall window in the library while holding a document. Mirai addresses her respectfully as my lady. Ellie reassures Mirai that it is quite alright, explaining that she read the newspaper while she waited. She then asks if the report is ready, prompting Mirai to confirm and ask if she has time before her scheduled meeting. Mirai spots something unusual in the room and reacts with sudden realization. Ellie looks back attentively and confirms her suspicion, as the two stand together near the bookshelves. Looking out from the library window, Ellie observes Fried standing with Sylvia in a courtyard down below. Ellie watches along, recognizing His Highness and noting that the girl by his side must be the rumored Lady Sylvia. Mirai asks about Sylvia. Ellie identifies her as Baron Locket's illegitimate daughter. She continues by stating that rumor has it that Sylvia and the prince share a very special relationship, while Sylvia blushes happily near Fried down in the courtyard. Ellie looks away from the window and calmly states that she shall extend an invitation to Sylvia shortly to advise her on the behavior expected of a prince's mistress. Shocked by her words, Mirai argues back that there is no reason why Ellie, of all people, should take care of that cheater's mistress. Down below, Fried pulls Sylvia close to embrace her behind a stone pillar. Ellie calmly responds from the library that if Sylvia is to continue her relationship with His Highness, proper conduct is of the essence, warning that her actions could otherwise impact the royal family's prestige, leaving Mirai to look at her in somber worry. Ellie turns away calmly, declaring that she is fine and that this is simply one of her duties as the future queen. Nearby, Mirai clenches her fist tightly in deep frustration over the unfair situation her mistress must endure. Ellie wakes up in her bed with a pained expression, letting out a soft groan. Sitting up under her blankets, she reflects on what an unpleasant dream she just had. Standing right outside the door, Mireille knocks firmly and calls out to Miss Ellie, announcing that it is finally time to start getting ready. As the morning birds chirp outside the window, Ellie decides that she had best get up now since her meeting with Lucas is quite early. During their meeting, a finger points directly at a map on the desk. Lucas explains that the kingdom of Sarjas has officially been incorporated into the empire, with half of its territory now falling under the direct dominion of His Majesty the Emperor. Sitting comfortably on a couch, Lucas explains that the other half of the territory was granted directly to him as a reward for his involvement in the matter. He continues detailing the political shift, explaining that as for Grint, the last king of Sarjas, he was made the administrator of the new Sarjas region. Ellie looks across the room at Lucas, who sits on the couch opposite her. She observes that the Empire often resorts to this specific tactic. She expands on her thought, explaining that by keeping the former ruler of the land in place as a figurehead, one can successfully garner public support and avoid riots. Lucas listens to her assessment and agrees, adding that as she has correctly surmised, Grint holds no real power. He notes that Grint and his family are kept under strict watch as well. Ellie calmly looks at the map between them, reflecting that there are certainly worse ways for victors to punish their former enemies. Lucas shifts the conversation by bringing up the topic of punishment. Ellie listens closely as he prepares to share new information. He explains that after returning to the kingdom, Robert Artie suddenly slaughtered countless people as if in a frenzy. He admits that he is not entirely sure what exactly transpired during the incident. Lucas looks at Ellie and asks if it was all her doing. Ellie giggles softly and covers her mouth, admitting that it just so happened she had a message to send, describing it as an omen of revenge. Ellie asks Lucas if the incident has caused any waves in the Empire. Lucas begins to sweat nervously, recalling her past cover story about the mountains being perilous. He continues to recall Ellie's excuse about trying her best but being just a merchant after all, which caused her to end up straying from her companions. Lucas explains that he pulled some strings to ensure no one would question her testimony. She giggles cheerfully behind her hand, expressing that she is terribly sorry for the trouble she caused. She questions if the Empire did not reap the benefits in the end anyway. He ultimately supposes that they did. Lucas observes that the kingdom is completely busy cleaning up after Robert's actions and trying to salvage their strained relationships with their vassal states after abandoning Sarjas. He notes that this situation certainly makes espionage much easier for them. A sudden realization strikes Lucas, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He freezes in silence, telling himself to hang on as a shocking thought crosses his mind. Lucas turns to Ellie in utter shock, frantically asking if she foresaw absolutely all of this from the very beginning. Ellie raises her hand in surprise, instantly waving off the claim and loudly exclaiming that there is no way. Ellie rests her hand against her cheek and admits that the end result is close to one of the scenarios she imagined. However, she adds that she is mortified to say she made far too many mistakes along the way, confirming Lucas's internal suspicion that she did indeed predict the outcome. She clenches her fists excitedly and brightly promises to do better next time. Looking at her intense determination, a sweating Lucas nervously requests that she let him know before acting next time. Lucas sighs with relief and finishes his thoughts on the current topic. He then extends his hand to present a document, inviting Ellie to move on to the main reason why he called her to the office. He hands over an envelope across the desk. He explains that it is a letter of recommendation for a special license, serving as the Emperor's way of rewarding Ellie for her crucial help during the recent conflict. Ellie holds the envelope firmly in her hand as Lucas explains the immense privileges of the reward. He details that if she is awarded a special license, she will be able to receive financial loans directly from the Empire, purchase plots of land, and possess unrestricted quantities of items that are normally heavily limited. Ellie looks at the document and expresses that she is most grateful for the gesture. However, she points out a detail, questioning if the Empire's Merchants Guild Council is actually the group in charge of awarding special licenses. Lucas confirms that it is, explaining that Ellie will need to submit herself to its examination and earn the approval of more than half of its members to proceed. He holds out another sealed envelope toward Ellie, explaining that it is an official summons from the council. Sitting across from Lucas on the sofa, Ellie asks to be pardoned while she opens the letter to review its contents. Ellie pulls the letter from its envelope, scanning the page thoughtfully. Looking closely at the text, she softly mutters that she sees what it says. She looks down at the brief summons letter, reading the directive to prove herself before the next meeting of the council. Ellie notes with slight concern that the strict deadline does not leave her much time. Lucas looks on from the side, adding that the council is not telling her what exactly she needs to do either. Lucas analyzes the situation, imagining that the council members want her to demonstrate exactly how she would contribute to the empire's economy if she were to be awarded that prestigious license. Ellie goes into deep thought while staring at the card. Ellie says that she already has a few business ideas in mind, though she acknowledges she will need to make up her mind quickly. Lucas looks at her intently, directly asking if she will be starting an entirely new business venture. Ellie smiles with absolute confidence, sliding the paper back into its envelope. She notes that the council has officially challenged her, resolving that she must rise to the occasion and show them something entirely new. Giggling softly, she muses over just what she could accomplish with a special license, leaving Lucas to watch her with a highly confused expression. Ellie grins with a dark and cunning expression while thinking about her financial possibilities. She reflects on how she could easily get a loan to buy a plot of land without any restrictions applying, confidently calculating that she could increase her business profits tenfold if she plays her cards right. Lucas turns around on the couch in utter disbelief, nervously asking Ellie if she truly foresaw this development coming as well. Ellie simply looks back blankly and Lucas dismisses his concern, telling her to never mind it. A sudden knocking sound shatters the quiet meeting as someone requests permission to enter the office. Ellie turns toward the entryway and calmly grants permission, welcoming them inside just as the heavy wooden door swings wide open. Lunoa steps into the room alongside Misha, with both of them carrying a heavy load of stacked packages and shopping bags. Lunoa addresses her mistress directly, explaining to Ellie that these boxes were sent from the people she had previously deployed to Sarjas. Ellie offers her thanks to the two girls and requests that they line up the contents of the packages on the long desk for review. As Misha and Lunoa eagerly confirm the order and set down the heavy cargo, Misha opens up a wooden crate, calling the contents absolutely amazing in sudden excitement. She holds up a monster fong to inspect it alongside pieces of pelts, wood, and fruit that came from the crates. Misha excitedly points out that there is even a pretty flower among the items, while Ellie observes with a quiet sigh of surprise. Misha hands the small flower over to her mistress. Ellie notes that she remembers seeing this specific type of flower somewhere before. Looking down at her written documents, Lunoa begins to carefully inspect the official logs to identify the plant. Lunoa reveals that the plant is a tarx, explaining that these flowers grow exclusively within a specific region in Sarjas. She references the manifest, adding that the document states the people of Sarjas appreciate them purely for their visual beauty. Taking the flower into her hand, Ellie asks if they are used simply for decorative purposes. Looking up from her reports, Lunoa confirms that according to what is written there, that is indeed the case. Ellie continues to inspect the tarx flower closely as it gently sways in her hand. She falls into a deep, quiet contemplation, silently recalling that she definitely remembers these flowers having actual, practical uses. Determined to uncover the truth about the mysterious plant, Ellie decides to refresh her memory. She stretches out her left arm and boldly commands her next divine artifact to materialize, causing a bright, mystical glow to burst instantly from her open hand. A magnificent book takes physical form as Ellie proudly calls forth its true name as the Grimoire of Lucifer. She securely grips the elegant cover with her gloved hand, holding it high to access its forbidden knowledge. Ellie looks down intently and begins swiftly flipping through the heavily detailed pages. She reflects that her Grimoire of Lucifer records absolutely everything she has ever heard or seen at least once in her entire life. A look of satisfaction washes over her face as she announces that she has finally found it. The detailed entry reveals an elegant drawing of the plant, alongside complex text. The ancient records explain that tarxes, or alumias as the records of an ancient elven tribe call them, were historically processed and used to manufacture fine perfume. Ellie continues reading from her grimoire, explaining that the elves historically manufactured a variety of high-quality perfumes from the plant. Lunoa looks back at her in complete astonishment, wondering if it is truly possible to create completely different perfumes from just a single flower. Ellie, holding the flower, notes with a slight frown that the text she is reading from is an old travel journal that unfortunately does not mention any actual recipes. Determined to dig deeper, Ellie decides to see if she can find more specific data by looking up the plant's alternative name, Illumia, causing her grimoire to let out a bright, intense glow. Scanning a new section of her book, Ellie reads aloud from a historical essay. She explains to Lunoa that the dynamic properties of an Illumia change greatly depending on the exact way you process it and the specific catalysts you use. Our girl concludes that this highly versatile trait is exactly why one can make totally different perfumes from this one flower species. Lunoa looks on with wide eyes of pure admiration, brightly praising Miss Ellie for knowing so many things. Ellie continues talking to Lunoa while holding the open book and the flower. She explains that she used to have access to Haldoria's forbidden archives, and thanks to her grimoire, she can reread any of those texts at any time. She closes the book and smiles confidently. She declares that the timing couldn't be better and that they shall make Illumia perfume a reality once more before the next meeting of the Merchants Guild Council, leaving Lunoa surprised. She turns her attention toward Mireille to give her explicit directives. She commands her to let their people in Sarjas know that she wants large stocks of tarxes for research, and tells her they should also try to secure exclusivity deals with the floriculturists who cultivate them, prompting a prompt confirmation from Mireille. Lunoa nervously steps forward with her fists clenched. She asks if Ellie intends to present this newly made perfume directly to the council, which Ellie calmly confirms. Ellie listens with a puzzled look as she mentions that the essay gives a detailed account of the manufacturing method. She is sure their alchemists will have no trouble replicating it. Lunoa breaks into a nervous sweat, anxiously stammering that her concern was not about the business plan. Lunoa continues expressing her doubts, noting that perfume is a profitable product, but she is not sure that is the sort of impactful contribution the council is looking for. Lunoa immediately panics and waves her hands, apologetically stating that she did not mean to overstep her bounds. Ellie calmly smiles and reassures her that it is completely all right, validating it as a very fair question. Before giving her answer, Ellie raises her finger and poses a counter-question, asking the girls if they are aware of the biggest issue that currently plagues the Empire. Misha quickly raises her hand and suggests a flood in the west, while Lunoa deeply ponders the mystery. Ellie agrees that the flood is true, but prompts them to think of a more widespread problem that concerns the entirety of the Empire. Misha looks on in surprise, wondering what could possibly affect the whole empire. Lunoa looks up thoughtfully, questioning if the issue is the growing unemployment caused by the discovery of new materials across the land. Ellie praises Lunoa for a job well done. Misha watches on with complete confusion, letting out a soft sigh as she tries to understand what just happened. Mireille steps into the discussion, explaining that many of the firms that handle the older materials are currently going bankrupt. Hearing the grim reality, a startled Misha reacts with genuine concern, asking if that is seriously what is happening in the market. She points her finger to illustrate her explanation, noting that cheaper and sturdier substitutes have surfaced, causing the old materials to lose most of their value practically overnight. Misha gasps as the pieces fit together, realizing that because those firms are unable to keep up, even more people are ending up completely out of a job. Mireille nods in agreement, confirming her point with a quiet affirmation. Ellie brings the focus back to her plan, declaring that this economic crisis is exactly where the flower comes in. Smiling warmly while holding up the flower, Ellie explains that Illumia perfume variants call for a myriad of old ingredients. She details that by taking advantage of that fact, they can find a brand new use for the materials that lost value and successfully reinvigorate the declining industries. Ellie handles the flower, admitting that while it is naturally not the be-all and end-all solution, they can mitigate the economic issue somewhat. She looks towards her companions, and asks if they understand now why she decided to focus on Illumia perfume, while Misha and Lunoa enthusiastically nod in agreement. Ellie notes that there isn't much time before the next council meeting, prompting a call for everyone to quickly get to work. Sometime later, a carriage arrives outside a grand building with a loud creak, marking the official day of the council meeting. As Ellie steps out from the carriage, Mireille holds the door open attentively. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from a short distance away, noting that it has been quite a while since they last met. Ellie turns around with a look of genuine surprise on her face, as she recognizes the speaker as Cedric. She explains that it has been far too long indeed and notes that she never dreamed Cedric would welcome her himself. He replies that he was lucky enough to win the right to escort her. Cedric smiles warmly and mentions that their status as acquaintances gave him a distinct advantage. Ellie giggles softly behind her hand, privately reflecting that she does not believe for a single minute that anyone on the council has such free time. Ellie continues her internal thoughts, fully aware that Cedric is actually here to observe her rather than to welcome her. Smiling politely, Cedric turns toward the grand entryway and cordially requests that she follow him inside. Leading her through the stone corridor past a massive wall emblem, Cedric announces that it is finally time for her to meet the Empire's Merchants Guild Council. Cedric mentions that he has heard so much about Ellie's recent heroics, noting that rumors say she led the volunteer army into battle and showed fine swordplay. Walking beside him along the stone corridor, Ellie replies that she simply did what she had to do for peace to return and for her business firm to thrive. Cedric smiles and points out that Ellie's production base was close to the war front. Ellie calmly answers that this is true, but adds that thankfully there was very little damage, prompting Cedric to say that it is good to hear. As they continue side by side, Ellie softly notes that the recent event has thoroughly opened her eyes. She explains that merely hiring local villagers was far from enough, admitting she should have placed well-trained guards in the area from the very start. Hearing this, Cedric praises her, stating that the way she turns everything into a learning opportunity is truly praiseworthy. Walking past the large windows of the castle hall, Cedric observes with a bright expression that time flies quickly during a pleasant conversation. Cedric politely stops at the entrance of a large wooden door and asks Ellie to please go after him. The heavy door swings open as the two walk together up the steps to enter the room. Inside the high-arched room, the prominent members of the Empire's Merchants Guild Council sit positioned around a massive circular table. A variety of unique representatives from different races look onward as the newcomers arrive. The diverse council members closely inspect Ellie as she steps into the chamber. Among the group, a horned figure, a smoking official, a pointed-eared elf, a dark-haired woman, and a bearded dwarf look back toward her with sharp, discerning gazes. Ellie looks at the powerful gathering and acknowledges them as the titans who rule over the nation's economy. Maintaining her elegant posture, she smiles softly and states that it is a pleasure to make their acquaintance. She performs a graceful curtsy before the assembled council members. Lifting the edge of her dress, she introduces herself directly as Ellie Lays of the Trader Commercial Firm. A voice speaks up, calmly telling Ellie that she may be at ease. Ellie looks across the expansive room, observing that while this large round table has no obvious head or seat of honor, she can easily tell that the winged man sitting directly opposite her is undoubtedly the Grand Master. The man is Albert, known as the Seer and the greatest merchant in the Empire. Albert looks toward her and directly addresses her as Miss Lays. Albert explains that as she is already aware, the Emperor has recommended her for a special license. He continues from the table, stating that today they shall decide whether she is truly worthy of it, before asking if she is fully ready to prove herself. Ellie confidently smiles and replies that she is of course ready. She then lifts up her storage luggage with a small clank, announcing that here is what she has prepared for them, prompting Albert to firmly tell her to let them see it. Albert looks down at the table and questions if the item is perfume. Ellie confirms his suspicion and explains that this is a recreation of a perfume that ancient elves used to make. Ellie elaborates that this perfume's properties can change depending on the refinement process. She details that not only can the fragrance change, but one can also use it to repel monsters or protect skin from the sun, prompting a thoughtful reaction from the horned female council member. Holding the elegant bottle up for display, Ellie adds that they need a wide array of different materials to manufacture each variation. As a result, she confidently declares that she believes this endeavor could be the key to revitalizing some declining industries. Albert acknowledges her point, calling it a consequential boon for the Empire. He then shifts the focus to ask what benefits she envisions for her own firm, while Ellie answers that production costs will depend greatly on the materials they select, noting that they could get away with very low costs if they play their cards right. A council member holding a pipe adds his own interpretation, stating that in other words, she intends to flood the market with a cheap yet high-quality product and reap all of the benefits alone. Ellie responds with a calm smile, simply stating that she could do that. Ellie changes the topic back to the economic landscape, noting that as they can imagine, a market flooded with cheap products would not benefit the Empire's economy in the long run. She gestures toward her briefcase to present her counter-strategy. She explains that she intends to set a high price so that this perfume can remain a luxury item. Reaching down to place a document on the table, she states that here is her written oath to formalize the business plan. He notes that this way, there will be no price wars and existing products will not be impacted by her new venture. Looking out across the grand chamber, Albert addresses the council, stating that she has shown them what Trader could do with this proposal and that he believes it is time to move on to the vote. He then turns his head slightly and calls on Lewins to speak first. Cedric speaks up with a bright smile, stating that he is in favor of awarding Miss Ellie a special license because he is sure she will work tirelessly for the prosperity of the empire. Nearby, Albert looks across the table to call on Collard for her judgment next. Hilda Collard, the silver butterfly and queen of the red light districts, declares that she is also in favor of the proposal. She states that Trader's cosmetics are leagues above anything else she has ever seen, adding that she would love to see how far Ellie can go. As the votes continue around the room, another voice suddenly commands everyone to wait a minute, causing Ellie to look over attentively. Dark Hawkins, the chief and a prominent financier accustomed to working with big merchants, speaks up to say he is against the proposal while smoking a cigarette. He argues that Ellie is a Haldorian noble and they cannot trust her, prompting Ellie to silently observe that, as expected, they all know exactly who she is. A hand raises smoothly with a swift motion as another council member states that they also disapprove. Lawton Flywalk, the clairvoyant and the greatest tycoon in the empire, explains his disapproval. He notes that considering the kingdom of Haldoria's current situation, he doubts she is a spy, but he firmly believes it is still far too soon for the council to trust her. Albert listens quietly to the arguments and notes that the mixed opinions have been duly noted. Looking across the large table, Albert turns to address Yuka Kusunoki and Gayan Drafen to ask for their perspective on the matter. Yuka Kusunoki, the Dark, who is an eminent doctor and a rank A adventurer, chooses to pass on the vote. She explains that she originally joined the council under the strict condition that she would not have to bother with this kind of thing. Gayan Drafen, the divine artisan and the best blacksmith in the empire, also chooses to opt out of the vote. He grunts that he is out and feels the same as Yuka Kusunoki, telling Albert that he can handle the pesky bits himself. Observing the deadlocked results, Albert looks back toward Ellie standing at the far end of the room. He notes that it appears their members are completely split, and asks if she has anything to add to change their minds. Ellie looks out across the grand table at the split council members. She acknowledges that she fully understands why her background as a noble may cause worry for some of them, but she directly assures the room that she has completely washed her hands of her old homeland. She smiles brightly and declares that from now on, she fully intends to live solely as a merchant in this promising nation. Listening closely from his seat, Albert quietly responds that he understands. Albert announces his final decision to the room, stating that her direct contributions to the empire thus far have been more than satisfactory, and therefore he will fully support her application. He remarks that given her notorious reputation and past actions back in Haldoria, he supposes they truly do not need to worry about her ever betraying the empire. Albert looks forward with a serious gaze to officially tally the final results of the council. He notes that the final count stands at exactly 3 votes in favor, 2 against, and 2 abstentions. He officially announces that as a result of the vote, she is hereby granted a special license as Miss Ellie Lays of Trader. Ellie listens calmly to the final decision. Ellie expresses that she is most grateful and swears to strive continuously for the prosperity of the empire. Sometime later, she prepares to leave the grand building, walking out to a waiting carriage. Mireille stands ready outside to greet her mistress, stating that it was good work. Smiling with relief, Ellie waves her hand slightly and offers a soft thank you. As Ellie prepares to hand over her storage luggage to step into the carriage, Mireille asks how she found the council members. Ellie replies that they were entirely worthy of their reputation, reflecting that each individual member was highly impressive in their own right. Mireille continues the conversation by asking what the final result was. Ellie smiles confidently and confirms that she successfully got their approval, adding that although they will be monitoring her closely, she fully expected as much considering her complicated background. She reflects on her business strategies, noting that setting aside her personal goals, she has always conducted Trader's business legitimately. Because of this careful transparency, she remains confident that there is absolutely nothing for the council members to find fault with. Mireille sits across from her mistress inside the carriage and smoothly transitions the topic. Bringing up the mention of her overarching goals, she details that she has a couple of important things to report, prompting an attentive Ellie to ask what happened. The maid delivers the first piece of news, explaining that the agitators Ellie sent to heighten the anti-Haldorian sentiment in the vassal nations are unfortunately not having as much of an effect as they had originally hoped. Ellie narrows her eyes slightly and directly questions Mireille if she is completely sure that their deployed agents are following her exact orders. Mireille looks back firmly and confirms that they are. She expands on her report, detailing that the agents are actively spreading the word that Haldoria completely abandoned Sarjas to their fate after using them. She explains that they are also buying wheat and iron in bulk to successfully give Haldoria's vassal states the chilling illusion that the kingdom is preparing for war. Mireille adds that despite the planned disruption, there are absolutely no rebellions in sight, and if anything, the relationships between Haldoria and its vassals are actually improving. Ellie places her hand to her chin in deep thought, reflecting that while managing foreign relations is the Prime Minister's job, this sudden stability makes little sense. Our girl continues her silent analysis, recalling Leiston, the Prime Minister. She acknowledges that he is a cold man who did not hesitate to betray his own daughter for the sake of his country, but she cannot fathom him assuaging the concerns of Haldoria's anxious vassals in such an effective manner, concluding with absolute certainty that this achievement was not him. Ellie deduces that this smooth political damage control must be Rosalia's handiwork, realizing she is the only one who would proceed in this distinct manner. Hearing the name, a surprised Mireille asks if she means the young lady of the ducal house of Fadgal, prompting Ellie to note that they must have called Rosalia back to successfully replace her. Mireille looks downward with a serious expression, quietly reflecting that Lady Rosalia is brilliant indeed. A memory surfaces of their earlier school training days, showing a passionate Rosalia. Mireille notes that during their days as students, Rosalia often fiercely competed with her for the highly coveted position of crown princess. She voices her surprise that Rosalia would answer a royal summons to serve as Ellie's substitute of all things. Ellie listens quietly while keeping her hand near her chin. Mireille reflects that Rosalia is just like the old version of herself. She notes that Rosalia must believe doing so is her absolute duty to her country as a noblewoman. Ellie realizes that had the lot of them not betrayed her, she would still be there too, doing her very best for Haldoria. A memory flashes back to that fateful day when Prince Fried called off their engagement. Ellie remembers how everything played out far too smoothly, making her realize that Fried must have had important ministers acting as his allies. But she notes that is not all that went wrong. Ellie remembers standing hopelessly behind iron bars in the dark dungeon. She recalls with a cold, hardened expression that while she was stuck inside that cell, absolutely no one tried to do a single thing to get her out. She looks away thoughtfully and acknowledges that if Rosalia is actively involved, they will not be able to get any foreign government to move the way they would like. Ellie's gaze sharpens with absolute focus as she decides that it is officially time for a brand new course of action. Turning back toward Mireille inside the carriage, Ellie explains her strategy, stating that they will feed their propaganda directly to the people instead of the nobles. She notes that even if they cannot spark an outright war, they can still successfully foster a deep anti-Haldorian sentiment among the common citizens. Mireille looks forward attentively, preparing to listen to the rest of her mistress's calculated explanation. Our girl smiles with a cunning look and concludes that said, the royal family must be getting incredibly desperate if they are already forced to rely heavily on Rosalia. Mireille analyzes the political structure, noting that Rosalia's house is a key part of the militarist faction. She reflects that because of this tie, the king is fully aware that her family will never be true friends of the crown, creating a tense dynamic where the throne demands service from the army while the military offers conditional loyalty. Ellie continues her assessment from inside the carriage, acknowledging that Rosalia is highly capable. However, she notes that Rosalia will have a very hard time keeping the most extreme members of her own militarist faction at bay while simultaneously trying to thwart Ellie's calculated plans as those extremists push heavily for war. A cunning smile spreads across Ellie's face as she looks out toward the spires of the kingdom. She silently challenges her rival, wondering if her dear Rosalia will truly be able to do anything to stop her incoming revenge. Meanwhile, inside a grand library, a subordinate approaches a desk to directly deliver a message to Rosalia. The official sets down a massive stack of papers and hands over the documents, announcing that here are the proposals for her to review. Rosalia offers a quiet thank you as she takes the first page, but she gasps in sudden realization as she begins to read through the text. Rosalia stares intently at the document with wide, stunned eyes. She is completely shocked by the information on the page and wonders what in the world is going on.